You're watching Force 13's live streaming service. Tornado warnings in effect across Mobile, Alabama early this morning. This is live. We've just passed 4 o'clock in the morning Central Standard Time on another day of severe weather. 2 confirmed tornado warnings, I think. We're trying to get everything set up here. Yep, 2 observed tornadoes. One of them is over Mobile, pretty much, and one of them is just northeast. Let's go straight to the Mobile radar if we can. Nope, we can't. Unfortunately, it's going to be like that today. In prepping for today's live stream, we had 4 software disasters and then a complete systems failure. And that's why we're late to the stream this morning. Despite all of that, only 11 minutes late. Not that that really matters right now, because we've got obviously a serious situation here in Mobile with multiple tornado warnings in the direct vicinity. Now, regrettably, there are very few cameras in this area too. We can't show you very much at all. So, and of course, it's the middle of the night still, so we're very limited on that front. But here we are right now, looking at what's going on in this area as we continue to get things set up here and update our bottom bar for this second day enhanced risk, which will continue throughout the daylight hours of today, all day long, with this large line of storms. And here's its progress right now. That's where it's up to. It's reaching Mobile with 2 observed tornadoes, once again in these areas. Let me go and read them out. Dangerous situations. So, confirmed tornado located near Midtown Mobile, moving east at 45 miles per hour at 4:02 a.m. It will be near Midtown Mobile at 4:05. It's past that. Downtown Mobile 4:10. Which was just a minute ago, and Spanish Fort around 4:20. That's a tornado on the ground. Take cover now. And a radar confirmed tornado was spotted at 3:57 a.m. near Sems. And that will be near Saraland at 4:10. That was 3 minutes ago. Tornadoes on the ground right now. All across this region, Interstate 10 and Interstate 65. Around the western side of Mobile as this line really takes hold here. And then there was that 3rd tornado warning to the south. That is not confirmed, it's radar indicated. But this is where all the business is right now on what has been actually a more busier night than it was during the evening last night. We sort of expected that, although nighttime storms can be very dangerous indeed. And of course, very little imagery from people around there as well right now, because obviously it's extremely early. But here we are with our due diligence with this litany of tornado warnings. 2 of them confirmed, if you've just joined us, entering Mobile at this moment. That line engulfing the city right now. Here we are, live in the studio right now. It's nice of you to join us as we continue to look at this severe weather, and obviously it is dangerous. 2 tornadoes active, ongoing right now. We don't have any further information at the moment, but as soon as we do, we will let you know. So that last tornado warning was issued at 4:08 a.m. for south central Mobile County as well. Now that was a radar indicated rotation. Back to velocity. You can't really see them on the velocity there, the confirmed ones. Look further south and you do have a much clearer, ironically, indentation here, showing that that is where a possible tornado is. And that will obviously move over water very shortly. Mobile will be getting pounded right now. And this is just the start of today's coverage, which will cover a lot more besides that's going on all across the southeastern United States today. At this early hour, there's hardly anyone else around on our team, so a bit of a graveyard shift going on here. But obviously it's merited with a severe scenario ongoing right now. Now let's see, that northern tornado warning has gone, so that's some good news there. The southern one is still there, as you can clearly see. So downtown Mobile just got slammed. Spanish Fort, that's the next location that could receive this potential tornado, well, actual tornado observed. Maybe just north of there, along Route 225. This morning we'll have a few webcams. Georgia. Nope, that's something else. My screens have all been messed up. That was our chat channel. So you got a little inside look there for a second. This is the live webcam in Cordell, Georgia. One of the first places in Georgia that will get impacted by the line when it arrives. Got a few places in Georgia that we'll be looking at, as well as webcams, road cams. Of course, if you are behind this line, pretty much all of the tornado threat is diminished. But the news, if you're just joining us right now, is that there is a confirmed tornado that's potentially just gone through Mobile, Alabama. And this is how we start today's live coverage. We were trying to start at 4 a.m. regardless of the weather. We got here at 4:10 because of an enormous amount of technical issues, which somehow we've managed to overcome. We're really waiting to see whether that tornado warning gets continued. No, it's gone. Okay, so that threat is over, and I think we'll see a lot of things like that, you know, quick spin-up tornadoes that come and go very quickly. We've still got the southern tornado warning active, which is actually just over water now, and we'll be headed close to Point Clear shortly, and we'll see if they find it necessary to put them under a tornado warning as it continues almost eastwards. I see Ryan in the comments there wanted to see the video of the two doggies. That was in our chat channel. That was Christian, actually. So if he gets on the stream at any point, he might show you. We're just waiting for some more news here, but not much right now. Oh, another tornado warning in Florida. Just spotted this as I was casually going around. Just waiting for some confirmation on this warning. Well, there is, but we're just waiting for some more specifics here. It's literally just been issued. A tornado warning in effect right now for these areas: Blue Mountain Beach, Santa Rosa Beach, Freeport, and Bruce. So that's another tornado warning there. Radar indicated. That's until 4:45 a.m. Quarter-sized hail possible in that one. Can try and get to a different radar site. Much earlier on as well, there was a tornado warning east of Pensacola. That was before we went on the air. Quite a bit before that. That's the rail cam that we're looking at right now as well. Just trying to get this radar up right now. That's what I was doing. So we're a bit slow this morning, as you might expect. We were live on the air until late yesterday evening as well. So here's the latest from the radar, not far from this tornado warning actually. Let's go to velocity if we can. And that signature there is pretty clear. There it is. It's east of Miramar Beach. So we've got 2 active tornado warnings after we had an observed tornado possibly move through Mobile. If we get any news on the ground on that one, we'll of course let you know. But looking across social media, I'm not seeing anything to that effect. As for severe thunderstorm warnings right now, we have a few that are going up. That's the rail cam in the background that you can hear there. And Mobile was under that severe thunderstorm warning 23 minutes ago. In general, obviously, things are... Oh, another tornado warning there as well. So that one that was over Mobile has been reissued in the end. And I think the only reason why it wasn't at first is because it was over water. So here it is again then. New tornado warning that's been issued for this area. Spanish Fort is right in there right now. It must be very confusing there because for a brief minute the tornado warning was lifted. But the tornado warning is back in effect for you right now. Radar indicated. Pea-sized hail possible. 40,000 in that tornado warned zone. And a very narrow polygon. Must be moving at a decent speed. So I know things are a little slow this morning, but start your message with Force 13 all in text and we can take your questions live on the air, like Liberty did. Any tornado warning for Atlanta right now? Or possibly at all? And the answer is no. Certainly not at the moment. That line is obviously going to be on its way towards you in Atlanta. No tornado watch either, so I don't think you'll be in any serious trouble. Incidentally, for those who are wondering about this tornado watch, here's a view from the National Weather Service page. Looking at a close-up there, those yellow areas are the tornado watches, obviously going right up to the coast, and tornado warnings active right now, as we know. Look further east to the Tallahassee office, and that's the extent of the tornado watch there, reaching up to the border between Alabama and Georgia and Florida, and extending down to Apalachicola, pretty much. But if you've just joined us, there was a confirmed tornado that went through Mobile not long ago. We don't know any specifics on impacts, if there were any, or whether it may have lifted just before reaching downtown, or just what happened there. But there was a confirmed tornado, and there are two tornado warnings that are currently in effect. The one that we've just read out near Spanish Fort, and the one further east over the coast of Florida. Both of them are radar indicated. The one at Spanish Fort, that was earlier a confirmed tornado over Mobile, but it's no longer confirmed. Just radar indicated, so we'll have to wait and see what happens to that one. That's obviously part of the big line that you'll be hearing a lot about over the course of today. And we'll have any more news as it drops here. But not a huge amount else to tell you about. Those who want to have a little look at the national picture, well, it looks like this right now from the National Weather Service. And there's still all kinds of warnings out. Anything from tornado warnings to blizzard warnings, winter storm warnings, high wind warnings, storm warnings, flood warnings, high surf warnings, hard freeze warnings in Arizona, to flooding issues in Hawaii right now as well, and avalanche watches. I don't know if that's still in Idaho. It was last night. And all kinds of other things going on there. Yeah, backcountry avalanche watch for Flathead County, Lake County and Lincoln County in Montana. So it's all kinds at the moment as we keep looking at this radar imagery, a live view of what's happening in the general area. As we get closer to dawn, 5:31 Eastern Time, as we're starting to get, the line is starting to reach the Eastern Time Zone, just a little bit further. Let's see if we've got any new warnings. Not at present, but we've still got those 2 tornado warnings active. Let's go back to velocity and see if we can take another look. That's really expanding quite a lot near Freeport. Take cover now. I'm not sure that's a tornado, but just that it's gotten very broad, but well, maybe. Obviously, if you are in the warning zone, you take no chances. And let's look west at this other one, if we can, a little bit further out on that particular radar. Hard to see very much on that. And now more severe weather there in the Fort Walton Beach area. Looks like a severe thunderstorm warning, but I have a suspicion that might be a marine warning, as it's mostly over water. I think many would agree it's been a fairly strange severe weather event. That Florida one's been observed actually. So now another observed tornado, guys. This is 3 in the last 40 minutes. Here it is. Observed tornado right next to Freeport, so definitely take cover now. Quarter-sized hail possible. Nearly 15,000 in that tornado warning. And that's valid until 4:45. We were talking last night about being armed with a NOAA weather radio. It's times like these. They'll be getting you out of bed at 4:34 in the morning. Because a tornado... Oh, I've pressed the wrong button. That's... Alright. My finger slipped there. Observed tornado then. That's live right now, reaching Freeport. So a potentially dangerous situation there. Still haven't seen anything regarding Mobile. We're talking about that tornado that was there earlier. Just looking at some storm reports, but none of them are related to what we've seen just now. Not much has happened. But at 1:19 this morning in St. Tammany County Parish, I imagine, Louisiana, a tree uprooted and fell over onto a structure, causing damage near Highway 36 in Abita Springs. That was a wind report. But the news right now, if you're joining us, is that there is a confirmed tornado barreling through Freeport in Florida. And a new severe thunderstorm warning has just been issued as well for parts of Alabama. Here it is. Greenville. And a lot of these other locations. Chrysler, Uriah, Castleberry, Evergreen, Frisco City, Monroeville, Tunnel Springs, Beatrice, Fredenburg, Pineapple, Mackenzie, and Georgiana. All in this severe thunderstorm warning, and it has a tornado possible tag as well. And once again, that's part of the big line right now. That's really moving on through. And another tornado warning just south of that last one. Probably another continuation, really, from that one that was moving over water further south in Alabama. So here we are, another tornado warning. Let me just get some locations in there. You can see it on the map, of course. It's for Robertsdale and Silver Hill until 5:15 a.m. That's another tornado warning. Radar indicated pea-sized hail possible. 36,000 in that tornado warning. Robertsdale clearly in the middle of all that. And just a reminder that there's another tornado warning just north of there along Interstate 10. So 3 active tornado warnings, which is a sharp contrast to what we were seeing last night, including an observed tornado warning, which has also just been updated, the one that's moving through Freeport, Florida. As a matter of fact, it's a PDS at this point, I believe. So this is a rapidly escalating situation right now, moving through Freeport, and a good signature still on that. Oh yes. Damaging tornado here, a life-threatening situation. Seek shelter immediately. Let me just double check if that has the PDS tag. I think it does. I'm not sure actually, but nonetheless, it is a confirmed tornado. And it will also be near Eglin Air Force Base at around 4:40. A confirmed tornado located near Santa Rosa Beach as of 8 minutes ago, moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. Damaging tornado and quarter-sized hail. Freeport, Florida. Dangerous tornado right now. Force 13 Live covering tornado activity right now, and it is coming along with a serious tornado warning in effect right now in Freeport and Uchiana, Florida until 5:15 a.m. Damaging tornado here, life-threatening situation. And 2 other radar-indicated tornado warnings east of Mobile, moving east along that big line that's reaching that area. But it's all about Freeport right now with a major tornado potentially and a decent hook there now as well. That's looks like it's continuing to improve perhaps, but velocity maybe harder to make that argument. Right next to that radar site as well, so good coverage here, moving northeastwards around 50 miles per hour. Very close to that radar site. So the confirmed tornado that this is has passed Freeport by the looks of things, is moving northeastwards. Let me just check to see if there's any other small communities in that area right next to that tornado. Freeport in itself is relatively small and very sparse actually, northeast of US 331, which is that main road there north to south. But there are houses and there are people living in those areas. Rock Hill Road. People all along there are in serious danger right now. And eventually towards Florida Route 81. Dangerous tornado continuing to march on towards the northeast. Just past Freeport, Florida. And another tornado warning has been issued in Alabama. We're just going to get this up whenever we can. Well, it is in Alabama, but it's about to reach Florida. I think this is a continuation of one of the ones we were looking at. Here's this tornado warning for 9,000 people in this area. Oak Grove, Bratt, Bluff Springs and Century, right in the northwestern extremity of Florida there. Let's zoom out on that and you'll be able to see it in the distance. And I think it might be no, it's a different cell. All part of that line, as you can see. And a new tornado warning. Let's just stop on the last frame. That red polygon, not far from Atmore. Switching back to reflectivity, you can see how this is looking. The big line, and then this serious looking hook. Not much on CC there. Velocity still looking decent. So a rude awakening for many this morning with this line of storms that's producing several tornado warnings. And another one has just been extended. That southerly one in Alabama is still continuing now. There it is for Robertsdale. Radar indicated tornado warning right over your heads right now, so take cover. But we're really focused on this Florida one right now because it is confirmed and still ongoing with that confirmed tag, dangerous tag. As soon as we get any more information, we'll let you know on that. Also want to bring you up to speed with current flash flood warnings as well. At 4:35 AM, which isn't that long ago, Central Time, they issued a flash flood warning for Autauga County, Elmore County, southeastern Dallas County, Lowndes County, and Montgomery County in Alabama until 7:45. They're saying that between 2 and 4 inches of rain have already fallen, and they're expecting additional rain of 1 to 2 inches. Quite a lot of locations in that flash flood warning. There's just been two new severe thunderstorm warnings actually as well. A continuation of the line really. Let's show you these. Tornado possible tag on that severe thunderstorm warning that continues along that line moving through southern Alabama. And then there's this warning as well a little bit further east, also marked with a tornado possible tag. Gulf Shores, Pensacola, Century, Atmore, where that tornado warning is, underneath that warning. We're not hearing anything out of Freeport at the moment. Of course, it is still very early in the morning. If anyone knows about what happened in Mobile, an observed tornado possibly moved through there earlier in the hour. It was marked observed when it was reaching Mobile. But again, there's absolutely nothing on the ground. Somewhat expected, of course, given the early hour and how it is still dark. So a continuation of that tornado warning in Florida. Uchiana, there's 2,000 people in this tornado warning, an observed tornado continuing northeastwards. Getting close to Interstate 10 now as well. I doubt there's any cameras up there, I'll just double check. Oh, there are actually. Not that you can see very much. Well, you can actually. Lightning at times. Here's a live view from under that tornado warning on Interstate 10 right now. This is a confirmed tornado somewhere along here with frequent lightning. I wouldn't like to be there, driving in those conditions, goodness me. So this is live in Florida on Interstate 10, just east of Ponce de Leon, and the tornado itself is, if it is still on the ground, it's probably about, let me just try and get a distance calculator on that, about 8 or 9 miles away from this webcam. But with all that lightning, you can clearly see that there's storminess going on there. Now let's look back at the radar, and you can see again this tornado moving on through, although maybe not, well, it's still certainly there, and it will probably warrant another extension of that tornado warning. We'll keep one eye on that webcam. Don't forget, there's still tornado warnings to the west too. In Alabama, although none of them are confirmed tornadoes. Let's just zoom out briefly. There's still one of those in effect. The northern one is gone. So once again, in that line, these tornado warnings will be very fleeting, but you could be the unlucky ones caught out. So we got to be careful and keep watching that very closely as that line moves through. Oh yep, still looking alright here on this tornado. Still looking a little bit disorganized perhaps, but I would say it's got some, well, decent looking rotation on that. Back to that webcam, which is located quite close to that tornado. Oh, and just checking CC here. That is definitely, I think, a tornado on the ground. Look at this. And in those latest frames, that little blue splodge, that's your tornado signature right there. Damn. Thanks for the tip there, Joseph. Looking back at that live camera, very dark until the lightning lights the whole place up. Traffic is light, as you would expect. There it is again. Lots of lightning. We'll come back to that. Since the storm's moving a little bit further towards the west, I'm just wondering if there's any cameras over that way. Just going to double check now. This camera may be marginally closer to that tornado. And these are the conditions in there. Looks pretty hellish. And it's just crazy the amount of lightning there is there. Huh. That's really serious lightning right now. And I'm just wondering what's going on with this thing on the right as well. But obviously the tornado is here. Confirmed tornado. Let's go back to the CC. There it is, the tornado signature. Looking further east, I'm not so sure about that second area. And obviously on reflectivity it's quite clear. So keep watching this closely for those in that area, absolutely. This is Force 13 Live, tornado coverage right now on this observed tornado which continues to rattle through western Florida, and a extension on that tornado warning. Here it is. Tornado warning there, observed, quarter-sized hail possible along Interstate 10. Caryville, Bonifay, Prosperity, Isagora, New Hope. And that is from the rail cam, that radio there. Just turn that down for a moment. So once again, a dangerous tornado on the ground right now, although the CC not looking so good on that latest. So maybe it is lifting. Don't know what happened to that imagery. There's reflectivity, back to velocity, rejigged up the colors there, and it's fixed. Very close to Ponce de Leon though. Watch that very closely if you're in that area. Let's go back to a webcam in that area then. I can't remember which one we were looking at earlier. But as you keep looking at that imagery, western side of Ponce de Leon, watch it very closely here. There could be a tornado moving through. Well, here's a lit section of road just a little bit further east, and it's raining a lot there. I can see that, with frequent lightning again, as we said. And this is still right underneath that tornado warning, this location. Joseph in the chat saying there's a strong storm off the coast at the moment. I'm guessing it's this thing. And that's got a hook with it as well, a neat hook. Let's get velocity on that. If we can get it to work. Here's velocity. Oh, look at that. Well, that looks like a tornado. Water spout. Very impressive velocity there. I would, if it's still like that when it reaches the coast, that's a tornado warning. But still, with the active tornado warnings right now, looks like this as we reach 5 AM Central Time. This is still an observed tornado moving across Interstate 10. Looking really close up here. It's hard to tell whether that tornado's still on the ground there. You could see its signature earlier. Looked very good for a brief second there, and then it disappeared again. But if you're along the coast in front of that other thing right now, that cell down there, it's going to get quite close to Panama City and Laguna Beach. That could get tornado warned in an instant. When you look at the velocity, oh yes. %, watch that one. The tornado warnings have gone westwards. The ones in Alabama there, they've been lifted again. So right now we do have just that one tornado warning in effect, but obviously could be very serious. Along with that, of course, that severe weather, severe thunderstorm warnings sweeping across the region. As we wait to hear any further information. Back on I-10, still some serious lightning. Under that tornado warning, which is still active and observed. The rotation will have moved possibly directly through Ponce de Leon. Very close to this webcam actually. We were getting incessant lightning. I'm just wondering about maybe seeing some cameras in Panama City, because that next cell will be on its way. But right now, this tornado warning is absolutely where it's all at right now. If you've got any comments or questions for us whilst we're on the air today, feel free to send them in. As long as we're not too busy, we'll be able to respond to you in our stream. The next SPC outlook will be out in just less than 2 hours, and we'll see what they make of things by then. It's still the same as it was last night. We have an enhanced risk for a large part of the southeastern United States, extending up through parts of North Carolina. Can hear a little train rattling in the background from one of the rail cams that we've got up in Georgia today. We'll be checking in every so often there, especially as the line gets closer. As long as they don't blare their horns, I think it's a quite nice little ambient noise in the background. Anyways, these tornado warnings continue. This observed tornado. It is the only tornado warning now, after a few transient warnings were issued in Alabama. Of course, earlier on, an hour ago, there was a confirmed tornado through Mobile, Alabama, but we've no news on whether Mobile was actually hit. Because it looked like it may have possibly lifted as it was going through. Oh. So we still have a few severe thunderstorm warnings out there as well. Obviously, mostly attached to that line. We're still going to watch that thing off the coast very closely, with that very interesting rotation there, moving right on towards the coastline here. I think that will require a tornado warning. But looking back north again, we still have this big tornado warning right now across Interstate 10 and northwards. If you've just joined us, it's 5:09 AM Central Time, 6:09 on the East Coast. Heavy weather, storms, and a tornado warning for this location along Interstate 10. However, the velocity not looking as good now on the radar, but if it is still on the ground, it will be just northwest of Caryville. There it is on that imagery here. Reflectivity. And that's how it transpired, and getting quite a significant core there as well in that latest imagery near Caryville and Westville. And as a matter of fact, I've just noticed that some of the cameras in that area have gone down. I just wonder whether that's a power issue or something. This one is still up. The only one in that area now that is still up. And this is underneath that tornado warning, which continues. Looking back south at this gnarly cell that's about to reach the coast. Keep watching that very closely. Panama City Beach. Oh, it's headed right for it right now. Watch that very closely, guys. So we're still watching that one. Obviously, we've got to focus more on those tornado warnings that are still in effect in, well, further north. Although it doesn't look like there's much going on with velocity starting to look much weaker. But obviously, if you are there, don't take chances. And looks like it's been reissued there as well. I am just trying to get a camera at Panama City Beach with this potential tornado or waterspout running right towards it at the moment. Alright, let's see if we can show you this camera right now. This is, I think, Panama City Beach, somewhere nearby anyway, and they've got crazy lightning right now at this location. You can see the picture lighting up all the time. So clearly this is a significant storm cell approaching, and at any point you could see a waterspout come ashore. But for now, let's go back to that tornado warning that was reissued. Let me just get that information. Tornado warning for Caryville, Westville and Issagoura until 5:30 now. 6,700 in that area. And that is still an observed tornado with quarter-sized hail possible. Once again, there's reflectivity. And then looking down there at this really impressive looking hook approaching the Panama City area. And again, that looks really ominous. Once again, this webcam near that storm in Panama, in the Panama City Beach area. Hard to see, of course, being nighttime, but visibility is obviously down. And just the incredible amount of lightning that we're seeing here. This is live near Panama City Beach, Florida. No tornado warning yet, but we think there might be one on the way. A tornado warning is still in effect further north at Caryville, just past north of Interstate 10. This is just incredible, this lightning. Pulse 13 live coverage continues on this severe weather event. Tornado warning still in effect just north of Caryville, Florida. That was an observed tornado. I still can't figure out whether it did go PDS earlier or not when it was over Freeport. Just over an hour ago, there was also an observed tornado that went through Mobile. And that's the main news as you wake up this morning, 5:19 a.m. Central Time. But really crazy lightning here from this cell that's getting extremely close to the coast now. It'll be interesting if it gets tornado warned or not. Let's show you it again on the radar. This strong rotation signature there. making an absolute beeline for Panama City Beach there, the south end. Let me just get a little bit more acquainted with the local geography. Upper Grand Lagoon, Lower Grand Lagoon, Biltmore Beach. Looks like it's heading right for you. And this lightning show is absolutely phenomenal. So it's certainly rather concerning. But they still haven't issued a warning yet. All they've got so far are special marine warnings. And I'm finding this more interesting than that other tornado warning, which may be getting rescinded actually, because they've put out a severe thunderstorm warning ahead of it. So I think that may be allowed to expire now in 8 minutes. Certainly the velocity isn't looking so good. And they have issued a tornado warning for this. Panama City, tornado warning. Panama City Beach, Lynn Haven, Callaway, and extending well inland. It's a big polygon. Radar indicated moving northeast at 68 miles per hour. Tornado warning for this location right now, Panama City Beach. And we thought it might have been coming from miles away. Friendly Ghost, thanks for the message from Jasper. Nice to have you on board with us. So a reminder, tornado warning for this location right now. Panama City and Panama City Beach implicated in this warning. Shame that there's no sound on this particular camera. But they're getting absolutely pummeled by this storm. Frequent lightning doesn't do it justice. It's all the time. If we go back to the velocity briefly, the tornado signature is getting very close to land now. I keep saying it, but there it is now. It literally is on your doorstep. Right next to Panama City Beach, south side. And as soon as a new frame comes in, you'll be able to see it here. That's how it was last frame. So at this rate, it will probably move ashore in about 10 minutes or maybe a bit less. Astonishing amounts of lightning here in this tornado warning that's in effect for Panama City and Panama City Beach. I'll have to go to my other screen to get a any other info on this. So radar indicated, as we know, quarter-sized hail possible, 166,000 in this tornado warning, which extends as far inland as Compass Lake. It's a massive polygon. So there it is again on the reflectivity, the velocity. Back to the reflectivity for a minute, and that shows you just exactly what's going on. That is a really strong signature there. Oh. This one could be dangerous. We'll keep looking at this webcam as it moves ashore because we ought to. If anything else happens elsewhere, then I'll be able to check on the other screen for you as well. Incessant lightning. Start your message with Force 13 all in text and we'll be able to answer any of your questions. But right now we're looking at this live camera in Florida, Panama City Beach. Where a tornado warning was issued 6 minutes ago, as we watch a very powerful looking rotation that's just about to move ashore somewhere near this webcam. Visibility's gone way down actually, you can't even see the waves anymore. So they're really in this storm now. And just an incredible amount of lightning. Barbara says that they're in Panama City, staying calm, but phone going off. Shelly says, are those water spouts? I'm pretty sure there'll be one out there. You can't see anything to that effect though on the camera. But extraordinary lightning here. I don't know the exact location of this camera, but it is in the Panama City Beach area. This is Force 13 Live with a tornado warning for Panama City and Panama City Beach. Another location receiving a rude awakening this morning from severe weather. 5:30 a.m. Central Time, 6:30 a.m. Eastern. And behind this That big long line of storms is continuing its march further east as well. Have a quick look at this, and you can see that line is about to enter Pensacola. And as you look further north, that line is continuing to expand. Montgomery, Alabama as well, about to receive that line. But all eyes right now on Panama City. Look at some of those reflectivity readouts. They'll be getting serious hail in some of those areas, I think. And there's that latest velocity showing that this possible tornado is making landfall, or waterspout. Looks like conditions are slowly starting to clear again here. So it looks like the storm may have just passed this location now and will be moving inland. JD says good morning from Homestead, Florida. You're in a marginal risk today. I expect that things won't be too serious there. Well, let's go back to that velocity and play the loop and show you exactly how that happened. There it is. Well, thankfully it will miss Panama City and continue mostly over water in that little inlet. I'm not sure the name of it. Near Lynn Haven. And I would be most concerned for perhaps Southport, maybe. Because it looks like it will stay just offshore Lynn Haven. Of course, the area that's already been hit there near Upper La Grande Lagoon, I don't know how they will have fared, but we're clearly in serious conditions as it was moving in then on that camera, which is now going quite quickly back to normal. And this is a fast mover as well, as I'm sure you've noticed. Nearly 70 miles per hour, this movement. With no other cameras to show you, unfortunately. But let us know if you're in the area, how your conditions are, if it's safe to do so. I see one or two requests for models as well. We'll show you some models in a little bit. But whilst we have this tornado warning active, we're staying well and truly tuned onto this. And they have upgraded it, a damaging tornado moving through this area now. They've described it as a damaging tornado, and I think that might be PDS. I believe it is. Radar indicated rotation. So, oh, that's not the updated. Here's the updated version. So yes, this is a PDS tornado warning right now. Particularly dangerous situation. Damaging tornado. Life-threatening situation. Panama City, Lynn Haven and Highland Park around 5:40 a.m. A large, extremely dangerous and potentially deadly tornado is on the ground. Take cover immediately. That's a PDS tornado moving through the Panama City area. And that, I believe, is the second one this morning. So a dangerous looking rotation there, and they've just changed. I think they've made another change to it, or I haven't seen anything different to that. They've reissued it again after another minute. I don't know why. But once again, a damaging tornado. Looks like it is over just offshore Panama City there. Let's check CC. Hard to tell. But definitely along there is a tornado, and I'd be very concerned about these areas on the edge of it here. Panama City and Lynn Haven. And Southport may well get it properly in just a few minutes. This is moving quickly as well. Hardly any time to prepare if you've been caught off guard here. Moving at 69 miles per hour, or at least it was earlier. It's now actually moving at 55 miles per hour. Take cover immediately. And along with that, as mentioned, a ping pong sized hail possible as well. This is Force 13 Live, an enhanced risk in effect today, and it's gotten off to a strong start with this PDS tornado warning that remains in effect, and that's what we're going to be looking at here for this well, in effect until 6 AM. You saw it not long ago on the one of the beach cams. Here's what it looks like on one of the traffic cameras northeast of Panama City. And as we saw on that webcam earlier, much is the case here as well. Rapid lightning. And from what we saw on some of the reflectivity, I expect some strong hail as well on this. Crazy lightning. And that big hook continues here. Looking very concerning. It's hard to put an exact pointer now on where this tornado would be, but very close to Lynn Haven, very close. So like I said, Lynn Haven and Southport, extremely dangerous tornado here. Probably tracking right over you. And that will be in just a couple of minutes, if not already. So if you've just joined us, this developing situation, a PDS, particularly dangerous situation, tornado warning, in effect for Panama City, Lynn Haven and Callaway until 6 a.m. One of the most urgent messages that we've had so far during this event. Maybe losing a little bit of its shape there, but still looks quite clear that we've got probably a tornado right there where we've marked. And if that was the case, then that would be a tornado very close to Newman Bayou, and then moving into Fannin Bayou at Southport. If there's any other warnings that pop up anywhere else, we'll have it covered. But right now, this is the only tornado warning active, and it's a serious one. Particularly dangerous situation for this tornado warned storm near Panama City. Force 13's live coverage continuing here as we watch this serious tornado warning. There was also a severe thunderstorm warning issued for Dothan, Alabama, Hartford and Taylor, which has wind gusts of up to 70 miles per hour and a tornado possible tag on that as well. But as it stands, no further updates to this tornado warning, and it appears to be maybe starting to deteriorate, but I can't tell. But then you look at that reflectivity, still looks really impressive. But whichever way you frame it, a serious tornado threat there right now. Take cover immediately, and that extends well ahead of the tornado as well, as far inland as Fountain and Compass Lake. And we'll see about whether it will require any extensions. Another webcam in the vicinity here showing serious lightning. You can hear wind in the background. That's from our camera in Georgia. So we just heard a big gust of wind there. And I wonder if the storms might be approaching Cordell, Georgia at this point where that camera is. I don't think so at this point though. But that was an interesting gust of wind that we just heard. But looking ahead of that, you know, there's a few things still going on up there. And a few cells as well to be looking at. Obviously the one near Dothan, which was that severe thunderstorm warning, that was one stat confirmed tornado actually. But right now we're still trained on this active tornado warning that's still in effect in the Panama City area. It will have just moved through Southport, and I would be quite concerned about potential damages there. Lynn Haven possibly. But a dangerous situation that has occurred in that area. We don't have any other information though, apart from the warning. If it's safe to do so, start your message with Force 13 all in text and let us know on your conditions. Jose Rivera says, since South Florida is in a wind advisory, what others are also in wind advisory or high wind warnings? There were a lot out there yesterday, and as a matter of fact there's a huge amount still out today. Briefly looking at the National Weather Service, all of those sort of light brown areas there, those are all wind advisories covering entire states. The entirety of Florida, Georgia, South Carolina, North Carolina, Virginia, Pennsylvania, many other states there as well. Lots and lots and lots of wind advisories out there today, and still winter weather further north as well, and of course the tornado watch zone in the south. Still our live radar view here of what's going on in Florida with that tornado warning still active. And they have just continued the tornado warning actually, but it's been downgraded to radar indicated for Lynn Haven, Southport and Compass Lake until 6 p.m. So a small sigh of relief there. The PDS tag has been removed, and it is now a general tornado warning. Quarter-sized hail possible. This is until 6 a.m. 50,000 still in that tornado warning that remains active, but certainly we've seen degradation in the velocity in general. Still looks decent though as it continues northeastwards. Tornado warning there, the only one currently active. And another tornado warning now in Alabama. I believe it's from the old one, just further north. Dothan, Alabama. underneath a tornado warning, as well as Headland and Taylor until 6:15. Radar indicated tornado warning here. So we now have 2 active ahead of that big line that's still moving on through. Pensacola's just had a big hit from that. So that's the live view of the region right now with those 2 radar indicated tornado warnings, both of them formally observed. And of course we just had the PDS in Panama City about 15 minutes ago. We can't let our guard down, but the good news is we're getting closer to morning, so people will be getting a bit more alert. A lot of people have had an early wake-up call, I'm sure of it. Especially if you had a NOAA weather radio handy. And unfortunately it would have been necessary in some of these situations with dangerous observed tornadoes on the ground. We don't have much information though regarding impacts, however. Let me just double check if there's been any power outages, however. Washington County, Alabama is more than 80% out. That will have been from that line earlier. Conecuh County is about nearly 20% out. And Butler County is around also nearly 20% out. Bullock County in Alabama as well is 25% out. Alabama's the worst affected state at the moment out of the severe weather event. Walton County, Florida is 10% out, and Washington County, Florida is just over 10% out. So far we have just over 1,000 power outages in Bay County. And I imagine we'll get some more news on that too. And you may have seen the color change again on our screen. Back to an observed tornado for the southern cell. Back to observed in effect for Bayou George, Vicksburg, Youngtown, Iconfina, Fountain, Compass Lake, Altha, Sink Creek, Alford, and as far as Oakdale. So back to a confirmed tornado at that location, and here's where it probably is right now. Right there. As a matter of fact, it's probably closing in on one of those road cameras, so let's see if we can get one of those up here along US 231. Which is right inside that tornado warning, very close to where that tornado might be. Here's the view. Oh wow, getting absolutely blinded by lightning here. And if we could just pitch the image up a bit, you can actually see just the horizon there. And you never know, you might see a little tornado appear. Probably not. But it is an observed tornado here, right next to this camera. But we're going to switch around and maybe look at another camera slightly north, because that's probably even closer to where the tornado will end up. Just trying to find some working imagery. A lot of them, of course, these cameras look down on the ground, so it can be quite difficult. Let's go to one of these junctions then. Here's another camera angle. And this is at Florida Route 20. And they'll be getting increasing amounts of lightning there as well. And this potential tornado, which is observed, don't forget, could pass directly over this location, or at least very close by, in a matter of minutes here. But looking at the latest velocity, I think it actually may still go a bit further north. You're watching this right now. Just go to the last frame. Well, there it is. That's easy to see. And the way it's been moving, you would probably expect that it will go round about there. So I'm going to try and catch up with some of these cameras and see if we can get one that's just near that bend in the road. And here is one of those camera angles, getting absolutely blinded by lightning once again. That's crazy. So clearly inclement conditions in this location. It's too much, man. Too much lightning. Here's another location. That flashing there is just an emergency vehicle that just went by on that camera. And then you've got all of this lightning. So a crazy situation there. We're just about to reach 6 a.m. as we keep watching this unfolding situation with tornado warnings still in effect. 2 of them right now. As a matter of fact, the other one's gone observed too. This was a couple of minutes ago. So both of them are observed tornadoes now. The one at Dothan, Alabama, baseball-sized hail possible. 89,000 in that tornado warned zone. 31,000 in the one in Florida. So 2 observed tornadoes here, tag teaming as they move northeastwards. And that is what we're most concerned about. These cells that form up ahead of that line, from a tornado perspective, line of doom. Because behind that, chances are minimal. But just to reiterate that latest bit of news there, 2 active tornadoes. One next to Dothan, Alabama, that's just moved through, I think, now. And the other one northeast of Panama City, Florida. Both confirmed tornadoes at this point. The one in Florida was a PDS tornado earlier on, half an hour ago, as it moved very close through Panama City. Just after 6 a.m. Central Time, 7 a.m. on the East Coast, as we increasingly get closer to East Coast locations. And once again, every so often you'll hear that train noise, and that's coming from one of the rail cams, one in Cordell, Georgia, which we'll be watching a lot more later on as that line approaches. I quite like the rumbling of the trains, it's quite relaxing. In the meantime, though, 2 tornado warnings remain active here, and we'll also have an update from the SPC, Storm Prediction Center, in about an hour. In the meantime, these 2 active tornado warnings continue. Let's see if we can get another close-up view of both of them then. First of all, the velocity on the Florida cell, still looking pretty decent. Let's look further north. The Alabama cell, just past Dothan there, and now moving close to headland. I'm not that impressed by it, but nonetheless, a small tornado could be possible there at the moment. Or actually is occurring, I should say. And a new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued as well, a couple of them actually, as this line continues to progress eastward. It's all about that line. 70-mile-per-hour winds possible in one of them. Here it is. Miramar Beach, Freeport, Defuniak Springs, Glendale, Gaskin, Sampson, Elba. Those former locations are places where we may have seen, we saw that confirmed tornado earlier on. And this second area here as well for Navarre, Destin, Niceville, Crestview, and further north Dixie as well. Tornado possible tag. No further developments on those 2 tornado warnings that we're still watching. Both confirmed tornadoes, however. Take cover immediately. If we do get a moment where there's no tornado warnings, we'll be able to take a look at what the models think of today ahead of that next SPC update. Live coverage continues here on Force 13 Live as we watch these tornadoes. Landon says in Charlotte, every single school in that county is closed. And Jacksonville, how bad will the weather be? I assume that's Jacksonville, Florida, because Jacksonville, North Carolina is also under, I think, an enhanced. Both of those locations Could get some severe weather today, and we'll show you exactly what in a few minutes. Continuation of that tornado warning in Alabama for Kinsey, Ashford and Coates. It has been downgraded to radar indicated. And I'm not really surprised by that after looking at that velocity earlier. Force 13 live coverage continues throughout this morning as we continue to watch the development of these tornadoes and of course that big red line that's sweeping across the southern United States this morning. An enhanced risk remains in effect for large parts of southeastern United States, extending through some of the Carolinas as well. Southern Georgia, of course, also implicated in the enhanced, as well as the southeastern corner of Alabama, which is where that tornado warning is. Let's home back in on that Florida cell then and see where it's up to. Oh, look, it's crossing that road right now. A new tornado watch has just been issued, I think. We'll get onto that as soon as we can. But firstly, I want to show a camera angle very close to where this tornado supposedly is. As a matter of fact, the camera right next to it has gone down. So that might tell you a little something. Here's another camera angle that's very close to this supposed tornado. Must only be about 3 or 4 miles. And they're getting lots and lots of lightning there right now. And still looking at a decent signature there on the vorticity radar. Velocity, I keep making that mistake. Velocity radar. Let's see if we can get some more news on that tornado watch. So here it is right now, tornado watch in effect now until 2 p.m. For all of these areas. A few tornadoes likely, isolated hail up to quarter size possible, scattered gusts up to 75 miles per hour possible, 2 million population in this one, including such places as Panama City, Troy, Bainbridge, Tallahassee, Valdosta, Albany, and as far east as Waycross, Georgia. There's a camera there as well that we can look at. And Lake City, Florida. In the meantime, back to this most important tornado warning, an observed tornado warning. As a matter of fact, no, it's just been downgraded to radar indicated. So we now have 2 radar indicated tornado warnings rather than 2 observed tornadoes, which is good news. And I think the northern one, the Alabama one, may be being downgraded as well because they've slapped a severe thunderstorm warning on its future track. Which will once again leave the one in Florida. It's starting to get light in Cordell, Georgia. Just a little bit. I don't know why it zoomed into that, but it did. This is one location that will probably get that big line of showers, thunderstorms, strong winds. Be interesting to see how it looks from this camera. Particularly because the camera has sound. That's what I like the most. Especially when the weather moves in. It is actually raining there right now. In the meantime, we're left with these tornado warnings. I think I may have just seen a flash of lightning on that camera too. I've got to find out, remind myself where Cordell is again, and figure out where it is in relation to some storms. Ah, Cordell, yes, along Interstate 75. Well, they're only getting... looks fairly light at the minute. That's from this radar, though, which is far from over there. I don't really want to switch radars yet, actually, so we'll leave that be. But you can certainly hear the wind is getting up on the Cordell webcam right now. Wind and rain here. Oh yeah, definitely. So we'll be keeping track of that amongst all the other things today. Force 13 Live, covering this severe weather outbreak which is continuing at the moment, with that new tornado watch being issued. Severe thunderstorm warning for Fort Gaines, Georgia, Columbia, Alabama and Coleman, Georgia until 8 AM with winds of up to 70 miles per hour. Tornado possible tag on that as well. That was the old tornado warning in Alabama. And this big red line engulfing the whole area here as we continue to watch this. Comments and questions, start your message with Force 13 all in text and they will light up for me in the chat. If you are enjoying this coverage or finding it useful, consider subscribing to the channel and liking our stream and sharing the stream. As of right now though, we have got this big line moving along and those two tornado warnings ahead of it. Don't forget that the cells that are the furthest ahead of the line have the best chance of spawning tornadoes. And we pretty much witnessed that when we saw the Panama City storm. The webcams that are out now, the webcams that were in Florida that we were showing before, near that tornado, gone. They're gone. There's a few cameras still active in the area, but none where that tornado is. But if there is a tornado on the ground, it is now approaching Interstate 10, where we have some more cameras that we can take a look at. Not far from Mariana. And we'll show you some of those in a moment. Yep, here's a view. This is Interstate 10 near Mariana right now. A lot of spray there being generated. You can see it all. And tons of lightning once again. Seems to be the common theme in this particular cell. Really heavy on the lightning. And that was a whiteout there. And this is still quite a few miles ahead of that potential tornado. And still a bit of traffic braving that weather as well. I don't know how. Back to the latest velocity here. And you can clearly see that rotation is not giving up as it moves past Route 231 northeastwards towards Interstate 10. If it continues in that same fashion, it will probably move just east of Mariana. And they're really getting heavy rain on that webcam right now. You can only really see it when it's being lit up by the headlights. There. And as we've seen, very regular lightning as well. So this is just a few miles ahead of that rotation signature. And if we get any more tornado warnings, we'll let you know straight away. And there has been a new tornado warning for, I think it's the same area, is it? Yes. Sink Creek, Compass Lake and Oakdale until 6:30. That's this current warning now. That's still observed. 7,000 in that warning zone. Switch back to the camera again. And this is the only tornado warning still active. However, it has a serious history. It looked very strong on approach to the coastline at Panama City Beach. It then made landfall there, and shortly afterwards it became a PDS tornado very close to Panama City, just off the west. And then for a brief period it went down to radar indicated and now once again observed. And I'm not sure its days are numbered yet either. Looking at the velocity, it's looking good still. Let's see if there's a CC drop. Possibly. There's definitely stuff going on there. Whether that constitutes a tornado on the ground or not. No, that's not where the rotation is. If there is a tornado on the ground, it will be this thing here. Which looks fairly decent in itself, to be honest. So keep watching that. That'll be the tornado if it's on the ground. Certainly getting quite impressive though on that reflectivity once again with some high wind values. Let's just do a little check on that. 66 miles per hour, 43. That's this live view of torrential rain and non-stop lightning, which has been a feature of this particular cell for the whole time since it was out at sea. And very heavy rainfall as the cell approaches Interstate 10, rather close to where this camera is. We're just waiting for some more information here. I'm just checking out. Just actually closed a window that I shouldn't have closed. Yes, actually a new tornado warning, or is it actually no, it's a continuation of this one. So a continuation and an extension of the current tornado warning, which is in effect now for entering parts of Georgia and Alabama. Very well, a tri-point actually is included there on this observed tornado until 7 a.m. Sink Creek, Oakdale, Grand Ridge, Marianna, Delwood, Greenwood, Malone, and Crosby. 32,000 in this tornado warning, which is still observed at this time. Oh, looking even better on that radar. Let's see if there's a more pronounced CC. It might be starting up again. It's getting close. Let me just make sure we've got a camera that's as close as possible to that. I think. This might be an interesting one to look at, just in terms of... No, actually we'll switch to another one. You can't see what's on my screen anyway, but let's actually go to this one. Here's another viewpoint right now. This is probably going to be the closest camera to wherever this tornado crosses Interstate 10, if it's on the ground. So things could get very difficult conditions here shortly. Just treacherous driving conditions as it is already there. Almost reminiscent of one or two of the hurricanes that we've covered in the last year or two, when we were looking at similar cameras during Idalia and Ian. In any case, really powerful looking rotation now, very close to Marianna. Marianna, take cover immediately. I'd be very concerned if I were you at this location, because it's starting to look much better. Still looking out at various points for a CC drop. Not seeing much actually, I'm a bit surprised. Reflectivity showing that hook once again. Velocity looking really good. Certainly strong. And back to that camera again then, looking at Interstate 10, just next to Mariana, literally underneath this potential tornado now at this point. So, you never know what you might see on these cameras, keep watching. Raining hard, lots of lightning. I'm just not sure which direction this is pointing. Still quite a bit of lightning, maybe not quite as much as earlier in this storm. Let's go back and look at the velocity once again and just double check that there aren't any more tornado warnings out there. This is still an observed tornado, everyone, and that's still in effect for Mariana predominantly, but extends quite a bit further along across the borders into Alabama and Georgia. Well, apart from that, not much else to tell you right now. This is the main thing we're watching. Let's look elsewhere. Is there anything else on the way? Well, not really. Apart from obviously that big line. Fort Walton Beach is getting that line right now as well. Look further north, Troy. They're under a special weather statement. Columbus, Ohio. Oh my gosh. Columbus, Georgia. About to get some of that line as well. It just ran off the tongue, you know. Anyways, still with this tornado warning observed. And that remains in effect until 7 AM. And we're back with this imagery on Interstate 10, just outside Mariana, which is the very close to the middle of this tornado. And as a matter of fact, if there is a tornado on the ground, it's pretty bad because it's just gone directly through Mariana, or is doing so right now. Look at the velocity, and there it is, straight through Mariana. Not much of a CC drop, so perhaps, well, they may have gotten away with it a little bit, but there could still be a tornado on the ground there in a significantly populated area. Mariana being a fairly sizable town. Not looking good on the reflectivity either. A proper hook there with the depression in the middle. Certainly And actually the weather getting much worse here as well on that webcam, although the tornado should have just passed north of there by this point. If you've got any comments or questions for us, please send them in live as we still keep looking at this deplorable weather conditions here not far from Mariana, where that tornado warning is. DB, thank you for your message of thanks. Relentless dedication. I think that flatters us a little bit, but we try our best. And we're certainly wanting to do a little, quite a bit more on general or non-tropical weather this year on the main channel, but we will still be covering all tropical bases as well. Visibility went way down at this location. Probably some really heavy rain rates, and the imagery keeps getting worse on the velocity through Mariana. It certainly looks pretty powerful to me. Oh, and a CC drop right next to Mariana here. That is bad news. There's your CC drop. And that was as of, well, just a couple minutes ago. Give you a little pointer on where exactly that is locally. That's US 90 at the junction with Florida Route 71, Greenwood Highway. And they have quite a few stores and petrol stations in that area, quite a few of those as well. A retail area right underneath that CC drop. And there's the new frame. It's moved on further northeast along Route 71. So if it keeps moving in that direction, then, well, it will head out of town. It will head over mostly rural areas. But that looks like bad news there, that CC drop. I'll be surprised if there isn't some form of damage. Because it looks pretty gnarly there on that image. Of course, it's just getting light out there now as well, so we may start to be able to see more things. But that was a significant pass through there in Mariana, and with that CC drop, it's pretty convincing that a tornado will have touched down in that retail area to the southeast of the town centre. It's still really the only thing going on in terms of tornadoes. Of course, we've had a few others go by. But as I say that, I missed one from a couple minutes ago here. A tornado warning in effect for this location. Right. Just north of Niceville as well. Until 7 AM. Radar indicated tornado there. Let's see if we can take a look at that. To the west, near Fort Walton Beach, and there it is, that little rotation there. I assume they were looking at this in particular. moving off that way. I think they are moving really quickly. So we are back to 2 tornado warnings. One of them is observed, one of them is still radar indicated. Go back to the reflectivity and you can see how that is going. And once again, let's switch back to the velocity to show you how that is going near Greenwood now. Did the CC drop continue? Oh, it did. Well, it's still definitely there, just south of Greenwood. A tornado that's probably on the ground. Give you a precise location on that. It's just about a mile southeast of Mariana Municipal Airport. Moving northeast. In a few minutes it will reach Route 69, Fort Road. Quite a few houses along there. Semi-rural. And then eventually continuing northeastwards. It is quite rural after that. Not looking good there still. And I'm not surprised at all that that's a confirmed tornado. And as a matter of fact, they've updated it, a damaging tornado, Mariana, Malone and Grand Ridge. That might be a PDS, just double checking. But certainly it is rather dangerous. Tornado warning remains in effect. This is a particularly dangerous situation. PDS tornado warning once again now for this area very close to Greenwood. Take cover now. A confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado located over Mariana, they said in this update, moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. It certainly was at one point. It isn't now, but it has gone beyond there. Radar confirmed tornado. Life-threatening situation. Tornadic thunderstorm will remain over mainly rural areas of southeastern Houston, central Jackson, southwestern Decatur, and Seminole counties, including Malone, Crosby, Grand Ridge, Little Hope, Blue Spring, Union City, Lovedale, Delwood, Riverton, and Star. Particularly dangerous situation, PDS issued for this tornado warning near Greenwood right now, moving northeastwards. And it was looking much better on that CC as this was happening, so it's not surprising to see that they have gone PDS, but I think they ought to have done it earlier when it was reaching Mariana. There was about 10 minutes there where we could have seen that CC dropping. And just a reminder of that other tornado warning that's still in effect in southeastern Okaloosa County, moving northeast at 55 miles per hour. And the wind you can hear in the background is from Cordell, Georgia, which will be getting that line of storms in a little while. But this is the main feature that we're looking at right now, this PDS tornado warning. Mainly rural areas. It could have been worse, but there are plenty of residences still in this area between Route 69 and Florida Route 2 and just east of 165. The CC still continuing there. Clearly a tornado on the ground. Latest position on that is probably somewhere near Nubbin Ridge Road. Probably closely following Bates Road as well, moving northeast. Live coverage of this particularly dangerous situation, tornado warning that's currently out in northwestern Florida, very close to the border with Georgia and Alabama. And indeed it could pass quite close to the tri-point between those three states. Now, whilst there haven't been that many tornadoes so far, some of them, maybe even most of them, have been relatively strong. Or certainly strong signature on them. Well, you can really hear the wind getting up on that camera in Georgia. Be interesting to see what's going on there, but we're more fixed on this tornado warning. And looking at that latest imagery, maybe it's capitulated a little bit. Let's see what's happening on CC. Maybe it is lifting there. So keep watching that closely, but there is a sign there that it might be lifting, which is good news if that's true. But if you are in that tornado warning, take no chances. Another tornado warning has been issued now for some other locations. Defuniak Springs, Uchiana and Freeport once again. These areas were under a tornado warning about an hour ago. I think from that same system. No, it wasn't. It was from the other system to the west. So another tornado warning active there, radar indicated. But right now our priority is this, which passed near or over Mariana, or probably on the ground as it was doing that. So if you are anywhere near Mariana, please let us know if it's safe to do so, how things are. But we are seeing signs that this tornado is wrapping up, or finishing up. Let's check CC again. There's that signature. Well, it's still there. And I know I had the audio off earlier when I was talking about the wind in Georgia, but you can hear it now on that webcam that we've still got up in the background. That's in Cordell. They'll be getting some, well, obviously that big line later on this morning. Let's check up on that line's progress right now. Here's where it is. It spawned that latest tornado warning actually That's caused by the line itself. And that's where the line is. It's past Fort Walton Beach and it's approaching Defuniak Springs. Further north it's getting close to Columbus, Georgia. It's just past Troy. Let's see if we can have a little look at this tornado warning here and what's caused that. And that's the sound of thunder there at Cordell. What's going on up there? Not that much by the looks of things, but we'll keep that sound going in the background at various points. But we've still got this severe tornado warning. Last we had it, it was still PDS, but we've just had an update. That's actually a different cell. This is another tornado warning actually that's been issued. Mossy Head, Glendale and Gaskin, just west of Defuniak Springs. So 2 tornado warnings side by side there now. On that last frame you can see it. 2 tornado warnings in the same place. And that's why, that right there is why this big cell here with a very good signature attached to it, right next to Interstate 10. So that's another one that we're going to have to watch closely, part of that line. Let's see if there's any cameras in that area. That we might be able to check in on. That potential tornado is very close to some of those cameras on I-10. Here's a viewpoint near that tornado warning. Well, you can't see too much there, but clearly raining quite a lot as well here. And lightning. There it is. Well, that tornado near Malone really shriveling up in that latest imagery. Let's check CC. It is still there though, it is still there. Crossing Route 2. And it will be about to enter Alabama briefly. Well, in about 10 minutes we should get some news from the Storm Prediction Center to see what they're saying. And how they'll update, whether there'll be an upgrade. In the meantime, we're still watching this confirmed tornado. And I believe it's still PDS. And there's now another tornado warning for Miramar Beach, Santa Rosa Beach and Blue Mountain Beach. So it's all going on in that line right now. Here it is. Now what's causing that one? There it is. A tornadic cell right there. Miramar Beach right underneath it there. So if that becomes a confirmed tornado, that's really bad news. At the moment it is radar indicated. So all of a sudden a flurry of activity here. 3 tornado warnings stemming from the line. And obviously that 1 tornado warning that's out in front. Force 13 live coverage continues on these tornado warnings that are still in effect for a few locations in Florida along the Gulf Coast. We've still got a dangerous tornado that's moved northeast of Mariana a few minutes ago, and we have tornado signatures at Miramar Beach and also north of there, Defuniak Springs underneath a tornado warning as well. Some questions. Did this hit remotely close to West Palm Beach? No. Nowhere near. West Palm Beach, I think, are in a marginal risk though for today. And looking at power outages, Washington County, Florida is now about 25% out, and Holmes County is about 30% out of power. Henry County in Alabama is about 15% out, and Washington County, Alabama earlier got hit as well. About 40% out there right now. So an extension of that tornado warning then that was going through Mariana, it's now extending into Alabama and Georgia. And there it is, down to radar indicated, 12,000 in that new tornado warn zone as it shifts along to the northeast. As for the line of storms, those 2 tornado warnings, there were 3 initially. Actually, no, all 3 are still in effect. I don't know if you can see them properly there with all of the colours. If we just turn the radar off for a minute, you can see the actual imprints there of those 3 tornado warnings, almost fanning out actually, and a significant area there under 3 separate tornado warnings right now. Hopefully they don't come to anything, but they do show signs of life. But anything in that line should be short-lived, but I wouldn't take any chances. After all, even if there's no tornado, it'll still be quite severe weather with winds of up to 70 miles per hour. So it's Florida where the action is at right now, as we wait for our next update from the Storm Prediction Center, which is due in just a few minutes. As we get towards 7 a.m. Central Time, 8 a.m. Eastern. Let's zoom back out and turn off the radar for a second so we can show you all current warnings of note. So that is where all of our warnings are right now. The oranges are severe thunderstorm warnings. The red zones, of course, the tornado warnings. And the yellow zones are the less serious special weather statements. You'll be getting storms in those areas as well. Not far from Atlanta, even at this point. And if we just quickly switch to the national radar, you can see how things are looking there. Rain turning to snow in far northern Indiana and Illinois. Parts of Michigan. Iowa seeing quite a bit of snow up there as well. And so is the Pacific Northwest in various places. A few blizzard warnings even over there. But let's switch it back to the local view in Florida and Alabama and Georgia on everything that's going on right now. Still tornado warnings in effect. 4 different tornado warned cells. No new tornado updates or indeed any severe thunderstorm warning updates. There haven't been any new ones of those for nearly 30 minutes. I expect that will change fairly soon though. Our live coverage of this severe weather event continues into its 4th hour, and a big day taking shape with this enhanced risk. I'm now joined by one of our US friends, Chris. Welcome aboard. Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, you speak for a lot of them, I'd imagine. I mean, I would like to have had a lie-in, but I had to get up at about 9 o'clock today.
East Coast, we have been put under a state of emergency for severe weather coming towards us. So
Really?
I don't know if it's like, yeah, our governor put us under a state of emergency.
And what are they expecting?
I can tell you right now, actually. Let's see if I can find it. State of emergency effective at 5 p.m. on Tuesday, January 9th, which is today, in anticipation of severe storms causing hazardous conditions, including heavy rain, high winds, and flash flooding.
So that's New Jersey.
Yes.
Are there any other states that have done this?
All Jersey's the only one that I've seen do it. But of course, our priority is on the storms that are going tornado warned.
What are your thoughts on what's happened so far this morning?
From what I've seen, I'm I'm not surprised that we saw a rapid like blow up of storms. I knew it was only going to be a matter of time until these storms blew up, but I was not expecting as large of a tornado producing storm as I was.
Really?
I was expecting like 3 to 4 tornadoes at least, but this has dropped how many in the past hours?
Oh, gosh. I think it's been like 4 in the last 3 hours.
Okay, so around there. Um, but I just hope that everybody who's in the path of these storms have like taken their precautions and are, actually listening to local weather and watching our stream because I noticed that there were some people in our stream who were saying, "Oh, we're watching you guys because our local news isn't doing anything."
Hmm. The line marches on, continuing eastwards. Panama City is now under a severe thunderstorm warning after that earlier tornado warning came through. This severe thunderstorm warning is for that line, and they say a tornado is also possible. Chris, did you follow that PDS tornado warning when it was near Panama City?
I did not. I'm gonna go ahead and pull up radar real quick and see what it's looking like.
Yeah, go back and have a look and let us know if you thought it might have touched down and where, because we're not sure really.
So, I actually have a tornado story about Florida. I was I was in Florida a few months back doing stuff with my mom, and we were at my grandmother's condo, and we had 2 tornadoes touch down by my grandmother's condo.
Wow.
And of course, she lives in a concrete building, but it's just something I thought I'd throw in there. Kind of hinting at tornadoes can happen anywhere, especially in the places where you least expect them to happen. If the conditions are right, they happen.
We do have a report of a tornado, the tornado near Mariana, which crossed Interstate 10, blew a semi truck over,
Oh,
and there's
dang.
damage on the southeast side of Mariana. Not surprising considering what we saw on radar.
No, I'm not surprised either. I'm just hoping the people are okay. This is kind of like I like talking about this kind of stuff, Nathan, because it goes into the emergency preparedness side of everything,
Yeah,
especially during hurricanes.
just trying to get some. Oh wow. There's actually, I think. Give me a moment on this. Nothing's working today. Yeah, there's a video here of one of the Interstate 10 tornado near Mariana. I think this one is. This was earlier on when we were covering it, and it looked really good on the velocity when it was just after it crossed I-10, or maybe during.
So, Nathan,
Yeah.
the National Weather Service in my state put us under a coastal flood advisory for today for the storms.
Hmm.
Yeah. But I'm having a very hard time pulling up the radar because it does not seem to want to be that the website wants to work.
So there's some footage from Interstate 10. of possibly a tornado there. And we do have the some footage here of a semi-truck that was blown over by a tornado that crossed Interstate 10 early this morning, with a branch stuck in it as well by the looks of it. So that is one casualty from this tornado event, that truck. We don't know about the status of who was inside it and how they are, but that's the latest there from Florida.
Nathan, did we go over the Washington County tornado warning in Florida?
I'm not sure. Go for it.
Because the police scanner that I have on my phone, that because I get like the scanners from different like states and counties. Washington County is assessing tornado damage, tornado warning until 6:30,
Okay.
and this was at 7:21.
This looks like damage from, I believe, the tornado warning in the Panama City area. And as you can see, it is quite extensive. I think this is the Panama City area. Clearly, some substantial damage there, and as you can see across the street as well. There were also power flashes in quite a few of those places too. Here's some more imagery actually. This is pretty wild. We think of a tornado this morning near, I think this is Panama City again, that one. As you can see, it's pretty wild. We've obviously got power flashes over there as well. WeatherCat says that their power is out from the storm. That was Panama City, by the way, that imagery. So just showing you some of what's happened early this morning when there were tornado warnings and a PDS in the Panama City area. So let's try and stay on top of what we've got going on right now then. Tornado warnings currently in effect for these areas, red areas there. So there's one in Georgia for Colquitt. There's also 3 tornado warnings in westernmost Florida. And that's where we're up to right now. Those 3 are part of that big line. I don't know if they'll be continuing or not. But in general, Chris, the tornado warnings that are embedded in that line are going to be short-lived in overall.
Yeah, I'm on the radar. I'm looking at the line of storms that's going through, where like the 3 tornado warnings are.
Yep.
The digital base velocity, if there is anything that produces, is not very good for a long-lived tornado. I can't say the same about the other areas, but looking at the digital base velocity, there's not a lot of good signs that this could be a long-lasting tornado. This is probably, like you said, going to be short-lived.
Yeah. And we're still watching those tornado warnings. The Georgia one is being trimmed down. Haven't heard about the 3 there in Florida. I think they all might expire shortly, actually, unless they get reissued. Apart from that, nothing else new at the moment. But we are waiting at Cordell, or I think it's Cordial actually. I just heard someone on one of their radios call it Cordial, so if I've been pronouncing it wrong the whole time, then that's, yeah. And the line isn't all that far away from there. And we'll get to see what happens a little bit later on. That's where you can hear that train noise right now. This is Force 13 Live, continuous coverage on this gigantic line that's moving on through with tornadoes ahead and in it. Now we've got an update to the convective outlook for day 1, and it remains enhanced, and actually I don't think there's been much change to it at all. Let's have a look at it right now. This is what it looks like. That enhanced risk, as you can see, extending from western Florida all the way through to the Outer Banks of North Carolina, and a slight risk extending as far south as Lake Okeechobee and just south of Tampa. Marginal risk covering the rest of Florida and as far north as just into a tiny slither of Maryland there.
So, Nathan, I pulled up the weather radar from my local weather radar, and on my phone, the storm that's over Florida has it on track to start moving up towards my area. So the storm that's down by Georgia, where the tornado warnings are, they have that entire line plus the line that's extending moving up towards where I'm at by like 1:30 in the afternoon.
And right now, just finishing off that Storm Prediction Center update, not much changes at all. There's still 10% hatched for tornadoes. The wind is still 30% hatched. Hail, there's a second 5% area. Those tornado 10% haven't fused together. So I think that's what we're getting for today by the looks of things. And you can hear a lot of wind there in the background from Cordial, Georgia. And actually, just want to read out a flash flood warning again for Maui in Hawaii. Heavy rain over Lahaina. 1 to 2 inches per hour. Flash flooding ongoing or expected to begin shortly. So another flash flood warning for Hawaii like we saw yesterday. Now let's see if we've got any more news on the tornado front then. Have they expired? I think it's 15 minutes past now. There is a tornado warning, actually a new one. Okay, tornado warning much further north here in Georgia, near Atlanta actually. Atlanta is in a tornado warning right now. Here it is: Palmetto, Union City, Riverdale, Hartsfield, Jackson, Atlanta Airport, East Point, Panthersville, and Atlanta. Tornado warning, radar indicated. 600,000 people in this tornado warning with pea-sized hail possible. So now we're looking towards Atlanta, Georgia. We didn't see that one coming. Let's go straight to the Atlanta radar. There's the warning, and that's a horrid looking radar. What is that? Alright, then let's go to the other one. Peachtree City. Let's see what's going on up here then with this radar indicated tornado warning for Atlanta. If it ever gets working. There it is. So you can see that tornado warning coming out of a big line there. Interesting to see that. Little bit of rotation possibly there, not far from Fairburn. But looking at reflectivity in general, it looks like that right now. That is all part of that big long line that's still causing those other tornado warnings in Florida. Incredible. Let's see if we can find some webcams in that area where that tornado warning is. Just trying to remember exactly where that is again. Let's zoom back in. I'm not familiar with Atlanta. Okay, yes, so Interstate 85, I think. I'm still trying to figure out where are we? There, okay. Just trying to work on this. CB says that in Douglasville, Georgia, it's coming down and flooding. Trying to find a video that works here. Doesn't look like any of the cameras in the area are working actually. But once again, that's a tornado warning near Atlanta, Georgia. Turning the radars off, you can see the extent of those warnings right now. And there is another one in Florida, not far from Panama City, the areas that were already affected earlier, near Laguna Beach. So we have warnings in a lot of places right now. I'm still trying to work to get some of these cameras working, but it seems pretty hopeless actually. We'll throw it back to the full radar view so that we can see everything that's going on. And this is how it's progressed in the last few hours. This line really getting quite big now. Let's try and get those latest tornado warnings. So this was the last one that was issued a minute ago in Florida. For these locations, radar indicated quarter-sized hail possible, 19,000 in this tornado warning for West Bay, Vicksburg, Econfina, Ebro, and Pine Log. That line is getting quite close to where the webcam is that we're listening to, Cordial. Here's the view from there right now. A little bit windy at times, but not too much going on visually there. So still plenty of tornado warnings to go around right now. We have 3 active actually. The one that was moving through into Georgia from Florida, that's gone now. The one near Defuniak Springs is still in effect. And obviously the one to its southeast near Laguna Beach. The tornado warning that's reaching Atlanta looks like it might be being changed to a severe thunderstorm warning here. I'm not sure yet. Let's go back to the local radar and look at some velocity. What's happening to it? So the rotation earlier that caused that tornado warning, that was this. Since then, looks like it's dissolved again. So I think that tornado warning will expire, leaving us with that severe thunderstorm warning. And look at all those storms moving through there. So quite busy in Atlanta right now, I imagine.
41 medium clear south roll.
And a lot of wind you can hear from that webcam, which is located, I think it's here. I think. Yeah. So that's where that camera is, quite close to some of the action. We've also got another one down in Waycross. There's also another one around here, I think, that we'll be able to show you all of those throughout the course of today. There's also one near Atlanta, so maybe we can have a look at that one right now, actually. Let's go and have a look at the one in Austell, Georgia, and see what we can see there. Oh yeah, it's raining. This is Austell, Georgia right now, which is close to that tornado warning, just north. And this wall of rain and storms is moving in right now, as you can clearly see. Traffic, however, is still pretty normal by the looks of it. But the conditions are poor. You're watching Force 13's live coverage of this severe weather event. 3 tornado warnings active, 1 in Atlanta. And that's where this is. This camera. Actually, that tornado warning is now gone. So it was only in effect for a very short time. There are 2 tornado warnings though still in effect in Florida. One of them just north of Laguna Beach, the other one at Freeport and Defuniak Springs. All part of that big line that's parading through from west to east this morning. (8:28) on the east coast, 7:28 central. And this is continuing coverage of this enhanced risk event today, which remains fairly unchanged compared to last night's synopsis from the Storm Prediction Center. They did their update half an hour ago, and virtually no change. And once again, that view there from Austell, Georgia, just outside Atlanta. Getting hit by that line right now, the big old line. Let's see if there's any more warnings we can bring to you right now. There's just that severe thunderstorm warning that extended out of that tornado warning earlier. Nothing else new at the moment. So with that, let's see if we can find some more images from earlier. Well, there aren't any more images, but let's just show you some earlier imagery or video of what happened in Mariana. Mariana, Florida earlier, impacted by a tornado. Here was Interstate 10, where we had a semi-truck obviously overturned there with a significant tree branch stuck in it. That was on Interstate 10 just outside of Mariana, Florida, where it was just before a PDS tornado warning was issued as it was moving northeast from Mariana. And that was the same cell that initially affected Panama City and issued and caused a PDS tornado warning there as well. And this was another video earlier on from Panama City of very strong winds, clearly. Power flashes over there in what may have been part of the actual tornado, we're not sure. But that was earlier on this morning near Panama City. If there's any more tornado warnings, we'll let you know straight away. As of right now, though, we only have the ones that are still active, and that's just one now. The one that was near Panama City to the north, Ebro. Let's switch station again and go back to this warning and the radar station right next to this tornado warning actually. Let's see what we've got on velocity. Just let it load in there for a moment. Any minute now. Alright, that didn't work out, did it? But nonetheless, this tornado warning still in effect as I try to get this radar to work. Right, we got something just then. Let's run with this then for the moment. Velocity. So this is what happened, and there is still that rotation quite clearly. So that's something to keep watching right there. The enhancements that I actually wanted to show aren't loading though. Don't know why. But hopefully that will be expiring soon, and then we will have no tornado warnings active. But at the moment we've still got the one. Since this isn't working, let's try and switch to Tallahassee. And hopefully we can get that one working. Well, there's one enhancement, not the one I was looking for though. Looks like it's all hopeless. Let's go back and look at the conditions near Atlanta, Georgia. That's where all the noise is coming from. It looks like it's rush hour. And I'm actually going to take a short break away from this desk for just a couple of minutes whilst we continue watching Austell, Georgia. If there are any tornado warnings in the next 2 minutes, my apologies. This is Force 13 Live, and the live view right now shows Austell, Georgia, which is in that line. That line that we've been talking about day and night, as well as the stuff that's in front of it, which has often been producing tornadoes. Here's how it looks right now on the south side, Florida and southern Alabama and Georgia. And the strong business end of the line is just about to reach Panama City, and there's still a tornado warning out there. Let's have another look at it, and you can see the rotation, if there is any, is near Ebro or Ebro, moving east-northeast. Not sure what to make of it myself. But there's the wide shot of that region as it is right now. That tornado warning there actually got an update. It is now an observed tornado actually. Okay, so an observed tornado in that area under that tornado warning. Take cover immediately. Not the best view for velocity here, but that is an observed tornado. My guess is around here. Yep, that's definitely still there, although maybe the actual velocity has weakened a little bit on that, but still an observed tornado warning there. And that is the only current tornado warning. Of course, on some occasions we've had 3 or 4 active though. So we skipped a couple of frames there on that radar as well. Then we got another little line approaching Tallahassee and north of there. And that severe thunderstorm warning is done for Atlanta as well. So that camera that we were looking at will go back to the previous camera at Cordele, which is further south in Georgia, and quite a bit of wind there by the sounds of things. And they're still a little distance away from the line, but it will eventually get there, and we might see a bit of a show from this camera, as well as possibly the one in Waycross much later in the day when the line gets there. As of right now though, we've still got the tornado warning that we're most interested in Florida. Apart from that though, only a few severe thunderstorm warnings. mostly to do with the main part of that line, which is along the southern part of it. That's where it's strongest, where it's moving along here, Interstate 10 and Panama City, and Dothan also about to get the line. Oh, big update on that tornado warning, I think. I just saw it. Where did it go? There it is. There's that update on that tornado warning. And it looks like an upgrade. I'm trying to find to what extent it's an upgrade. Just to observed, not a PDS. Observed tornado warning for Chipley, Cottondale and Alford until 8:15 AM. Go back to velocity. That's an interesting thing up there. But that's not the warning. The warning itself, this imagery is very laggy right now. The warning is much further towards the south. It's coming, I think, from this thing. An observed tornado. Although the markers are here, so I'm not sure. Of course, this radar's still a little distance away, so I guess we'll have to do our due diligence and try and change radar. Those who know that I find it very difficult to change radar sites on this without it crashing. Or without serious technical issues. Let's see what we've got then, if we can get this working from the KEVX radar. And hopefully we can get a little bit of a better handle on how exactly this is turning out. Okay, well, there's the rotation point along here. That's an observed tornado warning though, along Route 77. Let me just give you a little bit of local navigation on that. If I can actually find out where this is first. Trying to figure out where that is. 77, yeah. So this is very close to one or two small communities. I don't actually see any place names. But you can see Warsaw, or Warsaw, I have no idea. Strange name. Just north of there. But there's some little communities just south of there. Elkham Boulevard, for instance. And places off there. They're under this right now. Go through the animation again and you can see how it's been developing. Do we have a CC drop? Really can't tell. And reflectivity. Even this radar doesn't appear to be very good quality. But that's the latest that we've got right now, that tornado warning. And that, I think, is the only one that's active, unless we've had any new ones, but we haven't. So just this tornado warning at the moment, and that's approaching Alford, Florida. We're joined by one of our team members, Alex. There's a few Alexes, but we've got our Pacific Northwest Alex with us, actually.
Good morning.
Good morning. It's going to be very early for you, actually.
Yeah, it's like 5:47.
Why did you do that?
So,
And from a Pacific Northwest perspective, a few blizzards over there too, I believe.
Yeah, but where I live currently, we're not expecting to see any snow until Friday.
Snow on Friday.
From what I'm hearing.
Any thoughts on what you've been seeing or looking at regarding this severe weather event?
Surprisingly early to start off the year with this kind of severe weather event.
I mean, it is a multi-day event, really, isn't it? It's a continuation of last night, feeding into this morning, and going on through the rest of the day.
Yeah.
But right now, we have this tornado warning that's still in effect, an observed tornado. And that is not far from, probably getting close to the Compass Lake and Alford now at this point. And it's part of this big line that we've been watching since it first started up in Houston yesterday.
That's quite the long distance that Squall has been traveling.
And by the time we get to tonight and tomorrow, it's going to be extremely long as well. As a matter of fact, we were going to look at models a long time ago. I think now we'll take that opportunity and take a look at some of these models. So here's what we have right now, the latest HRRR from 12Z. Showing that line off very well. And as the day progresses, I'm not really seeing any... Well, yeah, maybe a chance for some tornadoes in North Carolina there from some of those cells. But Georgia and South Carolina, they're mainly going to be attached to the line or very close to it. That line proceeds throughout the day, and it even reaches the Keys by early tomorrow morning. Yep. Let's see if we can look at wind, because obviously it is wind driven, this event, and you can see some of it moving through there, although not very much, particularly on that graphic. Check the NAM 3 kilometer, and it shows a rather similar situation actually, although maybe some enhanced thunderstorms ahead of the line in North Carolina, more so than what the HRRR is projecting. That line even goes as far south as Savannah, Cuba. Amazing.
So it looks like for after tomorrow we got more possible severe weather today because we have a day 3 slide for Tuesday the 11th.
Yep.
And a 15% for day 4 for the 12th.
We're still watching this tornado warning as you hear another train go by at Cordele, Georgia. We're still waiting for the thunderstorms to arrive there, although we've heard some distant ones over the last couple of hours. Update to the tornado warning, which is still being extended again, unless it's a brand new one. I can't tell. I think it's an extension, but in any case, here it is for Graceville, Malone, Cottonwood, and Rehoboth on the Florida-Alabama border. This warning in effect until 8:15, and actually it is a different polygon. It's not an extension, it's another cell. And there's the source. That's quite clear. I imagine that will probably go observed. at some point, because that looks like a decent tornado signature.
That's also a pretty big one, I think.
Oh, and a CC drop. That should definitely be a tornado. And that looks really gnarly there, near Graceville. We got to watch this one very closely, everyone. That is a potent CC drop near State Route 77 and 2. Trying to get my bearings now. Where are we? I'm completely lost now. Oh, that's up towards right near the border with Alabama. Yep, Graceville, 77, and there's another small road there to the west, which it's directly over right now. CR 173 county route, I think that is 173. It's directly over that right now, just south of Macintosh Hill. I think, if I'm looking at the right road, which actually I don't think I am. A bit further east than that, actually. I can't tell. But in any case, it's moving on towards Graceville at the moment. And look how much that's expanded in the last few minutes. That's a crazy CC drop there, and that is surely going to get upgraded post haste. It has been upgraded to observed. So that's just been upgraded to observed already, and that much looks very obvious to me. So a clear-cut tornado on the ground there, south of Graceville. I was trying to figure out what road that is, but that's not a road at all. I think that's a county line. So pardon me on that one. Oh, and a new frame there, just about reaching Route 77. Very close to where it meets Plano Road. Or is it Piano Road? Piano Road. What an interesting name for a road. Piano Road. Looks like it's underneath that tornado right now. So, an observed tornado warning there, which formed out of absolutely nothing. Watch back again, looking through the CC. Boom! There it is. Admittedly, it looks like it may have weakened just slightly in that last frame.
I am wondering what did it hit to cause this sudden CC drop.
Very impressive looking on the reflectivity as well. So keep watching that CC drop return there as it passes over Route 77. Could only be about a couple of miles south of Graceville, if that. Oh, and there's the new frame actually over parts of Graceville there. Places like Prim Avenue and Cliff Street near there, the Graceville Civic Center, the Veterans Memorial Park, probably being absolutely hit by that tornado right now, and maybe extending further north towards 2nd, 3rd, 4th Avenue. So Graceville, right in the middle of this tornado right now, nearly anyway, and it certainly looks dangerous. I don't know if they might PDS it.
They might. I'm not sure myself, actually.
Huh. Moving quickly as well. that'll already be moving on towards the northeast. Where's next? You're looking towards just southeast of Kirkland Airport, Browntown, small community, the northeast, and then over the border, the state line, and then eventually reaching US 231. Quite sparse after Graceville, really, so that's some good news. But some parts of Graceville probably being hit by a tornado here. There it is again. Back to velocity. Clear signature there too. And the reflectivity looks very powerful indeed. That was an error sound. No other tornado warnings yet, and it looks like the CC is getting weaker now, so maybe that's starting to wind down, hopefully. Possibly. The southerly tornado warning is still in effect as well, although I'm not sure where it would be. Perhaps along here, somewhere around Alford actually. So keep watching that one closely too. Go ahead.
You're up, Dad.
So Graceville there on the very edge of a what looked like possibly a severe tornado for a little bit there. And now moving on towards the northeast still.
I don't know if you got this yet, but I think they just expired both tornado warnings.
Really? I think it's early for that.
Yeah. I haven't seen them on the radar that I'm using. Radar app.
I'm pretty sure they're still in effect. Both of them are still in effect.
It was just my radar app buffering.
Wolf 13's live coverage continues on this tornado and severe weather event today. An enhanced risk and an expansive enhanced risk as well for large parts of the southeastern United States. Just waiting to hear anything more about these tornado warnings. But they are most definitely still there at the moment. The one near Graceville, there it is. Oh, it's still going. Madrid is next, by the looks of things on that graphic. Just about to cross the state line. There it is once more. And we continue to wait for new frames to come in. Always a fast moving scenario. But it certainly looks the part for a while. And still a decent signature there. That's an observed tornado near Graceville. Moving off northeast of the town now, northwest of Campbellton. Literally crossing over into Alabama right now. waning perhaps, but not dead yet. And then you look further south, there's Alford. Tornado may have passed through that area, close to Mariana once again. Already got a tornado earlier. There is actually a camera right in that area, so let's see what we can see. Here's a live view near Alford, north of Alford, right where that potential tornado is. Probably just past this location actually to the moving east. But as you can see, the weather is very inclement in this location. And the next stop, if it keeps going, is Mariana. Again. So let's pull up a webcam closer to Mariana, one of the ones that we were looking at earlier this morning, I think. Let's see what we can find. Just wondering which camera to show. None of them are that great. Not many of these cameras look at the sky, obviously. Let's have a look at this one then. This is live from next to Mariana. And you can see there, obviously, stormy conditions and lots of lightning flashes. You saw that. That tornado warning is headed right for that location if it continues. That CC drop from that other tornado is still there, and it's just crossed the border now into Alabama, right next to Madrid. Reflectivity and the velocity once again. We're still watching this very closely. No further updates to tornado warnings though so far. The last one was issued 12 minutes ago. There has though just been a couple of new severe thunderstorm warnings issued too. You can hear the wind in the background from Cordele, Georgia. Severe thunderstorm warning has been issued here. For large parts of south and western Georgia, Lumpkin, Charles, Louisville, Renfrew, Cusita, Buena Vista, Ellaville, Tazewell, Charing and Howard. Up to 60 mph winds, pea-sized hail possible, 16,000 in this zone. And here's another one, up to 70 mph in this zone, mainly for Florida, with a tornado possible tag. Apalachicola, Creels, Port St. Joe, Mexico Beach, Sumatra, Wewahichka, Kinard, Villas, Telegia, Blountstown, Altha, Gretna, Chattahoochee, Delwood, Fowlestown, Bainbridge and Iron City, all in this severe thunderstorm warning. And back to the CC imagery here. Is that the same one we were looking? Yes. Well, not so much left of it now, that tornado there. And there's still something about it, but I wonder if it's still an observed tornado. We won't know unless the NHC tell us, NWS tell us so. NHC, gosh. But anyways, no updates on that one just yet, as we're just about to reach 4 hours of coverage today so far. Force 13 live coverage continues here on this ongoing severe weather event. The line continues to press on. It's now reached Panama City, as well as many other locations along that line. It's past Atlanta, and eventually it will make its next stops. Send in your comments and questions live on our channel. Start your message with Force 13 all in text and it will light up for us. I anticipate that in about half an hour we will have to break away and run it automated for a little while. Not an ideal situation, but I do have to take leave for a fair while. Do my daily duties. So it may be an unfortunate situation if we do have a tornado in about an hour's time, because I will not be here. But we will have the automated stream, well, literally this. We'll just put some music on for a little bit. But in the meantime, we're still watching this event as it continues, and that line shuffles on further eastwards. Still waiting to see what happens with those tornado warnings. There's not been any amendments for 16 minutes, and they may be allowed to expire. They will expire at 1:15. Back to velocity again. Still watching this one very closely, just passing through Cottonwood. Is there still a CC drop? Sort of. So a very real risk of a tornado being on the ground through Cottonwood now. We don't know for sure. But that's what we're up to right now. Potential tornado in Cottonwood. As for the other one, well, the velocity has it over Mariana almost now. So they mustn't be interested in reissuing a tornado warning, because they would have had to have extended it by now. As for the one at Cottonwood, they'll need to decide soon whether they want to extend that one or not, because that's getting very close to the edge of the polygon. Oh, they have. There you go. They've just extended that one. We knew it was nearly decision time. As a matter of fact, there's another tornado warning active. We'll get to that in just a minute, but first of all, we have to go to the first one. Tornado warning observed. Pea-sized hail possible, 14,000 in that one, extending as far as Cedar Springs now and Jakin. But the other warning here has been issued for parts of Florida, Callaway, Kinnard, Frink, Blountstown, Youngstown, Lake Mystic, Bayou George. That's not far from Panama City. We're joined by Justin Deming right now. Hello, good morning.
Morning, I literally just got out of bed like 10 minutes ago, so I'm not like fully awake yet, so bear with me. Yeah, so on the topic of tornado warnings, apparently overnight last night there was a tornado warning in Hawaii.
There was, yes. I did see that overnight. Maui,
which is
I think.
very rare for them, actually.
That's right. There was. I didn't actually mention that on the stream. It was before we got back on the air. As of right now, though, there are still 3 tornado warnings active. I think one's about to expire, the middle one. But the bottom and the top one, they're still going along. The top one is observed, and the bottom one has just been issued. Right next to Panama City.
Yeah, and other news on the other side of the system, it is absolutely snowing like crazy here right now. Just measured a ½ inch of snow 5 minutes in. Yeah, about 5 minutes ago. Actually, I'll let me take a picture real quick and post in live discussion. Give me a moment. I'm gonna take up that.
We're still watching the Cordell camera, or Cordial camera as well in Georgia. Anything interesting happens, we will take you right to it. So what's the temperature over there near Buffalo?
33 degrees with heavy snow.
33 and heavy snow.
Come on, phone.
And about an hour ago, the SPC updated and they kept the enhanced. They barely changed anything. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah. Well, right now I'm not surprised they haven't changed anything. But if things get worse, I wouldn't be just surprised to see a moderate upgrade. But yeah, look at live discussion. I posted a picture. Absolutely dumping snow here right now. Which, not gonna lie, was kind of surprised to wake up to this morning.
I don't see a picture.
Hang on. Did it not load? What the heck?
No. The line of storms continues to push eastward. It's just past Panama City. They are also in a tornado warning earlier this morning.
It might be a Discord issue on your end because it's loaded for me perfectly fine.
Don't see any picture at all, not even an unloaded one.
Hang on, I'm gonna refresh Discord real quick. Hang on. Try this again. And
Live coverage continues here. Weechi says, good morning, a crispy minus 24 degrees on the prairies, Canada. How do people survive?
try this again, shall we?
Wade says it's only going to get worse. The GFS and the SPC have the ULL getting way deeper throughout the next several hours. Getting worse for who, though? The severe weather or the snow? Or both?
Probably both, honestly. Yeah, I just sent another one. How about now?
There is... Oh, it didn't work for me. Here it is, the lovely image from Justin.
Yeah, it's absolutely dumping snow here, and I actually, yeah, ½ inch currently. Probably closer to 3/4 of an inch now.
Well, there you have it.
National Weather Service in Buffalo actually issued a special weather statement for stating wintry mix possible likely across western New York this morning. Although weird thing is it's all snow right now.
Yes. Well, it's still early though, isn't it? It might get a little bit warmer.
Yeah, it's supposed to be in the mid to upper 40s by the afternoon.
40s? Well, your
Change
snow will be
over, right?
melting then.
Oh yeah.
Well, we're still looking at this big line of storms moving along Mariana right now, really reaching there. Already impacted by a tornado earlier this morning. Now receiving the actual line. I think we have another little something to show if it loads. Well, it won't show, but I can tell you that there are homes missing roofs, many trees and wires down, and some structural damaged buildings as well on the eastern side of Mariana. That will have been from this morning's earlier tornado. There is actually another video here as well, which I can show. Here's some view of what it's looking like near Mariana, Florida this morning. This area particularly impacted by what clearly looks like tornado damage.
Yeah, it looks like I'm gonna have to go outside and measure the snow again pretty soon because it's about to change over to rain shortly. Which is honestly to be expected.
So that's just one viewpoint from Mariana, Florida. And we know that the eastern side got hit much worse than anywhere else.
Oh wow, I don't know if you saw I don't know if you saw this yet, but this was in Lower Grand Lagoon. Wow. Major tornado damage.
There it is. Potentially, but how good do you reckon that structure is?
True.
So that's another viewpoint there. Let's see if there's any more tornado warnings now. An update to the one that was observed in the northern one that you can still see there. That's still observed. Tornado warning continues for Ashford, Columbia, and Avon, Alabama until 10 a.m. Eastside tail possible. Nearly 7,000 in that warning.
Yeah, National Weather Service in Buffalo actually just issued another special weather statement for pretty much the majority of western New York. Wintry mix switching to rain by late morning across western New York. Temperatures around or just above freezing are resulting in precipitation to begin as light snow over much of western New York, including Buffalo and Rochester. Expect the wintry mix to switch to rain late this morning into early afternoon. Untreated roads could become slippery. Primary treated roads should remain wet. Use caution while traveling this morning. So basically my walk to the river for the afternoon should be fun.
Once again, the view here looking across the region, that big nasty looking line moving along west to east. And I think we still have those 2 tornado warnings that are active. The northern one, which is observed, and the southern one, which started near Panama City. I don't know how that one's going at the moment. Can't really see it very much there. Do we still have a CC drop on that one in Alabama? Well, a little bit, although it doesn't look particularly
Noticeable.
or notable, maybe. Very close to Gordon right now. You know the drill. Take cover immediately.
At least on the bright side, we actually have decent radar coverage this time around.
Fairly. A new severe thunderstorm warning issued for Buena Vista, Georgia, Ellaville, and Howard until 9:45 a.m. So there's still plenty of that going on. Here's another viewpoint earlier today near Panama Beach when that cell moved ashore with a wild rotation indicated on radar. And as you can see, very maybe extreme conditions, certainly extremely heavy rainfall there.
Yeah, there's one thing people don't realize with severe storms. Yes, you have the tornadoes, wind, and the hail, but not many people realize flash flooding is also a concern as well.
In many places.
Yeah.
And here's some damage as well from one of these storms. Again, in the Grand Lagoon area, which is the place that first got hit by what clearly looks like a tornado. Certainly looked like that on the radar. Smashed windows there. And bricks strewn about all over the place as well. A tornado warning issued for Mexico Beach. A new tornado warning, I think. Yep. Radar indicated tornado warning, quarter-sized hail possible. Nearly 9,000 population in this one. Here it is.
Fun fact about Mexico Beach, that's where Hurricane Michael made landfall.
Thank you. We all know, I think.
For those who don't know.
And that warning is there for Wewahichka, Honeyville, Dalkeith, Sumatra, and Orange. Nearly 9,000 in that tornado warning, quarter-sized hail possible. And that makes up the complement of 3 tornado warnings currently active. One of them is observed, that northern one in Alabama. Let's just take the radar off for a moment so you can see them properly. There it is. That's the scenario right now. The observed one is sort of a pink shading, and the red ones are radar indicated tornado warnings. You can hear wind in the background. That's from Georgia, where we've got a camera at Cordele, and I imagine the big wind buffer is about to arrive fairly soon with that big line. As a matter of fact, Cordele now is on the edge of that special weather statement there, so things might get a bit more interesting on that webcam. And I can't get this to... There we go. But as I said earlier, in about 15 minutes, Justin, I will have to go.
Alrighty.
And then I don't know what will happen on here. We'll be doing an automated stream, I guess.
Okay.
No, that's the wrong button. Here's the view from Cordele. I didn't look very well there, did I? Here's the view
Nope.
from Cordele. Cordele. Still don't know how it's pronounced. I heard someone on that radio there say Cordele.
How's it spelled? C-O-R-D-E-L, right?
E-E-L-E.
Huh.
Let's now take a look and see if there's any updates to those warnings. Doesn't look like. So let's go and take a look at some velocities. This new one coming in there near Mexico Beach. It's hard to tell from this particular radar, but it does look like there's some rotation there. Further north, the one that we're still tracking is past Gordon now. Any CC still on there? Oh, a tiny bit.
Update, the snow is starting to change over to rain here. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go measure it again real quick.
Oh my goodness. This guy's a snow weenie.
I can tell it's starting to change over to rain because it's from last week.
Let's try and get the Tallahassee radar then, so we can have a proper look at this. Might take a while for it to load. But those are the tornado warnings as we see them right now. And another tornado warning, or actually an extension, that northern one there out of the 3. Obviously don't forget the one further north in Alabama. In effect for Sneed's, Grand Ridge and Sink Creek until 9:15. So that's just been issued as well. So for a short period of time we've got 4 tornado warnings in a line here. And actually that's set to continue because the middle one has just been continued for Blountstown, Lake Mystic and Frink, Florida until 8:45. And there's the velocity now running. So we can see everything that's going on here. Although not in as picture perfect quality as I would have liked. But there you have it. And a line of 4 tornado warnings then along this big line, which is continuing to affect this entire region. Back to Cordele, and we're getting some rain and wind. Oh, it's blustery now. Cordele, Georgia, along Interstate 75. Probably about 40 or 50 miles west of the line at the moment.
Okay, I'm back. So, update, but it's more of a rain, sleet mix right now.
Oh dear.
And into 25 minutes since my last measurement, 0.3 inches of snow fell, which is actually quite a lot in that short amount of time.
Fair.
So you're looking at snowfall rates up towards an inch an hour currently.
And another tornado warning continuation, that one in Georgia. And what else has happened? Another tornado warning actually extending into Georgia, Donaldsonville, Colquitt and Iron City. So that means we have, I think, 5 in a row now lined up. The good news is that all of them, none of them are observed tornadoes. They're all radar indicated. So no confirmed tornadoes out of this lot now. The northern one was observed, but it's just gone down to radar indicated now. And just be very careful along this line. It could get pretty nasty. Unpredictable, the operative word. Let's see if we can take a look at any cameras just ahead of that line in Florida. Let's have a look. Where is the line at? Near Chattahoochee. So we can take a look at some cameras in that area and see what it looks like. So this is a view near Chattahoochee, very close to the line. And as a matter of fact, this location is under a tornado warning, one of those radar indicated warnings. So a viewpoint along what's the word? It's opposite of wide angle, but a nice long view down that road there. And again, you can hear the wind from Cordele in Georgia in the background. Not from this webcam, but from the other one we were looking at. And there's already a bit of spray there, but it's really going to get wet in the next 20-30 minutes when that line moves in on this particular webcam. The line continues to push through. 5 tornado warnings in effect. None of them are observed tornadoes, but take cover in all of those zones right now, pretty much all across the line. Wonder if they can fit any more along that line. And there's a tornado warning extension there for the second from the top line cell. New tornado warning for Arlington, Damascus, and Bancroft, Georgia, until 10:15. Here it is. So that's the second most northerly cell. Nearly 4,000 in that tornado warning. Pea-sized hail possible.
Looks like we're actually about to have a new tornado warning issued soon near Point St. Joe. There's another area of rotation about to move on shore.
I thought there might have been. Look down towards the bottom there.
Speaking of new tornado warnings, the tornado confirmed south just actually had a new tornado warning issued on its radar indicated.
Who?
The tornado warning cell that had a confirmed tornado on it on the northern edge of the line got a new tornado warning issued for it. Crap.
Ah, yes, that's just happened.
Yep.
So that one has also been extended. Although it's not showing up on my feed. Unless that was the one that I just showed.
Maybe.
Oh, it was. I thought there was another one though.
No, maybe it just showed up for me then. I don't know. I was gonna say, what radar program are you using?
I'm a bit confused there. Yeah, it was the northernmost one that I was showing. The second most northerly one was updated 6 minutes ago, just to show you that one as well. Here it is. That one was Donaldson, Colquitt, Boykin, and El Dorado. So that's the second most northerly line of the line, and the one I showed you just before is the most northerly. So we've cleared that one up. Bit of confusion though, with 5 tornado warnings in a line here right now, as it proceeds into deeper into Florida and eventually into Georgia. And obviously you've been hearing the wind getting up at Cordele, Georgia as well. We are quite close to that line, but just having a little opening now by the looks of it. Severe thunderstorm warning's just been issued to its west though, including Americus. Let's give you some more on that particular warning right now. Severe thunderstorm warning there, up to 60 mph winds, pea-sized hail, 226,000 in that severe thunderstorm warning. Zooming back out to the whole picture once again, and you can see everything that's going on there. But let's just briefly take the radar overlay off, and you can see all of those tornado warnings active. 5 in a line. Well, we've still got the 5 tornado warnings in a line. None of them are observed at the moment. That's still the case. But obviously we got to treat them seriously.
Oh, by the way, 2 minutes ago, Storm Chaser Brandon Smith reported a rotating wall cloud on Highway 22, wall cloud rotating to the south of me. And that's Mexico Beach cell.
Yeah, that could trigger another warning down there as well. Be interesting to see. Well, unfortunately at this point, Justin, I have to take leave.
Alright.
What we're going to do is we're going to leave the mics open so that if anyone joins our on-air room, they can just go ahead and do their own commentary if they want to. I don't know if you do, Justin, but that's what I'll be doing. Probably for about an hour or so. And I'm going to get the music playlist and we'll play some low-level music here so that people don't feel too alone.
I guess that's one way to put it.
Something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's try and find something. So let's call this maybe a bit of an intermission here, everyone. But we are going to keep streaming what you can see in front of you there, this significant event that's occurring. Let's go to that. Alright then, so we're going to take well, fairly long break, but if you might hear voices randomly appear from our team members who might give you some updates. I don't know if anyone's around, basically. But there are 5 tornado warning storms.
For the next hour, who knows?
I don't know. I'll leave it on quiet then.
Alrighty.
I'll be back in the chair fairly soon, probably in about an hour's time. Stick with us, and hopefully things won't go too pear-shaped whilst I'm away.
Yeah.
This is Force 13 Live.
Well, I'll be in here. I'll just be chilling in here, I guess. Oh, hello. If you're in Arlington, Georgia, take cover now. There is a tornado on the ground. CC drop is present. If you're in Arlington, Georgia, Arlington, Morgan, Leary, and Addison, Georgia, take cover now. There is a tornado on the ground. It looks to be a fairly strong tornado as well. Yeah, it looks like we just had a brief spin-up tornado near Arlington, Georgia. Looks to have lifted for now, but I will keep an eye on it. In other news, in regards to the storm system as a whole, I think it's safe to say this is officially a bomb cyclone. I've only been up for an hour. The pressure's already dropped 2 millibars in the hour I've been up. It was 1,013 when I woke up. It's 1,011 now. Dropping like a rock currently. Oh, wow. Mexico Beach Mesonet site just recorded a gust of 75 miles per hour. Of that storm that recently produced a tornado near Arlington, Georgia, has a tornado on the ground again. So if you're near Morgan, Georgia, and points northeast, take shelter in the basement now, or the lowest level of your home. If you don't have a basement, take shelter in the lowest level of your home in the most interior room. New tornado warning issued for Reynoldsville, Bainbridge, and El Dorado, Florida. Correction, Georgia, rather. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near West Bainbridge or 7 miles west of Bainbridge, moving northeast at 50 miles an hour. Hazard tornado. This dangerous one will be near Bainbridge and West Bainbridge in about 3 minutes. 10:10 a.m. That was a pretty tight rotation on it too. Wow, I'm surprised there's not anything on the ground. A new tornado warning has been issued for Dawson, Herod, Sasser, Brownwood, Smithville, and Leesburg, Georgia until 11 a.m. At 10:11 a.m., a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located 7 miles south of Dawson, moving northeast at 50 miles an hour. This storm will be near Leesburg around 10:25. Other locations impacted include Chalky, Stocks, Forster, Palmyra, Clarks Hill, Dawson Municipal Airport, Sasser, Oliver's Mill, Naomi, and Chickasawachi. My bad, I'm not Southern. It took me a minute to pronounce that. So if I butchered that, if anyone watching here lives in Georgia and I butchered that name, I dearly apologize. Because I'm not from the South, so. Yeah, if I butcher any town names or city names, I greatly apologize. Actually, we have a storm report. Tornado, National Weather Service observation reports tornado. TDS visible from the Fort Rucker radar. I will be right back. I have to use the bathroom. Okay, I'm back. And I've missed absolutely nothing the time I was away. Up. New tornado warning due west of Tallahassee. Stand by while I pull up the radar for it. Come on, GR2. Taking a million years to load over here. Give me a moment. Here we go. National Weather Service in Tallahassee has issued a tornado warning for northwestern Wakula, central Gadsden, east central Liberty, and southwestern Leon counties until 10:45 a.m. At 10:22 a.m., severe thunderstorms capable of producing both tornadoes and extensive straight-line wind damage were located 16 miles south of Greensboro, or 18 miles southeast of Bluntstown, moving northeast at 50 miles an hour. Hazard tornado and quarter-size hail. This storm will be near Midway around 10:40 a.m. Other locations impacted include Fremont, Lake Towkin, Littman, Florence, Scotland, Jameson, Fort Braden, Santa Clara, Shady Rest, and Silver Lake Rec area. Also, if you're in Tallahassee, keep an eye on this as well, because this is heading in your general direction. Take cover now if you're in Tallahassee, just as a precaution. Yeah, take cover now if you're in Tallahassee. Even though you're not under the warning just yet, take cover now as this storm is heading right towards the downtown. 233. I will say this though, the current storm track does have it passing north. However though, if you're in Tallahassee, monitor the storm. I would get to your basement or the lowest level of your home in the most interior room as a precaution though. just in case these storms, this particular area in the line deviates southward. Update from National Weather Service Buffalo on the high wind warning. Strongest winds will occur this afternoon into the evening as the precipitation diminishes. So as soon as the precip stops, expect the winds to ramp up if you're in Western New York, which includes myself. I will be back in about an hour and a half. For those who are in that tornado warning west of Tallahassee, take cover now. There is a tornado on the ground. There is a slight CC drop visible with it. Oh yeah, I'm back again. A new tornado warning has been issued for areas around Sanborn, Sop Choppy, and Crawfordville, Medart, Panacea, and Wacula Beach, Florida. This tornado warning goes to 11 a.m. At 10:35, a severe thunderstorms capable of producing both tornadoes and straight-line wind damage. We're located 10 miles north of Carabel, moving northeast at 55. These dangerous storms will be near Crawfordville around 10:55 a.m. Other locations impacted include Shadeville, Morgan Place, Hyde Park, Aran, spelled A-R-R-A-N, by the way, if you're wondering, McIntyre, Sop Choppy, Sanborn, Tully, Panacea, and Shell Point. Tornado warnings in effect till 11 a.m. if you're in Tallahassee, take cover now. A tornado warning has just been issued for your area. At 10:43 a.m., a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located over Midway, moving northeast at 55 miles an hour. Hazards include tornado and quarter-size hail. Locations impacting this dangerous storm will be near, Tallahassee and Tallahassee Community College in about 5 minutes. Other locations impacted by the storm include Bradford, Gaither Community Center, Tallahassee Memorial Hospital, Walker Ford Community Center, Rocky Hill, Miccosukee, South City, Griffin Heights, Tallahassee Regional Airport, and Governor Square Mall. This tornado warning is in effect till 11:15 a.m. And this storm also has a history of producing tornadoes as well, so take cover now.
Hello?
I'm back temporarily. A new tornado warning has been issued on that Crawfordville cell. At 11 a.m., severe thunderstorms capable of producing both tornadoes and extensive straight-line wind damage were located near Crawfordville, moving northeast at 60 miles an hour. Hazard tornado. These dangerous storms will be near Tallahassee and Woodville around 11:05 a.m. Other locations impacted include Ralford Greenway, Newport, Cody, Shadeville, Leon Sinks, Lake Munson, Wakula Springs, 8 Mile Pond, Thomas City, and Cherries. Or Sherry's, I think that's how it's pronounced. I apologize if I butchered that. The warning goes to 11:30 a.m. Alright, so I'm back real quick. National Weather Service Storm Prediction Center has issued a new tornado watch for pretty much a majority of South Carolina, minus a few counties in the northwestern portion of the state. Areas in and around Charlotte and areas around Jacksonville and pretty much the extreme eastern portions of Georgia. Hazards include a few tornadoes with an intense tornado or two possible. Size hail and 75-mile-an-hour winds.
How did you manage that?
The watch was literally
Somehow you managed to break in there just as the music ended. That was fantastic.
gotta love it. I'll be back in like 15 minutes. I'm gonna voice out with my one friend before he heads into work. I'll be back.
Alright, we've been away for a little while here. We're now back. Thing is, I had to go to the doctor's office for about 2 hours. That's the reason why I've not been here. The good news is, whilst we're now back, when I left 2 hours ago, there were 5 tornado warnings all in a line. And the good news is that they're now gone. All of them. I did check at various points during the whilst I was waiting away from here, but at various points there were 2, and then there was 1, and then when I got back here there was 0. So no tornado warnings active. However, as you heard there, a new tornado watch has been issued that's in effect for most of this evening for the East Coast, for significant parts of it. The enhanced risk area is shrinking. The tornado threat in Georgia and Florida is certainly on its way out. The line is the terminus, but the wind risk is still very high for large parts of the southeast. In a moment we'll get that latest tornado watch up, and then we'll go through some of the severe thunderstorm warnings that are currently in effect. So first, let's take a look at that tornado watch that was issued just a few moments ago. And it looks like this. So you can't see the bottom edge there, but it extends from Palm Coast, Florida, all the way up to Myrtle Beach along the coast, and then inland as far as Charlotte, North Carolina. Mainly coastal regions, but extending inland, particularly over South Carolina, and covering a population of 9.4 million, which is almost the entire, a fair amount of that enhanced risk population. They're expecting isolated hail up to quarter size and widespread wind gusts of up to 75 miles per hour. You may remember before we broke away that we were checking in on the webcam in I've forgotten the name already. It's on the tip of my tongue. I can't believe I've forgotten it. Cordell, whichever one it's called, in Georgia. And that was a train going by there. Well, now we're looking at another one of the rail cams at Waycross, Georgia. And here it is live right now. The line hasn't reached Waycross yet, as you'd probably know. But it is on its way. Unfortunately, we didn't get to see the line cross through Cordell because the line moved over there when I was away. Joseph Dawson says 70-40 tornado probabilities on that new watch. So that's obviously significant. We'll wait to see what happens, how it manifests, and where throughout the course of the next few hours. Whilst there are no tornado warnings, we'll go back to the national radar so that we can take a look at everything. And here it is. So here's the wide shot of the United States right now. And as you can see, it's quite messy. Lots of precipitation, mostly rain, some of it turning to snow further north. But eventually, the rain will wash out all of that snow in the northeast as warmer temperatures take hold with the plume of moisture moving up from the Gulf of Mexico and air mass. So it will obviously get warmer. There were those tornado warnings from earlier. You can see them moving across the map. Much earlier on, there were 1 or 2 confirmed tornadoes approaching Albany. But as of this moment, there are no tornado warnings in effect. Keep watching though, off the coast of the Carolinas. You may see some coastal activity. Storms moving in from the sea, just like we saw in the Gulf. And they could bring in with them waterspouts that will eventually turn into tornadoes. Now, of course, we already have had some significant tornadoes early this morning. We were on the air from 4 a.m. Central Time, and it's a good job we were, because we covered some pretty serious stuff that went on in the in the Panama City area of Florida, and also in I've forgotten that name as well, Mariana in Florida as well. Eastern side of Mariana was hit by a substantial tornado by all accounts, and it looks like that caused some substantial damage. But Panama City as well, a really strong signature moved inland from the coast there just before dawn this morning. Now on the east coast, it's approaching midday as we spin back to the camera shot here from Waycross, Georgia. Be interesting to see how it'll look on this, because it's a decent shot. It's got a very long field of view. You see all kinds of things on that screen. And it's got decent sound, so we'll see what it sounds like when the rain picks up. It's just unfortunate that we often get the loud train horns, which really gets in the way of our broadcasting. So I always try to turn it down when I can. We'll also be looking at road cameras when and where possible. I think that made no sense at all. We're on pretty limited sleep. Wherever they come up, I suppose. Wherever the tornadoes are. But in the meantime, we have entered a little bit of a lull here, but bear in mind with that new tornado watch, we are expecting things to ramp up again relatively soon. Of course, it's not necessarily quiet. There's tons of severe thunderstorm warnings that have been pushed out for the line that is continuing its merry march towards the east coast. It's past Tallahassee in the last hour or two, and it's now getting further towards eastern Florida. Lake City is next up. Valdosta is just about to get the line. Tifton, Georgia has just received it just now. Dublin is right next to it. Augusta, not too long for you. Greenwood, pretty much in it now. Greenville, just had it. Gaffney, about to receive it. Further north now into Hickory, Tennessee. You'll feel something like it, but it's not the proper line itself. It gets a lot more spread out further north. And in general, a lot of precipitation just as a rule across the whole northeastern United States today. Most of it rain, but parts of Pennsylvania still seeing some heavy snow, and parts of New England as well. Back to the current scene though, and as we just go on to the latest image and just put out the warning polygons there, all of those oranges are severe thunderstorm warnings. It's a pretty much unbroken line there, extending all the way from the coast near, I think St. Mark's is in that area, Florida, all the way up to almost as far as Charlotte, North Carolina. As always, we're taking comments and questions on the air live, especially whilst things are a bit quieter. Start your message with Force 13 all in text, and we'll be able to take your questions and answers. But whenever we get a tornado warning, you'll know about it. And I'll also be divulging a lot of those severe thunderstorm warning updates as well. The latest one being, I mean, there's loads coming out actually. The latest one though being in northern South Carolina for Union, Pacolet and Monarch Mill. But when you look at the chart, the radar right now, it's going on everywhere. So certainly busy times. You can hear the wind in the background from that camera in Waycross, Georgia. And of course we expect that things will get a bit interesting there later on. I'm just looking to see if there are any cameras maybe in South Carolina. But I am not seeing any. Oh yes, there are actually. Let's see, where is this? Alright, let's switch to this camera. This is Spartanburg, South Carolina. I don't know exactly where that is. I remember seeing it. Yes, towards the northern extremity. So they've just had the line of rain, the initial line, and now they're getting the seconds behind it. So that's Spartanburg, South Carolina. A very wet affair there. But they're not really getting the real deal in terms of this severe line of storms. You will see it more pronounced at Waycross, probably in about an hour or so. Maybe even sooner than that. It is getting there quite quick. Here's the view right now of that particular area in southern Georgia. And when you think about the movement there, this loop covers a, alright, 2-hour period, so yeah, we'll probably get to Waycross in another 2 hours. As well as a lot of other locations like Lake City, maybe Statesboro. It'll have passed Augusta by then. Columbia, South Carolina, give it 2 hours. But in the meantime, we'll throw it back to Waycross, at least with our sound source. And I'm going to have a little look and see if there's anything. There must be something in Columbia. Just me at the helm at the moment, so things are a little bit slow because I've not got anyone to help me out. But that's fine. Just looking to see if there's any other cameras in the general area of this big band right now. Church bells in the background, actually. Florida man has posted state of emergency for 49 Florida counties. That's a lot. Having said that, I'm not really surprised. We've had a lot of places get trampled on by this serious line, and we've had a lot of tornado warnings from it as well. Justin,
Yes.
Welcome aboard. Again.
Oh, you mentioned when you were AFK, I was only popping in. I popped in like 5 or 6 times for like new tornado warnings.
Yeah. That's good.
The thing you really missed was a tornado hit Arlington, Georgia, and there was also a brief spin up tornado near Tallahassee earlier, but that's about it, really.
Hmm.
Overall, you really didn't miss much. The only thing is, though, the entire squall line now has severe thunderstorms up and down it.
Yes.
Like, severe thunderstorm warnings, that is. All the way from the Florida Gulf Coast to,
Yes.
pretty much Charlotte, North Carolina. And I will also say this, the strongest winds are starting to arrive here in western New York.
Oh,
Latest wind gusts for out of Dunkirk, New York, 74 miles per hour.
really?
Erie, Pennsylvania, 59 miles per hour.
That can't be fun.
Yeah, which means the strongest wind should be arriving here in about probably next 30 minutes or an hour. Oh, hello.
Hello?
Breaking news. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis has issued a state of emergency for
Yeah.
49 Florida counties.
Yeah, someone said that in the chat just a few moments ago. But
Yep.
there we have it.
Yeah, the strongest winds here look to be aloft at the moment. Because I'm looking outside the window, there's tall trees not too far from me that I can see. The tops of the trees are swaying a little bit, but the winds haven't, like, mixed down to the surface just yet. There's definitely strong winds aloft, though. Because I'm looking at the trees, you can see, like, the very tops of them moving.
Severe thunderstorm warnings everywhere right now. Too many to read off at the same time anymore, I think.
Yeah, I know,
It's
there's
all
14
going on.
14
It's
severe
14.
warnings, 50 flash flood warnings.
We ought to go through those flash flood warnings at least. So I'm just
Yeah.
going to get those prepared here. Just
By the
checking.
way, the pressure since I got up at 9 a.m. has dropped almost 9 millibars.
Hmm.
It was 1,013.3 when I got up. It's now 1,004.4.
Let's go through these flash flood warnings. There's quite a lot of them right now, so make yourself comfortable. Avery County and Caldwell County in North Carolina until 7:45 p.m. They're concerned about flooding there, life-threatening flash flooding, they're saying. Flash flood warning for Abbeville County and Greenwood County in South Carolina. Lawrence County in upstate South Carolina. Anderson, Oconee, and Pickens counties. I think that's South Carolina as well.
Yep.
Polk County and Rutherford County in North Carolina. Greenville County in South Carolina. Burke County and McDowell County in North Carolina. Spartanburg County, we saw that webcam a few moments ago, in South Carolina. And the island of Maui in Hawaii, that's still in effect as well. Habersham County and Rabun County in northeastern Georgia. Henderson County in western North Carolina. Transylvania County in western North Carolina. Southeastern Blount County, southern Cook County, and southern Sevier County in East Tennessee. Henry County, west central Newton County, southwestern Rockdale County and Spalding County in Georgia. Southeastern Coweta County, Meriwether County, western Pike County, southwestern Spalding County, northwestern Upson County in Georgia. And that's all of them. Those are all the flash flood warnings that are currently in effect for large parts of the southeast and on Maui. So, would you say that the flooding risk is higher than... Well, once that line arrives, then flash flooding is going to be your primary risk, right?
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Say says, trees down in Madison County, Florida, already on roads. I-10 had a tree fall and hit a moving vehicle.
Oh, God, hope that person's okay. That's not good.
Apparently. So... And those hazards are very real, and there's hardly anything you can do about it if you're out and about.
Yeah. Ooh. Looks like we have an area of rotation southwest rather, of Perry, Florida, out over the Gulf of Mexico, about to move inland.
Ah.
Could see a potential tornado warning get issued soon.
Perry, that's isn't that where Idalia
That's
hit?
east of Tallahassee, basically.
Yeah, that's where Idalia struck.
Yep.
Hurricane Idalia back in August. Let's go to a local radar then. Do you think Tallahassee's still the best one for that?
Yeah, Tallahassee's the closest.
Let's look at Tallahassee radar and see what we can see.
Kind of wish we had a radar site in like probably like Live Oak or White Springs, Florida. Because clearly the distance between the Tallahassee and Jacksonville radar is like 160 miles.
They
So.
should put radar sites on the ocean.
If only that's how it worked. Hey, actually, no, that wouldn't make sense though, because if you think about it, every time a hurricane hits them, it'll wipe the radar out.
Damn it.
Not worth it, really.
Damn it. Alright, we've got this local high resolution radar here. Let's take a look at base velocity then and see what's going on. So this must be what you're talking about. Just waiting for all of the frames to load in, if they ever do. They're not. I don't know why that is. Let's see if we can fix that. Nope, can't get it to work at the minute. Let's try a different source if we can. Let's see if this works. Trying to get velocity up and running here, but we're struggling. But I did sort of see what you were talking about approaching Perry.
Yep.
Only everything stopped working.
Uh-oh.
all of the radar has stopped working. I don't know what's going on, but no tornado warning at this point, but I did see a little bit of a rotating signature approaching. We'll let you know if we get it.
Oh yeah, there's definite rotation there now. Tornado warning issuance almost imminent. There's some tight rotation there now.
I think I'll have to go for the Valdosta radar.
Here, let me try screen sharing real quick, man. Tallahassee. Live.
Oh, that's the wrong button. Hello.
Hello.
I'm here in the studio. My name's Nathan Foy, and this is Force 13 Live. I'm a bit in the dark, actually, as well. Probably should turn the light on. That would make things a bit better. But anyway, let's go and instead have a look at the image.
Did he just accidentally end the stream, Nathan?
Nope, I've not ended the stream.
Alright. Oh, you did. Well, that rotation right there, I'm surprised that's not warned yet. Right there.
It's gone green. Oh, there it. Okay. Where?
Right here where my mouse is, where I'm circling. This little area right there.
I don't think we can see. Oh, there's your mouse.
Yeah, right there.
Your screen keeps messing up, but I see where it is now.
Yeah. There you go.
Oh.
Yeah, I basically put it up so you know where to look, pretty much.
Yeah, if only the velocity was working. Okay, no, we're still having trouble with it. I'm gonna have to reload the app, I think. In the meantime, then
Right.
let's take a look at the live view from Waycross, where it's raining by the looks of things. It sounds like, or maybe it's wind. We'll have a look at Waycross for a little bit, and then I'll reload my damn.
I was gonna say, what are you using for radar right now, by the way?
Well, I use WSV3.
I was gonna say what you could do is also here, let me pull it up actually. Radar, I think it is. Coco radar. Tallahassee.
Alright, can we get it finally working? Got Tallahassee up here. And I still can't get that one to work.
Here. Come on. I was gonna say, here, put, check live discussion. There's the radar link for radar.weather.gov for that area. Pull it up on there for the time being.
So in the meantime, we can show you that latest radar from the NWS. And there it is. One or two little knots there that could be transformed into tornado warnings. Possibly.
Yeah, winds are starting to pick up here. They're starting to get down to more towards the surface now because larger portions of the trees are swaying. Meanwhile, since I did say I was going to be heading to the river soon, I will be right back. I'm going to get ready to go.
Here is one version that's working actually. Oh, that's good. We finally got something working on this radar. From Tallahassee, this is a little knot heading on towards Perry. That could be a tornadic signature. Watch that closely. Severe thunderstorm warning for Dublin, Swainsborough and Sopperton until 1 PM. That's in Georgia. McRae, Helena and Alamo until 12:45. Severe thunderstorm warning for 96, Cross Hill and Mountville until 12:15. Jennings, Ellerville and Falmouth, Florida until 1 PM. Tornado possible tag on that one. And Valdosta, Quitman and Hahira, Georgia until 12:45. Tornado possible tag on that one as well. Greenville, Lovett and Asheville, Florida until 12:45. Tornado possible. Clinton, 96 and Joanna, South Carolina. Severe thunderstorm warning. And another one. Newbury, Saluda and McCormick, South Carolina until 1:15, and Sandersville, Louisville and Wrightsville, Georgia until 1 PM. These severe thunderstorm warnings are coming flying in. In the meantime, looking still at this situation of a potential tornadic circulation, do we have reflectivity? There it is. And if we zoom out, you can see how far that line stretches. And it's much further than that, by the way. We're just looking at one local radar. Do we have the higher res? This is what I've been trying to get hold of for ages. The higher res still isn't functioning, I don't think. Oh, there it is. Well, we've got velocity. So, what is that? That's the question. Looks like they actually did have an out. No, they haven't. It's just the software, I think. Looked more interesting before it moved over land, it has to be said. But still, there is that possibility, that significant indentation that could lead to a tornado warning for Perry. But at the moment, we're not sure. Pulse 13 Live, we're looking at many different situations occurring across the United States today. Tornado threat, of course, continues. And look at how well that line is becoming now. Stretching all the way from probably beyond that radar even. It'll probably go as far down as the Keys. And I don't know where you want to say that the line ends. Maybe somewhere around here. Along Interstate 40, northeast of Charlotte. Northwest of Charlotte. Is probably where that line currently ends. But arguably the worst part of the line is the part that's moving through here. And it's certainly getting windier at the Waycross webcam right now, a little bit. And you can hear some of that. And when you look at Waycross, there is some, you know, there's weather coming in before that line itself. So it will be quite progressive, it won't be very sudden. We can show you that webcam right now at Waycross, at the railroad depot, and it is raining quite substantially there, or at least a little, and gradually getting windier as well. If it gets really interesting, we'll stick with that camera, but in the meantime, not too crazy there. Don't forget, a tornado watch was issued not long ago, about half an hour ago, for a large part of the eastern reaches from I think Palm Bay, was it, northwards to Myrtle Beach, and extending inland and as far north as Charlotte. General rule of thumb though is if the line has passed you, then the tornado threat is pretty much over. Justin?
It is. Yes.
Were you talking to us just then?
Yeah, I just said it's raining a little heavily here now, actually. So basically, anyone across western New York right now, if you have to go out walking before the strongest of the winds hit, I mean, you probably have like a half hour to do so. If you go out anywhere before the strongest of the winds hit, be very careful, because since the snow changed over the rain, it is very slippery outside.
So if you need to walk the dog now?
Yeah, if you have to like go for like a quick walk to the store or anything, walk the dog real quick, watch your step basically. It's very slippery outside.
Start your message with Force 13 all in text and we'll be able to answer your questions live on the air. Severe thunderstorm warnings continuing to pile across. Getting quite close to the east coast now after starting way back yesterday near Houston.
Yeah, by the way, I don't see today going moderate at all.
No.
It's probably going to stay enhanced all day. Oh, wow. Latest meso analysis for that the low pressure system causing all this. Central pressure of around 983 millibars currently. Very intense low pressure system. So wow, it looks like the GFS might have actually gotten this storm system right. Because as it passes through like the Great Lakes region, it's right now on the Indiana, Illinois state line. Soon as it passed, the GFS has it bombing out into the 970s as it passes through the Great Lakes.
Well, for the first time in a long time here in the UK, we've got settled weather. We've got clear skies and high pressure 1036. After we had storm after storm throughout December.
I'll be right back again.
Well, right now, we're still tracking this line of storms as it treks further east. We've not had a tornado warning in a little while, so that's good news. But we do expect that there will be more. Tornado watch that was issued not long ago. Let's just look at that again, just to remind everyone of the tornado watch, so you know what my profession is. The tornado watch zone. There it is from Palm Coast. I misspoke before. Palm Coast northwards to Myrtle Beach. Includes Gainesville, Jacksonville, Brunswick, Savannah, Beaufort, Charleston, Myrtle Beach, Florence, Columbia, Augusta, and Charlotte. A few tornadoes likely, and that's valid until 6 p.m. Eastern Time, which is a good 6 hours worth here. Severe thunderstorm warnings coming out of our ears right now. We've got loads. There's been about, I think there's been 7 or 8 that have been issued in the last 10 minutes. Basically, everywhere along that line is getting issued with severe thunderstorm warnings. Let's give you another look at Spartanburg, South Carolina right now. They're under a flash flood warning. One of many that are out there today. And you might be able to see why. A very wretched looking day there at Spartanburg. But the audio feed that you can hear is coming from the Waycross webcam, and that is now getting very close to this line, which is about to reach all of these areas. Valdosta just got hit, or is just getting hit actually right now. Lake City in about probably an hour. It's a 2-hour long loop, bear that in mind. When we look at the close-in radar, we usually have like a 30-minute loop. But on the national version that we have here, this is a 2-hour loop. So you may think that it's moving quicker than it is when you're used to our other graphics. And then as we look further north, Augusta, very close to that line now. Charlotte, North Carolina, they're nearly there, nearly there.
Yeah, we got some non-thunderstorm wind damage reports starting to come into Buffalo. First one, tractor trailer rollover on the I-90 westbound at mile marker 484 between exits 59 and 60. And a new one just came in. Department of Highways reports non-thunderstorm wind damage. Tree down on Old Lakeshore Road between North Creek Road and Eckhart Road.
What's your take on damages elsewhere today, Justin? We obviously saw a few events in Florida, mainly Florida actually.
I mean, the tornado damage, without a doubt, I wouldn't be surprised if some of the tornadoes that occurred earlier this morning get at minimum an EF2 rating. But I'm not the one to pre-rate tornadoes because that's the wrong thing to do. We wait for the National Weather Service to do that. But there was some very significant damage near Mariana, Florida earlier this morning.
Yes. And no doubt their field workers will be on the case promptly. This is Waycross right now that we're still looking at, where the audio feed's coming from, and getting very gradually windier there as that line edges closer.
Actually, speaking of, new severe thunderstorm warning issued for Martinez, and Evans, Georgia, and North Augusta, South Carolina till 1:30 p.m. Storm will contain winds up to 70 miles per hour and tornado possible tag on it as well.
Yeah, we'll probably only read the ones that have tornado possible tags. There was another one just a minute ago for Jennings, Ellerville, and Falmouth, a continuation until 1 p.m. That's Florida. Also Valdosta, Nashville, and Lakeland until 1 p.m. Douglas, Pearson, and Willacoochee until 12:45. Valdosta again. These may have had updates, but quite a few of them have tornado possible tags. Mostly the ones further south. Although actually, that latest one that you read out, stretching into South Carolina, I think is the first one to have a tornado possible tag in South Carolina.
Yeah, I believe so.
Any update on the rotation that was entering the coast of Florida near Perry?
Yes, it actually looks like it might have dissipated. Holy crap, though, there's a bunch of lightning with the line extending over the Gulf of Mexico, though. Good grief.
Well, I'm not surprised. I mean, look what we saw this morning when the first one was washing ashore Panama City. It was nuts.
Yeah, I know. Actually, that's incorrect. There is actually rotation due south of Perry now. Very weak, though. Very weak rotation. Yeah, rain's coming on quite heavily. The air pressure here now, down to 1,002.9. Dropped 10.4 millibars in the past 3.5 hours.
Oh.
Very rapid pressure fall. That's right around 3 millibars an hour, by the way, if you're wondering.
Yeah. Storm's continuing eastward here, and I give it probably 2 to 3 hours before it starts reaching the east coast.
Yeah.
Let's keep it with our Waycross camera right now then. Rain is getting more persistent here. A bit of wind here and there, but the main line is still a little way away from there. Might be another hour yet before it reaches Waycross.
Also looks like you have an area of line embedded rotation up near near Hanson, Florida, right near the Florida-Georgia border. Like state line, rather. Looks to be a bit of line embedded rotation there. There's a bit of enhanced winds going on there.
Rainfall really getting heavier there at Waycross. So it's still an enhanced risk today. 10% SIG for tornadoes, although
Yep.
the tornado threat is starting to evaporate in western Florida as that line continues on. So what time scale are we thinking for these this eastern element of the tornado event?
I want to say anywhere between like 1:30 p.m. and about 6:30 p.m. Probably closer to 8 p.m. for like areas up in the like around Newport, Morehead City though. So basically anywhere between 1 and about 8 p.m. pretty much.
Well, here's the line right now. So what we're really saying is then it's in that middle point where it's going to be a bit quiet for an hour or two.
Yeah.
At least as far as tornadoes are concerned, of course. We're still seeing this extremely long line of severe storms all day. And
Alright.
Justin, do you reckon that most of these, what we might see in North Carolina, will it be from the line, or will it be a few cells that move in off the ocean?
Actually, it's gonna start out as a few like cells firing up along, not along, but ahead of the line. But then it's gonna be like a linear threat.
So that's where we'll be looking to next, I imagine.
Yeah.
We're already getting one or two little cells popping up not far from Charleston.
Yep.
As always, if you've got any comments or questions for us whilst we're on the air, now's might be a good time because we can answer it properly. Start your message with Force 13 all in text. Sounds like there's a train coming.
Oh, another non-thunderstorm wind damage report out of Eden, New York. Tree down at West Church and Depot Street. Actually, Eden's not that far away from me. That's like a 30-minute drive, 45-minute drive from here. I mean, the winds are gonna arrive here probably within that time span.
Train fans will like this stream. I'm not really a train buff. Some of the people on our team are, but we just use a lot of these cameras because they're good quality.
Oh yeah.
Especially in these storm areas. I couldn't tell you what train that was other than it's diesel. So, you know. We'll be right here though if there's any tornado warnings to tell you about. But at the moment, there is not. A mysterious silence. No, not that mysterious. But we do have that tornado watch that was issued 54 minutes ago for large parts of the southeastern United States, and you can look at it again here. It's valid until 6 p.m.
By the way, that area rotation that's up near Madison, Florida, more closer to the Florida-Georgia line now. Definitely getting more defined. Wouldn't be surprised to see a tornado warning get issued on it pretty shortly.
Uh-oh. Plenty more severe thunderstorm warnings coming out all the time. The latest ones for Gastonia, North Carolina, Huntersville, and Kannapolis until 1:15. And conditions gradually worsening at that Waycross camera that we've been looking at a lot. It is starting to enter some of the yellows there, and the big bad line is well on its way, and will probably reach Waycross within an hour. Here's a view from that webcam once again. Rainfall more persistent and heavy. Wind getting up a little bit at times, but not that much. We'll keep watching this camera a lot. Lake City not far away as well. It's getting quite a bit ahead of the line too. And there's the event in full. You can see all of that massive low pressure system that's sprawling across almost half of the country, really.
Yeah, pretty much Nebraska eastward got affected by this.
Not quite anymore, but it is still dumping snow across Iowa and some parts of Kansas as well.
Yeah.
And I'm seeing over at your place the snow inland a little bit away from the lake, and that I imagine will be turning to rain. Turning to rain later as the warmth continues to pile up there.
Yeah, it's mainly rain here right now.
Is this
the ground
is
very slushy though.
Is this going to be one of those days where you'll have a nighttime low higher than your daytime high?
Honestly, at the rate it's going, probably, yeah. Wouldn't be surprised.
Those are good old winter days, yeah. Not really anything in particular that we want to single out right now. Just general severe thunderstorms along a long line from pretty much Charlotte, North Carolina to basically where Idalia made landfall in August, near Perry, Florida. Landon says, when will it be worst in Charlotte? Well, it looks like...
Right now, actually. Like, any time now, but from now until probably, like, 3 p.m. is the time frame for Charlotte.
Yeah, at least the next hour. That's going to be it.
Yeah, minimum the next hour, maximum next, like, 2 or 3.
Can't quite tell whether Charlotte is in that special weather statement or not. I think it's outside, but it's not far away. So keep watching that area. You might get a warning, maybe. It's unfair, Justin. When you get lines like these in the US all the time, we never get anything like this here in the UK. All you get is hit or miss storms, and if you
all you guys get is either
if you miss it, that's
sunny skies or 100-mile-an-hour winds. There's no in between.
If you miss the tiny little storm in the middle of nowhere countryside, that's it. That's it for your whole summer.
Much.
But here you get equal opportunities of a whole line of storms.
Yep.
No one misses out. Usually.
Yeah.
Sometimes they can. But Still pushing on through.
I'm saying this as a joke. This live stream is brought to you by the UK. Equal opportunity weather.
Interesting tagline. How people feel about that.
Gotta give that to me though. That was funny.
It depends.
Well, yeah. I was gonna say it does depend on how you look at it. Yeah.
We've still got the camera up in the background. I'm still looking at it with one eye. There's not much going on over there.
Yeah, I'm surprised that down here, like Hanson and Pinetta, isn't tornado warned. Both Tallahassee radar and the Moody Air Force Base radar in southwestern Georgia have show rotation on it.
Is this the same one we were talking about earlier?
Yeah.
So where's it near now?
It's about to move into Georgia pretty soon. It's southeast of Pinetta currently. Yeah, so it's right on the, actually correction, it's right on the Florida-Georgia line. Give me a moment. Well, I'm gonna head down to the river to get ready to, get ready for the strongest of the winds there. So I'll be back in about a half hour. See you then.
Alright, no problem.
See you then.
So that was Justin up there near Buffalo, New York. Force 13's live coverage continuing here with severe thunderstorms all across the eastern United States now, transferred over from the central part of the country. Yesterday they started to sprout near Houston at first, and then traverse through the whole Gulf Coast region and is now reaching eastern Georgia, Florida, and South and North Carolina. Let's double check to make sure that we haven't missed any warnings here. No tornado warnings just now, and more severe thunderstorm warnings being issued. Rock Hill, Fort Mill, and Lake Wylie for South Carolina until 2 p.m. And we actually have a PDS severe thunderstorm warning now. So this is more important, folks. For Douglas, Hazelhurst, and Alma, Georgia, until 1:45 p.m. This will contain winds of up to 80 miles per hour in a PDS severe thunderstorm warning, and it is in central Georgia. Which one is it? Trying to figure out where exactly it is. South. This shape here. One that's just passed through Douglas. Quite close to Waycross even. So this area here, I'll scribble over it so you can see it just for sure. That's an 80 mile per hour PDS severe thunderstorm warning there. And they also have a tornado possible tag. Swainsboro, Sopperton, and Adrian, Georgia until 1 p.m. Tornado possible. huge amounts of warnings here. But since we've not much else to look at, certainly no tornadoes, let's go to which radar? We'll do Jacksonville radar and have a look at what's going on in that area that's having that PDS severe thunderstorm warning. Once again, there it is, Douglas near the middle of it. There's a velocity view and there's reflectivity. Let's see what velocity they're getting in that. Not that high. But they think that it could be 80-mile-per-hour destructive winds possible in this particular part of the cell. Not far from Waycross, and you just heard some thunder from that webcam that we've been looking at. Let's show you the live view. Focusing in on this area at the moment where we have a destructive severe thunderstorm warning with up to 80-mile-per-hour winds expected. More updates coming in all the time for severe thunderstorm warnings. See if I can try and filter out new ones only. I don't think there's been any new ones. And there is a new one. It's just come in. Waynesboro, Midville and Vidette, Georgia. Severe thunderstorm warning until 1:30 p.m. Wind gusts of up to 70 miles per hour. And pea-sized hail possible. Florida Man in the comments says that 50-mile-per-hour gust in Crystal River just now. And another warning for Homerville, Statenville and Argyle, Georgia until 1:45 p.m. with up to 70 mile per hour winds. Tornado possible tag on that one as well. So plenty of tornado possible tags. No active tornado warnings though, which is good. Until now, there's just been a tornado warning, a radar indicated tornado warning for Douglas, Nichols and West Green, Georgia. Here is the polygon. Tornado warning in effect for these areas right now, just been issued, in effect until 1:15 p.m. And that was in the PDS severe thunderstorm warning that we were talking about just a few minutes ago. Has now translated into a tornado warning, and it's easy to see why when you look at the velocity here. Quite clear to see that rotation just northeast of Douglas. It'll pass very close to Nichols, just north, and then continue northeastwards to Route 23, eventually on towards Baxley. And that is the first tornado warning that we've had since for 1 hour and 32 minutes, so a significant gap. Watching it live here, just leaving Douglas. You know, it may have even been active before Douglas when you look at that. And look below it as well, there's another one. That really looks like, oh, that's just been warned as well. Yep, there's another one, tornado warning just to its south. So there's two there now. It looked really good on the rotation. Just as I started mentioning it, they gave it the tornado warning. And that one is in effect for Alma, Rockingham and Dixie Union until 1:30 p.m. 8,000 in there. Radar indicated. Two tornado warnings right next to each other. Take cover immediately. Getting a bit more blustery and certainly darker over there in Waycross, Georgia, which is actually just a few miles away from that southern tornado warning. They're in a red zone on radar right now, actually. Sure, it's raining, but it doesn't look particularly bad there at the moment. Certainly not getting much wind. But in the meantime, we've got these two active tornado warnings, and they both look pretty decent. But as yet, no indication that they are on the ground. And now it's really starting to rain heavy at the Waycross camera. Let's fade this in a little more. One or two lightning flashes there as well. With these 2 tornado warnings not too far away. Oh, they're getting plenty of lightning flashes now at Waycross. Those rotations not quite looking as good as before, interestingly, but still clearly tornado warnings and looking decent still. Live view at Waycross, Georgia. A few flashes of lightning and you heard the thunder there. And getting a lot of rain as well. So a storm has arrived here. Meteo First says that they're on the Anclote River right now, and even though it was windy before, it's really starting to pick up now. So you can see here lots of rain, not much wind. That's because it's not the actual line yet that's reached Waycross. The line itself is still a few miles away, and that's when they'll really start to get some of those winds. But they're certainly getting a drenching right now with thunderstorms. Those tornado warnings continuing then. There's one. There's the other. Northeast of Nichols, moving that way. Oh my god. I can't draw arrows. And this one moving this way. A little bit better. Towards Alma actually. I'd be worried if I was in Alma. Tornado warning on the way. Tornado on the way, possibly. Feel free to send in your comments and questions live on the air. Both of those tornado warnings were radar indicated and still are. No further updates to that yet. Just wondering if these might be weak CC signals. Just double check that compared to where they are in velocity. That one maybe. The south one. North one I'm not so sure. Still radar indicator at this time. And the audio source that you're hearing is from Waycross, which is not far away. And that's where we've got this camera at the railroad depot with heavy rain and a big burst of thunder that you just heard there. They've updated the tornado warning, the northern one. They haven't done anything to it though. Still radar indicated. And we had a question as well. Do we think there's a risk of flooding on the Florida west coast? I know it's a coastal flood warning. I don't really know. I've not been following that side of things very much. But wherever you get this really heavy rainfall along that line, then there's going to be potential for flash flooding. Joseph says some discrete cells are forming ahead of the line offshore. I did see a few little cells. Have they gotten any better? Check out this rain. Yeah, I see the discrete cells. They're very small, but yeah, you never know with those things. Northern cell looks a bit better again there. The southern one still hanging around, yep. Both still well worthy of the tornado warning. So we've still got these 2 tornado warnings active. Both of them still radar indicated. But they could be upgraded at any time. On a little bit of a dinner break here though, so I will leave you with this view right now, and if there's anything urgent I will bring it to you straight away. new tornado watch is in effect for parts of central Florida, including Bonita Springs, northwards to Homosassa Springs, and Sebastian on the east coast to Palm Coast. We'll have more specifics in a few minutes. So the northern tornado warning was dismissed. The southern one is still going, I think. Or in fact they might have marked something behind that original tornado, another rotation on the left hand side of your screen. The camera view is Waycross, Georgia. Not too far from those tornadoes, but they're not in danger. But they are getting some very inclement weather to do with that big line, which is pretty much reaching them now. And you'll see it get progressively windier, I expect. I think we're already seeing that. I was just on a dinner break there. I'll return again in a few minutes and we'll get some more updates. This is Force 13 Live, welcome back. Our coverage continues. We've been watching this camera for quite a while. That's Waycross, just reaching the line of storms now that's training over it. And they're getting a deluge. There is still a tornado warning in the area in effect for Reedsville, Hagen and Belleville until 2 p.m. Radar indicated and no hail expected. If we go back to the reflectivity on our left hand panel, you can see that the line actually still hasn't reached that camera at Waycross. They've had plenty of rain on the front side of it, but the actual line is still there. Not having reached there yet, Waycross. But there's plenty going on across northern Florida of this kind of nature and extending right the way up through. Let's go back to our national picture. Here is how it looks right now. This mammoth line that's treading across huge parts of the eastern United States now, with severe thunderstorm warnings extending now. I'm trying to figure out where that is. Extending as far north as the border between North Carolina and Virginia near Danville. And if there was any land off the coast of Tampa, they'd have warnings there too. So that's quite some line. And if we briefly take off the radar overlay, you can see what's happened in the last 2 hours in terms of warnings. Those red zones have been the tornado warnings that we've experienced. All of those orange zones, severe thunderstorm warnings. Yellow zones there with the less serious special weather statements. And another new tornado warning now in effect for Surrey until 2 p.m. Same kind of area. Just northeast of Waycross. East of Baxley. I'm guessing the rotation they're finding is, I don't know whether it's this or whether it might be this actually below it. The other one still has rotation too. This one here. That's the source of that tornado warning near Reedsville. None of these have been confirmed though. They're still all radar indicated.
Yeah, Nathan, can you hear me?
Justin, welcome.
Yeah, I'm along the river now. It's still, you can probably hear it. It's still raining at this time. Winds are slowly starting to pick up here, though. Winds are slowly starting to increase a little, though.
And you're at Tonawanda.
Yep, right along the Niagara River right now. Right now, there's nothing much to see, so I'm going to be in voice chat, but my phone's going to be in my pocket to where it's dry, so it's dry because of the rain.
Yeah.
Yeah, winds are slowly starting to increase. You can probably hear it a little bit.
Sure. Just like in this webcam. Any flooding concerns in your area, by the way?
No, we are supposed to get, we're supposed to get quite a bit of rain though, probably between half inch to an inch of rain, but no flooding concerns. Plus, we really didn't get that much snow this morning anyway, so flooding from runoff from melting snow shouldn't really be a concern either.
Epic Bogert says a flood warning in Hillsborough County, Florida.
Yeah, it's not surprising.
And we're still looking at these 2 tornado warnings that are in effect there in central eastern Georgia.
Yeah, would have been here down here sooner, but I had to run the tops down the street real quick to buy myself something to drink. So I have something to drink while I'm down here.
And now we're really getting some heavy rain again at that camera at Waycross. This must be the beginning of that line now. The line. And it's really pouring and the winds are getting way up. This is insane.
Oh yeah.
Oh, there it goes.
Only thing I hate about the rain is for someone like me who has glasses on, the rain literally makes your glasses all messy and you can't see crap out of them. The only thing I hate about it.
We're still watching this rainstorm and crazy rainfall there.
Yeah. Yeah, the onset of the strongest winds for here should be probably within the next hour or so. And I will say this, my jacket is completely soaked.
Oh dear.
Well, I would have bought an umbrella, but it would have been too windy for it, so I just kept it home. It was point. Didn't want to bother with it, you know.
I can imagine that. Gaming with Cam says winds are picking up in Nassau County, Florida.
Yeah, excuse me. Yeah, right now the winds here are sustained at about 10 to 15 miles per hour. Winds are definitely picking up now though. Because about a half hour or so ago, winds were relatively calm.
Extraordinary rainfall there at Waycross, which is under that line right now. We're also under severe thunderstorm.
It did take me a little bit to get where I'm at now, because right along the bike path, this is where geese love to hang out. The only reason why I hate those dang birds, because all they do is crap everywhere.
Tornado warning continues for Hagen, Belleville and Mendez, Georgia until 2 p.m. and you can see on velocity the source of that tornado warning. It's looking actually pretty decent. You're watching Force 13 live. Melinda says, can you look at Lake City, Florida? Let's do it. Oh yes, Lake City. You're getting that same band, that line that we're seeing at Waycross, Georgia right now. Yeah, it's the same thing.
Yeah, judging by all the severe thunderstorm warnings, Jason, this line is easily over 1,000 miles long.
Yeah.
Like, without a doubt.
Oh yeah.
Here we go, just had a sustained wind speed on my handheld anemometer of 17 miles an hour.
Oh.
The winds are definitely increasing. Not a constant wind just yet, but winds are definitely increasing though. Yeah, I'm probably gonna be down here for like the next couple hours at minimum.
And why are you there again?
Cause once the winds start really picking up here, we should be able to get some pretty big waves along the water. Is mainly the reason why I'm down here. I'm also down here to measure the wind speed too, so.
Sure.
Oh, this poor airplane pilot. I see a plane flying right now. Just took off from the Niagara Falls Airport. You can tell just by looking at the plane, this guy is battling big time turbulence about 500 or 1,000 feet up.
Oh dear. I can hear
And
it.
you can probably hear it too, so I apologize for that.
That's alright.
Well, you can definitely tell he is definitely battling some major turbulence right now. That plane is rocking back and forth in the sky currently.
Yeah.
So winds aloft right now are probably, I want to say, 70 miles per hour easily. That's about 1,500 feet up, if not 2,000 feet up. So it should start mixing down to the surface over the next hour or so though. And last I checked, when I left my house, the air pressure was 1,002 millibars. So it's probably below 1,000 now here.
Tornado warning issued for Odom, Doctortown, and Mershon, Georgia, until 2:15. As we listen to that serious wind blowing there at Waycross. But just nearby, where is that warning? Oh, it's right next to the other one. Yep. So that, I don't know, that might be the same cell then. I think it is. That's the same cell that has the tornado warning already. They've just widened it effectively. But we're still watching that very closely. Radar indicated tornado warning. There's another wind over there at Waycross. It's really getting wild now, by the sounds of things.
I'm taking my glasses off. I cannot see out of these things because of the rain currently. There we go. That's better.
Chris.
Whoa. Do we know if anybody's reported any rotation with the radar with the tornado warnings?
No
Or
idea.
if there's been any rotation reported?
I have no idea. It looks decent on the velocity.
Hello, Chris. If you're wondering where I am, Chris, I'm along the Niagara River right now, covering the windy portion side of the storm.
Nice. I'm sitting in my living room watching it rain.
Yeah. Another new tornado warning and a new tornado watch as well. Tornado warning for Moniac, Georgia until 2:15, and a tornado watch has been issued for parts of North Carolina and Virginia until 9 p.m. Wilmington, Fayetteville, Raleigh, Danville, Burlington, and as far north as Richmond.
Dang. Yeah, Chris, you missed it. Before you joined, I was watching an airplane fly by. You could tell this pilot was battling some major turbulence because that plane was rocking in the sky. Like, it was just bouncing all over the place.
Yeah.
Some very strong winds aloft right now that are slowly mixing down to the surface.
Nathan. Nathan.
Hello.
Is there any other any other websites like Attic Radar that you would recommend that I can actually be up to date, because nothing's updating on the website?
What, for like weather radar?
Yeah, I would use Radar Omega, but I don't have the money to buy it.
Do radar.weather.gov.
There's that tornado watch that was just issued.
Thank you.
No problem, Chris.
And that latest tornado warning for Moniac. Tiny part of Florida involved there as well, until 2:15. You can hear the fascinating noise of the wind at Waycross, Georgia. But now we're going to switch webcams and take a look at Folkston, Georgia, where there's actually a train arriving.
Of course there is.
Of course there is. Folkston, Georgia here, this is another area that's just ahead of the line. So this will also get that line shortly. There's the train. Great timing. We'll be checking in with that one a lot more in a few moments.
Yeah, Nathan, I will say this. On my walk down to the river, it was a little slippery, depending on where I was walking. Overall, though, overall there's still a little bit of slush along some portion of the sidewalks, but most of it has melted since then.
Here's where all the tornado warnings are right now. Quite a few developing. And you can see that one quite clearly on the velocity. The southern one. There may also be a little thing here. Why does that keep breaking? If you look further north, it's not the best radar to be looking at those northerly ones, but certainly along Jacksonville here, that southern one, very clear to see. Wonder if there might be a CC on that. Nope.
I apologize if you guys hear me walking. I literally have to walk a quarter-mile down the bike path to throw something out. So I apologize for that.
So Chris, what's happening to this line right now? It looks like it's just breaking up and just producing loads of different storms.
That's actually Nathan. That's not a good thing, because that means it's going to be a more discreet throughout, which means stronger tornadoes possible as the day progresses.
I know that's not a good thing.
Yeah, like Justin said, this is not good, especially for the area where these tornado warnings are starting to pop up at. These are metro areas like Jacksonville and Greenville and areas, especially in like North Carolina, Georgia area. A lot of spots where these tornado warnings are popping up have a lot of people in them.
Yep.
So we could see here soon if we could see, because all it is radar indicated rotation. But of course, like, we want to make sure we're, listening to the warnings and everything. But the storm system looks really good. It's not good that it's breaking up, but we really can't do much about that.
Now for the fun part, walking a quarter-mile back to where I was.
I'm mostly keeping an eye on the radar by me, because we are under, like I said today, Nathan, my state's under a state of emergency.
Yeah.
For heavy winds and wind gusts strong enough to knock down trees and power lines, potentially.
Yeah, no, we're like that up here. Well, we're not under a state of emergency here in western New York, but I will say, with the snow this morning and the rapid snow melt and the change over to rain, the ground is now oversaturated, meaning once the winds do get up to their maximum speed, probably within the hour or so, I do expect widespread uprooted trees and tree damage over in this area.
Plenty of wind at your place.
Yep.
Justin, check your DMs real quick.
I kind of can't. My phone's in my pocket and my hands are kind of full.
Yeah, Nathan, I'm looking at the radar in my state. It's really not showing a lot now, but as the day progresses, it's going to start lighting up a lot more.
There's so much geese poop.
Because that line of storms down by Lake Georgia and North Carolina is supposed to start hooking up towards me.
Yeah, to no surprise, there's literally nobody along the bike path right now, and that really doesn't surprise me one bit.
That means you must be insane.
Yeah,
right?
Well, trust me, Nathan, my mom thinks that.
No tornado warning for Sylvania, Hiltonia, and Rocky Ford, Georgia, until 2:30 p.m. Just about reaching South Carolina, that one as well. That is a brand new area under tornado warning there. Here it is. And that's something else to be watching now.
Okay, back to where it was.
Issued?
Huh?
Was that tornado warning just issued?
Yep.
Oh.
So we now have 6 different tornado warnings in effect for at least 3 different cells.
Probably multiple areas of rotation, that might be why.
Are they supercells or are they just cells?
Chances are they're probably spin-up tornadoes, like
They
spin-up
don't look very
areas of
super to
rotation.
me. They don't. They're still part of that line. They're all part of the line.
Yeah. There we go.
But we'll still be watching that viewpoint there from Folkestone, Georgia, which will be getting whatever's left of this line in the not too distant future. As you can see, it's steady rainfall there at the moment, not very windy at all, but as we saw over in Waycross, things will change.
There. It's there. Oh. Oh, I'm so glad there's chairs down here so I can just literally sit down and wait.
And you heard some thunder there as well.
Yeah,
We've
winds
now
are
got
slowly picking
another
up here.
tornado warning for Levy County, Florida until 2:15. This one's way south, near just north of Cedar Key.
Wow, that's real south. Holy. Almost the southern tip of Florida almost.
No,
Wait. No.
Cedar Key.
Like central Florida, my bad.
There it is. So, tornado warnings in quite a few places now. Here is the latest chart showing all of those warnings. Red zones, tornado warnings as of right now. Orange zones, severe thunderstorm warnings, and look how far they extend now.
I was gonna say, how many tornado warnings are active right now, Nathan?
That's 7 now.
Oh, wow.
7 tornado warnings, none of them confirmed though. All radar indicated at the moment.
Alright. Yeah, I will say this, with the high winds expected here pretty soon, power outages are very likely here. Very likely.
Justin, when you get a chance to look at your phone, look at DMs. I'm just DM you something.
Alright, and I'll look right now, actually, hang on. Oh, nice.
Yeah.
And back in the pocket. Wanted to put my phone back in my pocket, nearly missed my pocket. That wouldn't have been good. Okay, it just got like eerily quiet here. I'm just starting to wonder if we're gonna just get a sudden downburst of winds pretty damn soon.
All right. And we have another tornado warning in effect for Martinsville, Collinsville, and Horse Pasture, Virginia until 2:30 p.m. As you can see, it's up here in the very northern part of North Carolina, right at the very top end of that of the line of severe weather. Martinsville is under that, 66,000 population under this tornado warning. That makes 8 that are currently active now. So things are ramping up very quickly here. Actually, it's no longer 8 because 2 of those that were together expired, so it's 6, but still quite a lot from 5 different cells now. Tornado warnings everywhere. And the weather's taken a nosedive in Folkestone, Georgia as well, as you can see. It can't be that far from that tornado warning, actually. Oh yeah, Folkestone, Georgia's just outside of that tornado warning. So I want to watch that one quite closely. That webcam.
Hey, Nathan.
It's going to pass quite close. Yep.
The Weather Prediction Center put up their day one for the national forecast.
Alright.
I will go ahead and send it to you.
Any info that you can take away from that?
From what I'm seeing, let me zoom in on it real quick. From what I can see, North Carolina, South Carolina, Virginia, DC, Maryland, my state, Delaware, PA, Lake, the part of New York that's by my state, Connecticut, Massachusetts, and some into New Hampshire are expecting heavy rain / possible flash flooding.
Meteo First says, how much time do we think is left before major cities like Tampa Bay and Orlando are impacted by the main line? Quite a
Ooh,
while.
winds are starting to up.
Tampa, probably an hour and a half to 2 hours. Orlando, quite a bit longer. 3 to 4 hours. And once again, that camera to the right is Folkestone, Georgia. Just outside of a tornado warning, but it's ahead of a tornado warning and they may end up in that warning soon.
I will return.
Just one big mess right out there.
Yeah, Nathan, winds are starting to become more now more of a consistently stronger here now. Starting to become stronger and much more consistent. So the strongest of the winds are probably not that far away from here right now. Yeah, winds are constant now.
Once again, if you've just joined us, 5 tornado warned cells from just north of Cedar Key through southern Georgia, eastern Georgia, and even one now into southern Virginia. That's all of those red zones on that map, and all of the orange zones there are severe thunderstorm warnings. As this line gets much closer now to the coast. It's almost there.
And this line as a whole is probably racing east at 60-something miles per hour. It ain't a slow-moving line, that's for sure.
And I'm starting to wonder, given that it's, what time? Just after 2 p.m. eastern. Is this line moving faster than anticipated? It feels like it is.
To answer that question, I would look at the latest HRRR run to confirm that.
Oh, you heard that lightning there, very close by with this camera by the sounds of it. That was interesting.
So you would be, for the HRRR, you would be looking at the 19Z hour for the latest run.
Wow, we'll be able to do that a little bit later.
Alrighty.
And Joseph says special marine warnings for some of those cells off the coast of South Carolina. I've noticed that as well. There you can see some of those cells from a distance. The radar doesn't go that far, but we might have to switch radars fairly soon. But for the time being, we're sticking with Jacksonville. There are a lot of areas to look at as well, of course, so that doesn't make it any easier. As you saw there, another lightning flash. Let's see if there's any updates on some of these tornado warnings. There has quite a few actually. Martinsville, Collinsville and Horse Pasture, Virginia, that's a continuation, radar indicated. Baker County, Florida, Charlton County, Georgia and Ware County, Georgia until 2:15, radar indicated. And for Odom, Georgia and Doctortown, Georgia until 2:15 p.m. That's another continuation. So we're still on 5 tornado warn cells right now. All of them have been, well, at least 3 of them there have been just extended.
Yeah, winds are really starting to get stronger now, Nathan. We're over here. Winds are really starting to get bad here.
Fascinating.
Yeah, I'd probably say like 2:30, between 2:30 and 3 p.m. here, the strongest wind should arrive.
And we keep seeing more lightning flashes on that camera in Folkestone. Lots of lightning there now.
I'm kind of surprised. There's actually someone walking their dog on the bike path right now. Bit risky. Bit risky.
A reminder that there is still a tornado warning very close to this location.
I am probably not going to be out here much longer though, because with my jacket being soaked, it's starting to make me a little cold, so probably not going to be out here much longer.
No, nor would I. I'd stay in my car.
Actually, you know what? I'm going to head back to my house now before this really bad wind hits.
That was a big one. Lightning flash there. And thunder.
Alright, for now, Nathan, I'm going to disconnect.
Sure.
I'll rejoin on my computer in about a half hour.
No problem.
I will be right back.
That was Justin Deming in New York State, near Buffalo. Right now, though, I'm fascinated by this view with some of these lightning flashes and really impressive thunder noises. There's still plenty of tornado warnings out there though. And now the rain is increasing again at this location. Very close to the... As a matter of fact, this is the line now. The line has just reached Folkestone. Here it is. That's some heavy rain there. Visibility went down almost instantaneously. Very heavy rain. Wow, was that wind? That was wind. And just like that, it looks like it's clearing up again. That was a big gust of wind there. That was fascinating. Just keeping up to date with those tornado warnings. All of them are still in place. You can see on the screen here where they all are, from top to bottom. Don't forget the one in Virginia at the top there. And one near Cedar Key, Florida. And then that entire line there of severe weather, some of which you can see on this camera, as that massive line of storms rolls on through. And look what's happening over here. Loads of little storms starting to blow up and moving on into Myrtle Beach. So watch that space as well. They're all following each other too. We're now joined by David Tones.
Good evening, Nathan, and the activity is really intense. I've been viewing the stream, and I saw that wind gusts at the runway crossing, and what I also noticed from viewing that was the one of the boom gates. There was a fair bit of wind that made that move. So, but I note the number of warnings currently in place. I think actually it's got 2 tornado warnings.
Yep, it's just dropped down to 2 because a lot of them have expired there. So we're back down to 2 again. There's the one that's just approaching the border, eastern Georgia there, and the other one that's just moved into Virginia.
So the warning zone for the Georgia is Sylvania and Hiltonia.
Sylvania and Hilton, yep. And more wind here. Another big gust there taking us at Folkestone, Georgia. And a big lightning flash and noise.
And Florida, the region under a tornado watch.
A lot of areas of Florida extending down into the central part of the state under a tornado watch. Basically, pretty much everywhere that's in the enhanced risk right now is under a tornado watch, probably in the slight as well. Large parts of that under the watch.
And we've also got one over in
Hello, I'm back real
Virginia.
quick. The strongest of the winds have arrived.
Okay.
Yeah, in a moment.
Virginia, Nathan.
Listen to that wind! Listen to it!
How strong do you reckon it is?
Right now, easily the gusting over 50. Easily.
Interesting.
Here, let me turn my camera on my phone. Give me a moment.
Okay.
Well, first, let me cross the street first.
Yeah, be careful.
Yeah, I got that. Yeah. Reverse. Oh no, Tony. Oh, they're coming. Yeah, you can probably see. Look at the trees. Look at this one over here.
Yeah.
Very strong winds I've already hit. Wow. That video just pop in voice chat real quick as I'm walking home. Let you guys know the winds I've arrived. And I'll be back in about a half hour.
So there he goes. That's Justin Deming, a bit of a roving reporter today out over there in New York State. Nowhere near the main part of the severe weather, but it all arrives in different forms for large parts of the United States over the course of these 2 days. We've had everything from a civil emergency message in the western tip of the Oklahoma Panhandle due to blizzards, to this here in Folkestone, Georgia, and snow in the northeast.
We got 3 tornado warnings. We did mention 2, but there's South Carolina, there's the Georgian one,
Let's just check this here. A new
Virginia.
A new tornado warning in effect there then for Irmo, Rion, and Rich Tex until 2:45. Also includes Valentine. That's just northeast of Columbia.
Yes.
Northwest, I'm sorry. That's the second time I've got that wrong way round today.
Northwest south of Winsboro. Winsboro. So South Carolina. Fairfield, Lexington, Richland expires in 25 minutes. The Georgia one expires 10 minutes. And the Virginia 10 minutes. So let's see if they get extended. Several flash floods warnings.
Oh
There's
yes,
one,
lots.
yeah,
And you can see why
North
with rain
Carolina.
rates like these.
So what sort of falls are we receiving? What totals?
I'm not actually sure. Maybe something. I think some of them were getting things like 5 inches. I think. but it's not necessarily the amount of rain, it's the rate at which it's been falling. I mean, we've been watching these
Yes.
puddles start to increase in size, and you can see the cars in the distance there on the left hand side of the road throwing up water on there, so it looks like there's some surface water on that left hand side of that level crossing.
Now, so we've got 2 tornado warnings from the South Carolina region. They both expire in 24 minutes. I'm looking at the
Yes,
warning
another one.
page on Radarscape.
Wait, hold on.
Georgetown, Harry.
Oh, there's just been
Or
one
Boy.
for the Myrtle Beach area, actually. Tornado warning here for Myrtle Beach.
Yes.
It's going to be a long day for you, Myrtle Beach. There's a few more cells coming in behind that one. Take cover now.
Nathan, we had any confirmed tornadoes?
Much earlier in the morning we did. We haven't had any since around... Gosh, I don't know.
So it looks like Tim's in a tornado watch zone,
That's right, yes.
and he'll be at his work. So I think he's, what, an hour, couple of hours into his work night. So tornado. Now, is this activity expected to continue into Wednesday your time, US time?
Not much.
So it should peak tonight.
It's probably going to be peaking late in the next few hours, actually. In the next 3 hours, even. It's probably going to be the peak.
And we have thunderstorm warnings for South Carolina, North Carolina. North Carolina is times 4 or 5. South Carolina.
Here's Myrtle Beach right now, where there is a tornado warning in effect. So it's all going on right now here, with tornado warnings in quite a lot of locations.
4 tornado warnings current. Possibly the 5th one being the Myrtle Beach one. And that's
Well, not possibly, definitely.
yeah, it just hasn't appeared on the radar scope.
One of the webcams there from Myrtle Beach. I don't know if we'll see anything interesting there, but and of course we can also hear the noise from the other webcam. We'll try and vary between the two if we can. The other one sounds more interesting at the moment. Back in Georgia.
Yes.
Still getting lightning and heavy, very heavy rainfall. Some great thunder cracks noises earlier. And another tornado warning in North Carolina, Indian Trail, Matthews and Mint Hill until 3 p.m. And also Hinesville, Walterville and Ludowici, Georgia until 3 p.m. More tornado warnings now in effect. Get the latest frame there and you can see where they all are. Let's briefly turn off the imagery. The violent gust of wind takes that camera there for a second. 6 different cells with 6 different tornado warnings now. Eastern Georgia, South Carolina, North Carolina and Virginia. Let's go back to North Carolina, Myrtle Beach. So no sign of that tornado there at least. But very inclement conditions, as you can see, in Folkestone, Georgia, with some really strong winds from that line that's still coming through, and millions of people will be experiencing these kinds of conditions today.
The tornado warning for Indian Trail, Matthews and Mint Hill, North Carolina. And what is it? 471,000 people in that warning area.
Well, that's actually just been updated already, radar indicated, and it's dropped slightly to 393,000. And as you heard there, more heavy wind from that location in Georgia. And still plenty of lightning flashes again as well.
Flash flood warning continues for Greenville, Malden and Taylor, South Carolina until 5 p.m.
This is Force 13 Live with tornado warnings aplenty.
There's been a jump in the total amount of warnings. It was 58 when I came on air. It's now up to 61.
And again, look at these cells incoming towards Myrtle Beach. That looks concerning.
We have 6 tornado warnings current.
Yep. The line itself is actually reaching the coast now in Georgia. So this crazy affair is actually almost over in the state of Georgia. Still not much to see on that Myrtle Beach webcam. I keep checking it now and again.
And Nathan, the number of tornado warnings has dropped down to, I think it's 3. 24. So it looks like a couple of them have expired.
And still none of them are observed tornado warnings either. We haven't had any of them since about, must have been about 11 o'clock, over 3 hours ago.
It looks like this system is fast moving. The area south of Charlotte, down Columbia, Charleston. And so the bulk of the activity is
And you can see on this camera now on the far right hand side, surface water pooling onto the road there. Very quickly that area next between this road here and the train line is pooled over. Tornado warning continues for Rion, South Carolina until 2:45.
Was that the South Carolina update for the tornado?
Yeah.
Severe thunderstorm warning continues, including Greensboro, Burlington, and Graham, North Carolina.
So lots of tornado warnings that have been initiated in the last 50 minutes or so.
Tornado warning continues for Matthews, Mint Hill, Harrisburg, North Carolina. National Weather Service, Charleston. The severe thunderstorm warning continues for Allendale, Estill, and Fairfax, South Carolina until 2:45 p.m. The storm contains wind gusts of 70 miles per hour.
Well, it looks like it's calming down now in Folkestone, Georgia. So let's take us back to North Carolina, South Carolina, and Myrtle Beach. Sorry, I had a bit of a shock there when that audio just randomly stopped. It's done my ears in. Let's take a look at the view there in Myrtle Beach. Heavy weather, but no sign of a tornado. That warning is still in effect, though.
So Garden City Beach, Myrtle Beach, up to Conway, Carolina, Forest, and to the west of Windy Hill Beach. The tornado zone.
Let's get the local radar and see what we can see on velocity. So there's the warning right now. Expiring in 10 minutes. Let's see if there's anything to see. Well, there's maybe a possible little rotation there, I'm not sure. Hard to tell on that radar. Look behind it though. That one looks really impressive actually. One that will be gliding in just to the east. That will be heading for North Myrtle Beach at this rate. Looks very impressive indeed. And let's just check the one behind that. Maybe, hard to tell, a bit further out on the radar. But plenty of cells are on their way here. And once the colour table fixes itself, you'll be able to see
And a few off,
how good they look.
few offshore too,
Yeah,
and containing hail.
yeah. But watch that one closely. This one right here. That if it's near land, that's an instant tornado warning there. I'll be interested to see if you might even be able to see it from this camera, because it's looking out to sea. Local reflectivity of that particular area. And let's just go to right now and show you where the tornado warnings are. There are still 3 in effect. One of them is very close to Charlotte. Matter of fact, it includes some of Charlotte. That tornado warning there. Myrtle Beach, of course. And then further south you've got this one approaching Savannah. So those are some live tornado warnings there as we continue throughout today with many millions of people under tornado watches right now as well. .2:38 p.m. and this is Force 13 Live.
Just looking at the activity northwest of Tampa down there in Florida. It's a very powerful line.
Yes. There's just so many places to look at right now. We can only really do 1 or maybe 2 at a time because I just don't have things set up here. Or do I? Maybe I do actually. Back from our Idalia coverage. I can actually take you straight to Clearwater Beach. There it is. Clearwater Beach, not far from Tampa.
So tornado watch zone Cape Coral up to Daytona Beach, Orlando, Tampa.
And this is Cedar Key. The storm has just passed through there. Still quite blustery though. But now let's go back to Myrtle Beach. Yeah, I forgot I still had those cameras.
You can see
That
the
was from our
wind
Idalia coverage. When we had
Myrtle
those.
Beach. It'd be far too dangerous to be walking along the beach or even.
Well, the good news is no one is mad enough to.
That's true.
but that tornado warning is still in effect. Let's have another look at the area. Loading up the local radar again and having a look at Myrtle Beach. Actually, let's just switch back to the webcam here. You can actually see low level cloud there at the very top of the image. Very low level and really bringing in lots of rain, and the camera's starting to shake, so they're getting hit by it right now. By something. Probably by that tornadic cell. Let's watch this very closely, see if you might catch a waterspout. But they're getting hammered, at least that camera is there, it would appear.
National Weather Service Columbia will continue to monitor the potential for damaging winds, isolated tornadoes in the Midlands. Meanwhile, the threat is coming to an end in the CSRA. The tornado watch has been dropped for McCormick, Lincoln, Duffy, Columbia, and Richmond counties.
Watch this cell closely. It is
An
tornado
extension of
warned.
tornado for Gainesville, Florida, Newbury, and Archer until 3:15. So it looks like it's been extended.
No, that's a new tornado warning for
It's got a new
Gainesville.
one. 2 minutes
Gainesville,
ago.
Arredondo, Archer, Newbury, Orange Heights, Waldo, and Hale, Florida until 3:15 p.m. That's a brand new tornado warning. It was tornado warned earlier, but there's been a gap and it's now warned again near Gainesville. Show you this right now. The warning area is there. Gainesville, take cover now. A multi-state event this, with warnings going off everywhere from Florida to Virginia within the same hour.
Yes. And unfortunately, this weather has seen power outages. I haven't checked for trees down, power lines down. And a couple of these severe National Weather Service Raleigh severe
Raleigh.
thunderstorms continue for High Point, Somerville, and Jamestown, North Carolina.
And another tornado warning for Camden County, Glynn County until 3:15 p.m. Just about to exit the coast of Georgia. There it is on the screen again, just south of Brunswick. Tornado warning here as well.
And I was thinking the thunderstorm warning for Georgia, Savannah, Hinesville, and Pula until 3:45.
Okay, I'm back and I am home.
Nice to see you again. Tornado warnings everywhere right now.
Oh lord. Yeah, and the time I was gone, the air pressure dropped from 1,001.2 millibars to 995.4 millibars.
Wow.
Yep.
Look at the hook on that one just off the coast of Murrells Inlet near Myrtle Beach.
Pressure dropped nearly 6 millibars in the 2 hours I was gone. That's absolutely nuts.
That's pretty cool. And look behind it, several more powerful cells. We really don't know where to look. Tornado warnings everywhere right now. Gainesville, Florida, just south of Brunswick, Georgia, southwest of Savannah, Georgia. Myrtle Beach, although that has actually just expired. And I can't see with that sea of colour. Is there still any further north? I don't think there are. So we're down to 3 active and within 2 states now. But this event is quite something at the moment.
By the way, a couple more reports came in while I was gone for non-thunderstorm wind damage. 1 mile south-southeast of Irving, New York, broadcast media reports non-thunderstorm wind damage. Tractor trailer overturned on the New York State through ramp from Route 5 and Route 20 westbound in Irving. Also, 12 at a mile south of Hamburg, trees and wires down in a few locations in Hamburg, including on Hawkins Street. Highest wind gusts recorded so far is 57 miles per hour. And then, of course, the damage report from North Brockton got corrected to non-thunderstorm wind damage. Also, in Marilla, down trees reported on 3 Rod Road in the vicinity of the Marilla Town Park. And 3 miles east-northeast of Dunkirk. Oh, wait, that was a 74 mile per hour wind gust. I already read that one earlier. Yep, those are the reports that came in. And also, from my one friend, one of his co-workers sent him a picture of a tent flying down the street in Orchard Park.
I'm still particularly interested in that cell that's passing close to Myrtle Beach. Looks very impressive with a hook there. And that's slowly moving on towards North Myrtle Beach at this rate. In the meantime, we've got those cells, but we do have the actual tornado warnings that are in effect right now. Still 3 active, 1 over Gainesville, 1 southwest of Savannah, and 1 near Brunswick, Georgia. The line itself is getting closer to Raleigh, passing through Savannah and Jacksonville right now. Let's see if we can take a look at some traffic cams over there in Jacksonville. Just a minute here. It's definitely poor weather over there in the Jacksonville area. Lots of spray by the looks of things at this location. Interstate 295 west.
I think a tornado warning for Myrtle Beach has been dropped.
Yeah.
Yeah, Nathan, I'm not even kidding. As soon as I disconnected the first time, when strongest of the wind, oh my god. We had a really big burst of strong winds as soon as I disconnected.
And here's Interstate 10 a little bit further west in that line of rain right now.
Oh, we also have a new flash flood warning for Hickory, Newton, and Conover, North Carolina until 7 p.m.
It never occurred to me that there's actually cameras at Gainesville as well. Let's see if we can have a look at some of those. Under a tornado warning right now. Here, we're just about to show you a view from Gainesville along Interstate 75. Live view. And as you can see, lots of rain. I don't know if there is a tornado or where it is, but you won't see it with visibility like that.
Wow, I just took a look at that cell offshore Myrtle Beach. Holy. Impressive storm off of Myrtle Beach.
It certainly is.
It's actually heading right in the general vicinity of Myrtle Beach too, which really stinks. Yeah, I have a feeling this is where the other 10% Sig Tour area, which is up here in North Carolina, I have a feeling this is about to pop off soon. If it hasn't already, that is.
Yes. But it'll have to be soon because the line is coming quickly eastwards.
Oh yeah.
It's already nearly reached Fayetteville.
Wow, here we go. National Weather Service in Buffalo just posted 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts just registered at the airport just now.
Good for Buffalo. Right now, we've still got, in fact, we've got a 4th tornado warning active for Orangeburg. I think that's a new one.
Actually, one of them was just dropped, so, and... Yeah, the one near, Columbia Airport radar was a new one, yeah. Also, the other one that was
Bamberg and St. Matthews till 3:15, and yep, the one in Georgia, a new extension. I mean, there's hardly any land areas in it really. It's almost at sea now.
Yeah.
Camden County and Glynn County until 3:15. But here's the newest one, Orangeburg, underneath this tornado warning right now. And we're still keeping one eye on that big cell, or nasty looking cell, near Myrtle Beach. On the right hand panel now, the road camera from Interstate 75 at Gainesville, Florida, which is also under that tornado warning there too.
Hey Nathan, wanna hear something crazy? The pressure here today at midnight was at 1024.4. It has dropped 29.5 millibars since midnight. Good grief.
Well, 3 hours ago, the pressure here was 1036. Do you want to know what it is now?
Sure.
1036.
Literally no change.
Ah, dear.
Yeah, latest meso analysis with the storm system, pressure's down to about 982 millibars, if not just slightly lower.
Waiting for more news about these tornado warnings. A little bit of good news though is that we haven't had a confirmed tornado for several hours now.
Don't jinx it.
Well, I know, but
because you did that multiple times yesterday. Look what happened. Don't worry, I'm just messing with you.
well, the worst stuff happened early this morning.
Yeah, true.
I was actually there for a lot of that. No changes to the warnings at the present, so we're just leaving things as they are on the screen here. 4 tornado warned cells. We've got eyes on one of them there, Gainesville, Florida, on the right hand side. David, have you been monitoring any other impacts news or power outages? There's plenty of those.
No, I'll look into the power outage. I did see a local report, not sure where it was, just says power lines down on a suburban street, but we'll have a look. But this system is really moving, so as you said earlier, it will come to a close in coming hours.
Well, they do have tornado watches. I think the northerly one was it in effect until 9 p.m. And that
Yep.
is 6 hours away.
$118,570. 118,570 customers out without electricity in the state of North Carolina.
Yeah, power outages is something I'm gonna have to
Yep.
monitor up here in New York as well with the wind.
1,890 customers in New Jersey without power. New York is 29,346. Georgia is 59,780. Florida is 81,243.
Wow.
Louisiana is 11,198. Texas is 24,354.
Tornado warning continues for Gainesville, Archer and Waldo until 3:15 p.m. No change to the specifics of that tornado warning though. As we continue to watch this event unfold.
Wow, this storm system is so big. There's power outages, at least at minimum one customer out in every state.
Huh.
Maine has one person out, New Hampshire 3,
One?
Vermont 2.
Well, that
In
might
South
have been
Carolina,
that might have been an accident though.
Maybe.
Not been weather.
42,362 customers without supply in South Carolina.
That's going to rise.
Tennessee is 10,700.
That's probably not going to rise much more.
Probably not. Oh, yeah, definitely not. Well, actually, no, it could because of the wind from the backside of the storm system.
And some of the line now is starting to emerge over the Atlantic, especially along the Georgia coast.
Yep.
So Georgia there undergoing probably some of its last tornado warnings of the event.
Oh, by the way, that southern cell, the southern cell further away from Myrtle Beach just had a special marine warning issued on it.
Yeah.
Severe thunderstorm capable of producing waterspouts was located over inshore hole, moving northeast at 50 knots. Hazard, waterspouts.
I didn't understand much of that. All right, let's go back to the imagery from, I think we're here still, yep. North Carolina, South Carolina. The radar sites in North Carolina. Myrtle Beach across the border there. And let's see if we can take a look at the latest velocity of that cell. Because that cell's looking very impressive indeed. It was. Is it still? I'd love to know, but it's not showing. Oh, there it is. Well, that was the initial part of it. Where's the rest of it? Does reflectivity show up? No, it doesn't. That's just typical. Alright, there's some more imagery there. I'm trying to get the high res. Oh, tornado warning issued for Myrtle Beach, North Myrtle Beach, Charlotte, and that radar site. So tornado warning has been issued for that cell.
Wow, I'm surprised they issued that now. It's still well offshore. Goes till 3:45 p.m.
Be nice if we could get some velocity view on this as more lightning goes off on that camera in Gainesville. Traffic slowing down there as well. Conditions getting difficult. This is completely not working now, just when we need it. So we'll reload it again and try and get it back working. In the meantime, take a look at the radar imagery over there in it, not the radar, the live camera shot from Gainesville, Florida, where there is still a tornado warning and lots of lightning by the looks of things. More severe weather ongoing right now. And they've also issued a new tornado warning for an observed tornado.
Uh-oh.
And that is the one that's along the coast of Georgia. Tornado warning for St. Simon's Island and Sea Island, Georgia, until 3:15. There it is, an observed tornado, the first one in a few hours.
That is a tiny tornado warning, too. Good grief.
Yep, just east of Brunswick, trailing along the coast there, 14,000 in that warning. Now let's try and get to Myrtle Beach, North Myrtle Beach, where that other tornado warning is. There it is. So there's the velocity. I keep doing that as well. Try and get that rotation. You can quite clearly see it there. Going to be moving this way, straight towards North Myrtle Beach in just a few moments. So take cover immediately. Reflectivity still looks quite decent. Not the giddy heights that it had earlier, but still alright. And enough to trigger a tornado warning for sure. So things have gotten quite busy here in many different places.
That's why it's confirmed water spout is confirmed water spout moving inland. That's why.
Is it?
Yep. Water spout moving onshore is what the source is.
I wonder if there's any cameras over there.
Maybe.
We're going to see what we can see as quickly as we can.
Update: North Carolina is now up to 115,290 customers out with power. My guess is, since the areas along the coastal North Carolina aren't under a tornado watch yet, my guess is that northernmost tornado watch are either going to expand it to include those areas or issue a new watch for those areas later.
Let's see if we can find any cameras in that area, road cams, because we're unable to get any actual webcams. There are one or two.
The third tornado warning has been issued for St. Simon's, Georgia.
Yeah. There's the velocity once again, getting very close to North Myrtle Beach. Well, here is a viewpoint right now, not too far away. This is US 17 north by the looks of it. Looking north through Little River.
The winds are really strong here now. You have entire trees swaying in the wind currently. And also, I can confirm the ground is oversaturated, being that I want to step on the grass, and my foot basically sank into the ground a little bit.
Now, at this rate, the tornado, if indeed it is on the ground, will come very close to this camera. And that will be in about About 10 minutes. So all these people along this road here, they should be taking cover immediately. This road should be rapidly emptying because a tornado warning is in effect and there's a decent chance it will pass directly over this location. Let's get some more comments. So there's just one actually at the moment. Will the impacts be severe from Winter Storm Finn in Massachusetts?
Right now it's gonna, for Massachusetts, it's probably gonna do what it did here this morning. Start off as snow and then change over to rain. And then as the colder air wraps in around the backside of it, it's probably gonna change over to snow again. However, though, that will make for very slippery, like roads, sidewalks, bridges, you name it. So hopefully Massachusetts Department of Transportation's out there assaulting the roads right now.
Well, you can see on the chart here that tornadic signature getting very close to North Myrtle Beach, and you can see just up to the top right of North Myrtle Beach is Little River, which is where that webcam is, that road cam. It's going to pass very close to this area. So we're going to keep it on this camera for a little while until this storm passes through, and I'll let you know of any further warnings as we go along. Of course, we had an observed tornado right along the coast at St. Simon's Island and Sea Island, Georgia, and that warning is still in effect. Another tornado warning continuing for Orangeburg, South Carolina, St. Matthews and El-Oree until 3:15. But once again, I want to know where all these people are going because they are in a tornado warning and should be taking cover immediately. Live coverage continues. We've been on the air now for 10 hours today, and we are continuing for an 11th. And at the moment, things are probably at the most dangerous that they've been for most of the day, apart from possibly early this morning when we had a PDS tornado warning or two. We had two actually, one near Panama City and another one near I keep forgetting the name of that place now.
Marilla or whatever. Mariana, I think, wasn't it?
Mariana,
like that.
That's right.
Yeah.
Two PDS tornado warnings there early this morning. We haven't had any since, and we've only had one confirmed tornado since about 11 a.m. until one just before, that one in Georgia, minutes ago. And now possibly this one, if it holds on to move inland, still a confirmed waterspout it was, wasn't it?
Yep.
And obviously that, if it moves overland, becomes a tornado. Starting to get a bit more blustery on that camera by the looks of things. And people there will only have about 5 minutes now before this potential tornado, it really looks like it is going to move directly over this camera in Little River. So we really want to keep watching this. But apart from this, the other tornado warnings in South Carolina, I think, and in Florida still. Gainesville.
New tornado warning east of Charlotte, by the way. At 3:08 p.m., severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located 14 miles east of Lancaster, or 5 miles east of Beaufort, moving northeast at 60 miles per hour. Hazard tornado. This storm will be near Marshville around 3:30 p.m. Other locations impacted include Trinity.
It's a very small tornado warning, that one.
Yeah, and it's also triangular
It's a
shape for some reason.
triangle.
It's triangular shape for some reason.
And look at the conditions now on that webcam as the bulk of the storm is now starting to move through. Visibility way down. And I imagine the rain rate is quite high. Of course, it's not the best camera quality. It's quite glitchy, but you get a decent idea there. But we really want to see what happens because a potential tornado is going to pass very close to this spot in just a few minutes. Take cover immediately. There's people still driving along here. They need to be in shelter immediately. There's reflectivity as well when it's working. And Little River getting pounded by the first part of that storm, but if there is a tornado on the ground, it'll be towards the back end. So we're really just sitting here and waiting to see what happens in this location. They are expecting pea-sized hail in this location as well. Well, it's about to make landfall there, and that was as of 10 past. So at that rate, it'll be passing, I think it actually might pass just slightly east of Little River in less than 5 minutes. And the camera's really getting snarled up now, actually. Oh, look at that. The visibility's gone down to 0 nearly. Oh, the camera's not the best, but must be having serious issues there right now. And that once again is right in this tornado warning. And if there is a tornado, it could pass extremely close to this spot. And still the traffic goes by. It is literally making landfall now.
Yep. Question is, will there be a CC drop once it moves on shore? Nah, that's the question we're wondering right now.
We're staying with this for a little bit longer to see if anything occurs there at Little River. And I think there's a new tornado warning here again for Cherryvale Privateer and Wedgefield, South Carolina until 3:45.
Yup.
But I think that might be an extension of a previous warning.
Yeah, it is. It was the extension of the tornado warning that was for Orangeburg.
So that's sweeping across there, South Carolina. And the imagery there, once again, really struggling. Getting very close to that radar site as well. Another tornado warning in Florida for Reddick, McIntosh and Spa until 3:45. That's just north of Ocala.
And another server, I mean, someone local to the Western New York area just said, their power in their house keeps flickering randomly, and they're from, Hamburg, New York. Shows you how strong the winds are in Hamburg currently.
So this tornadic signature is now inland and is probably about 2 or 3 miles away from this camera. Well, they're certainly getting heavy weather, that's for sure. And it looks like it's starting to improve again now. The tornado is very near the back end of it, so looks like this location has survived. But if there is a tornado on the ground, it could only be a couple of miles up that road. But we don't know for sure if there is. There was when it was a water spout, but that last confirmation was a good 10-15 minutes ago.
Yeah.
So there it is, conditions have improved again, and certainly they got a drenching, a lot of surface water there, waterlogging. And I imagine it would have been very close to a potential tornado at that location. Switching back to the radar there. And I'm also going to see if we can find any further cameras just over the border in North Carolina. Just one of several tornado warnings that are currently in effect in the southeastern United States. Here's the latest view of what we've got active right now. 4 tornado warnings. One in South Carolina, one in North Carolina. Well, 2 in North Carolina. And 1 in Florida. Whilst we bring up our next view, we're going to leave this up for a moment. And let's show you all of the current weather that's going on across the US. And the big head of snow there pumping into Canada as well. But let's zoom in on that line in particular. Just trying to get North Carolina cameras loaded up here. But it's not playing ball.
Guess it doesn't like you, did I?
No. That North Myrtle Beach cell though just got updated again a minute ago. Still radar indicated only.
And it's been extended.
Send in your comments and questions live. Says power outages in Lee, Florida. There's actually
Tornado warning continues for Marshville, North Carolina until 3:45.
There's actually no traffic cameras over in North Carolina where that warning is anyway.
Only problem is now with the south getting really close to the radar, there's a bunch of radar noise occurring.
There's a few more cells behind them though as well.
Yeah. Three of which have special marine warnings on it.
Ah. Let's go back to that local radar again and look more closely at that next cell that's coming in behind. Is it that? That's quite close already. Yep, there it is. Another small cell. But you never know, could have a tornado in it. And then one behind that looks really good on rotation. Are you seeing that, Justin?
Yeah. Although it's just out, there's also another one.
Oh, yeah, behind that, another one.
Yeah, there's the one that's well offshore, the one that's just outside the areas where the special marine warning is.
Yeah.
Pretty decent rotation on it, and from the Wilmington radar, this is 9,500 feet up as well, which is even more impressive.
There could be 4 there, you know.
Yeah.
All looking very impressive, but where will they land?
Yeah.
I wonder whether one of them might be able to reach Wilmington. Tornado warning continues for Marshville until 3:45. Once again, there's a wide shot of all the warnings that are currently in effect. Red's tornado warning. Orange is severe thunderstorm warnings, and yellows are the less serious special weather statements. Going back to that radar enhancement, you can see the line as it continues on its way through to the east coast. Tampa are also about to get hit, by the way. No new warnings at this juncture, but we still have, what's that, 4 active warnings. Tornado warnings,
Yep.
that is.
Good grief. These are the active warnings across the U.S. right now. 2 snow squall warnings, 11 special marine warnings, 27 flash flood warnings, 15 severe thunderstorm warnings, and 4 tornado warnings active.
Would you like fries with that?
Right? Whole plethora of warnings right now.
Jennifer Lynn in Central Florida. Thunder just started and under a tornado threat until... I can't read it. There's a love heart in the way. PM. The wind is about 30 to 40. There's an emote. You know the emote things on the chat section? It blocks the bottom right hand side. Anyway,
Yes.
the wind is about 30 to 40 miles an hour.
Yeah. those emote things. Oh my god, I don't even know why YouTube even added those. Sure.
They're going to spam the emotes now just to annoy you.
Right?
Yep. You bet.
Especially the love heart ones.
Well, you know,
it
it's a
doesn't,
show of support, isn't it?
it doesn't even, I actually just read her post. It doesn't even say what time. Then what time in her thing.
Yeah, just
Illamar 29 just had hi from Raleigh, North Carolina. Very windy and rainy at the moment.
and the line isn't fully there yet either, so it's going to get a bit worse for you there.
Oh yeah. It's hard to tell, but that tornado warning, that's for North Myrtle Beach, looks like the rotation died off. Very hard to tell though, because there's too much radar noise at the moment.
Let's dig in again and have a little look.
Oh yeah.
Hopefully it works. There it is. Plenty of radar noise, that's for sure.
Yep.
And I think it's still... Is it enough? I'm not sure if it's enough, but it's still there.
Yeah. Very hard to tell though. By the way, for potential impacts on Wilmington, from the Wilmington radar, it's not the first special marine warning, but it's the 3rd one, like right at the edge. That cell in particular is the one I'm keeping an eye on, because that's gonna head the closest to Wilmington.
Yep, I agree.
Because with the direction right now, it actually has it passing, like only riding right along the shoreline of Wilmington. So.
Yeah.
Meteor Fur just said gusts really starting to ramp up north of Tampa Bay. It's extremely dark from the storm right now.
Yes, we've noticed that. Getting dark in a lot of places. When we were looking at Waycross earlier, it almost turned day into night. It was 1 p.m. and you could see the electronic lighting was turning on. And
yep, I've actually experienced something like that before. It's actually pretty scary. Although, albeit I was a little kid when that happened, but that's besides the point.
Mm-hmm.
I was in 3rd grade when I experienced that.
These clouds can cast deep dark shadows, they can.
Oh yeah.
And of course, partly influenced by how much volume is in the clouds. You get the
Yeah.
bigger convective bursts can make it much darker underneath.
And also the sunlight hitting them too could also make them look really dark as well.
Yeah.
Also, by the way, a water spout reported offshore of Windy Hill Beach, just offshore from the cell that went through North Myrtle Beach.
The second one?
Yeah, that's the one that's offshore. There's a water spout down with it right now.
So that tornado warning will stay then?
Actually, it's set to expire in about 14 minutes. What they're probably gonna do though is issue another one and
Another one.
more likely have it confirmed as well.
But they never confirmed the last one.
Well, yeah, because there was nothing confirmed with it. This water spout, actually, wait a minute.
Yeah, I thought you said it was a confirmed water spout, the first one.
Oh no, the first one was a confirmed water spout. Never mind. It must
Yeah,
say
but
something
the tornado warnings never acknowledged that.
Which means, well, no, this also could mean one thing. The water spout must have dissipated before it moved inland. Which is a very high likelihood.
Well, keep watching for that second one there as well.
Yeah.
When I was first seeing these cells starting to roll in, I thought Myrtle Beach was going to cop all of them. But they are being pushed further east here.
Yeah, because of the line,
Because of the line. And so if they're being pushed further east now, gradually, then maybe that third cell will miss Wilmington.
Like, as of now, the current track of it has it pretty much riding the coastline, almost.
Yeah.
By the way, those are 2 slow scroll warnings that I mentioned a little bit ago. They're both up in Montana.
Yes. David, any thoughts?
Continues to move fast. There's still the ongoing threat of tornadoes for the Florida region. No change in the tornado watch zones to my knowledge. So I think we're in the final, 6 hours?
Yeah, perhaps.
But I think there's a new SPC for day 1.
I have a new tornado warning just popped up.
Okay.
Sorry to interrupt you, David. My bad.
That's okay.
Yeah. New tornado warning for Fort Liberty and Pope Air Force Base in North Carolina. 3:32 p.m. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located over Rayford, moving northeast at 70 miles per hour. Other locations impacted including other locations impacted by the storm include Olivia, Silver City, Spring Lake, Pineview, and Anderson Creek.
There it is, just appeared on the screen. That new tornado warning near Rayford right now. And that is also part of that line. And that line continues to be splintering up.
Also, actually, we have another new tornado warning east of Charlotte. Severe thunderstorm at 3:33 p.m. Severe thunderstorms capable of producing both tornadoes and extensive straight-line wind damage were located near Albemarle, moving northeast at 65. Dangerous storms will be near Albemarle and Baden Lake around 3:40 p.m. Other locations impacted include Pine Haven Marina, Steed, El Dorado, Baden, and Fishtails Marina.
So there it is, just east of Charlotte. Another tornado warning. Quite a few of them. There's still one in Florida as well, for those who were wondering. The Gainesville one came and went. There's still one just north of Ocala right now, moving northeastwards. Strong line of storms approaching the Tampa Bay area right now. I wonder if we can go back to Clearwater Beach and see what things look like there. Let's see if we can have a look. There's Clearwater Beach.
And I'm just going to read this one out. A band of dangerous renegade supercells currently making landfall near the North Carolina-South Carolina border, racing into southeastern North Carolina. Dangerous renegade supercells.
The way you said that sounded like it was a band of criminals, David.
Well, it's from one of the top storm chasers, Reed Timmer. He's just put out a posting.
Extension to that tornado warning in Florida there, and you can see it there moving on to Interlaken and eventually might reach Palatka. New tornado warning there, an extension by the looks of things. So once again, there's the live shot showing 7 separate tornado warnings from 5 different cells that are currently in effect. All of them at the moment, though, are radar indicated. None of them are confirmed.
Okay, from this sort of weather to temperatures below zero, frigid Arctic air will begin to spread southward across the heart of the country this weekend. National Weather Service Prediction Center.
All right.
Wind chills well below zero for many locations. Below normal temperatures along with gusty winds.
And throwing it back up with the live national radar. Still zooming in on that area. Looks very interesting down in Florida. Let's see if we can get another camera angle from
I'm back.
somewhere around here.
Yeah, the Myrtle Beach cell got excited as a severe thunderstorm warning, by the way.
Ah.
Not even tornado possible anymore either.
Wow.
Interesting. So yeah, I was right. The rotation did die then. Confirms that easily.
Here's another view from Clearwater right now. And it's looking pretty damp. If we scroll down a bit, you can see the Marina Roundabout, which I assume is right next to Clearwater Beach. And this area is about to receive that big line of storms. I didn't know they had roundabouts in the United States. What is this?
I mean, those ones are easier to work with. The smaller ones are a pain in the butt to deal with.
Oh, we have them everywhere here in the good old UK.
Yep. Roundabouts are
And
something
over
I wish,
here,
And in Aussie land, yes.
yes,
roundabouts are,
Aussie land.
roundabouts are something I wish never existed. To be honest, because they're so annoying to deal with.
Oh dear.
Especially when you've got to use your indicators on the roundabout, and
Yeah.
we have. But when you've got roundabouts at 80 kilometres an hour, I think that's what, 50 miles per hour or higher. Roundabouts can be extremely dangerous.
We've also got the view from Bradenton Beach, just in front of that line as well. Can't really see it very well though on there. So I don't know what we would possibly see on that camera, but that's just ahead of that line as well. In the meantime, there's a lot more to be looking at all around the areas of the enhanced risk today. As of right now, there are still several tornado warnings in effect. That's the latest right there. We still have 7 actually. I know that North Carolina one, North Myrtle Beach one, will expire. But at the moment it's still 7 from 5 different systems. And we still want to watch very closely to see what happens with the other cells that are approaching the coast of North Carolina too.
Yes.
There they
Oh
are.
wow, Nathan.
Yep.
That other water spout for the tornado warning storm that was east of Cherry Grove a little bit earlier. There was a wedge water spout on the water from it.
Really?
Yeah, it's actually pretty decent sized water spout too. I'm watching a video of it right now. Looks to be about probably a quarter mile wide.
Wow. And there may be a lot more where that came from. There's 4 more behind it that may all have water spouts in them. It's hard to tell at the moment. And then maybe 2 more in their infant stages forming behind that as well on the radar.
Yeah. Oh wow, here's something you don't see that often. Look at the special marine warning due south of the Wilmington radar. Actually, zoom in on that. You're right on it, actually. Switch over to correlation coefficient.
Okay.
And zoom in on it.
Which one?
The one that's on the center of your screen right now. Zoom in on it.
Hold on.
That one right there.
Which one? Right where?
The southernmost special marine warning.
This one?
Yeah.
Is that is that
yeah,
it?
look. Yeah, zoom in on it. There's rotation so strong, correlation coefficient is actually picking up on a water spout right now. That is incredible.
Wow.
It's got the lightning.
Oh,
Yeah.
they probably all have lightning.
But yeah,
That's
you see
a
that
powerful one right there.
Yeah, you see that little CT drop right there?
Yeah, we saw it.
Yeah, that's a water spout on the water. That is incredible.
It has an eye on reflectivity.
Something you don't see every day, especially out over the
Oh,
water.
you can see the rotation on it too.
Yeah. That's something powerful right there. That's for sure. Thankfully, it is still a fair while offshore.
Oh, yeah.
So is this what we were really thinking of when we were putting out the enhanced risk for the for North Carolina? Is this how it was going to happen?
Yeah, maybe, yeah.
Crazy. Let's see if there's any more things to tell you about right now. Yes, actually, there really is. There's a tornado warning for Palm Harbor, Citrus Park, and Tarpon Springs, Florida. That's just north of Clearwater. Just north of Clearwater. A tornado warning for the west coast of Florida. And I'm just wondering if there are any cameras over there as well. I don't think so.
I'm thinking of that one on the tower out from Wilmington. That's too far out.
I don't know if it is actually. Live view from Florida right now at Clearwater Beach. Oh, it was.
And we've got one of the viewers is saying new tornado warning South Carolina, and also referring you, Nathan, to two webcams in the
I couldn't
chat.
find them. Alright, now actually we've got another camera here from this earlier. We showed this earlier, I should say, at Clearwater as well. There you can see that wall. That cloud moving in. Where did my Clearwater camera go? Does that have the same thing on it?
Oh shoot! Tornado warning for Tampa Bay.
Is there?
Yeah.
The viewers just
3:43
alerted
p.m.
us to that.
Yeah, 3:43 p.m. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Palm Harbor, or
Yeah,
8 miles
I read that.
south. Oh.
I read that one out, but there is a tornado warning for Palm Harbor, Citrus Park, and Tarpon Springs. But two other tornado warnings have had continuations, both in North Carolina as well. But you can clearly see that line moving in there right now, along this camera at Clearwater. So
You can clearly see how fast moving that cloud is.
oh yeah, it's gone. Can you scroll back through this? I don't think so.
I can do it viewing the feed.
And there's the marina roundabout. And obviously the rain is really picking up there. Clearwater Beach camera. It's completely
What's that
dark
one?
there.
Marina roundabout one.
Yeah.
And you can see the palm trees. So looks like conditions are really deteriorating.
Oh yes, quickly.
Yeah, you can see the camera bouncing around there.
So that's the line moving into Florida, western Florida right now, the Tampa Bay area. And there is a tornado warning.
I think that's
Still 4 tornado warnings active actually.
this sort of weather's just inviting road accidents, and it's just should only travel if you need to. Just far too dangerous.
Really heavy weather there, it would appear. So that's Florida with the arrival of that big wall cloud of storms.
That is not looking very healthy.
And a continuation of a tornado warning for Interlaken, Florida until 4 p.m.
South Carolina, 63,122 currently without electricity. Georgia is 49,000. North Carolina is 92,808. Florida is 82,730. Pennsylvania is 64,818. So it looks like the numbers are increasing.
Look at the big picture again and you'll see the current state of play in terms of warnings. We actually are down to, well, actually no, there's still 4 tornado warnings active there from 4 different cells, 2 in North Carolina and 2 in Florida. And in the middle of it all, an enormous line of storms which extends from beyond Tampa Bay out to into the Gulf, northwards up to southern Virginia.
And possible multi water spouts off the South Carolina coast. Chris McPhee, a well-known storm chaser, has just put out a posting. Looks like some powerful water spouts off the coast. Special marine warning continues for the waters from South Santee River, South Carolina region. National Weather Service, Charleston. And a possibility of a tornado in Bamberg County taking out a building.
I don't know where that is.
Live 5 News, National Weather Service, Charleston. So it must be in the South Carolina region, Bamberg County.
I really don't know.
You guys read the new tornado warning up near Jacksonville, right?
Yep, no, Fruit
Okay.
Cove, I was just reading it out here, Jacksonville Beach and Palm Valley until 4:15 p.m. Brand new tornado warning there for eastern Florida at this point. I'll show you the polygon. Try and get it up
Oh, and
here.
it's going right through the populated, like, suburbs, too. Oh, no.
417,000 in that tornado warning right now, radar indicated.
Yikes.
Let's do some more radar switching then and switch to the Jacksonville radar. And that noise means it didn't work.
Uh-oh.
We'll get Jacksonville radar up in just a jiffy here. Because there are 2 tornado warnings in that area, so very important that we do, really.
Yeah.
Loading up the velocity for the area around Jacksonville, and this is what's happening. Wow. Impressive looking rotation next to Fruit Cove. There it is on reflectivity, and here it is on CC. Nothing there at the moment. But the velocity looks good, Justin.
Yeah. Waiting for the friggin' update on my end. It's taking forever.
Now we've got this tornado warning
Oh god, yeah, it does.
down in Florida.
3 now. 3 tornado warnings in Florida.
You got the Fruit Grove one?
Yep.
Or Fruit Cove?
Yep, the rotation's right next to it there. So it's all going on right now. St. Petersburg, Florida, under a severe thunderstorm warning as well. Tornado possible tag. I don't know why it only loads 2 frames there, but yep, it's doing that with everything.
Yeah, usually you have to give it time to like load all the frames. Because I actually was a WSV3 user for a little while, and yeah, usually you have to give it like a minute or 2 to load some of the frames.
There's another view of it. And that rotation pretty clear as we watch it move on towards the east-northeast. And approaching Interstate 95, so let's see if we can have a look at some webcams there.
Well, actually, I do have an update from this storm system so far. 5 fatalities have been confirmed. 1 in Alabama, 1 in Georgia, 1 in Nebraska, 1 in North Carolina, and 1 in Wisconsin. The locations of the fatalities: Cottonwood, Alabama, there was a death from a tornado that hit there yesterday. And then Catawba County, North Carolina, that was also a tornado-related fatality. And then Dawson County, Nebraska, and Jefferson County, Wisconsin, those were related to the blizzard side of the storm. And then Jonesboro, Georgia, was from thunderstorms, so a person must have gotten struck by lightning.
This is Interstate 95 just outside Jacksonville, probably directly in front of this tornado, if there is one. Certainly in the tornado warning. So keep watching this view here for that potential tornado that will be crossing Interstate 95 in just a few minutes.
Problem is, though, you won't be able to see it because of the rain. It'll be wrapped in rain.
It will be.
We're also joined by Maury. Good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon. I was just at school.
You're good.
So, how are you feeling looking at all of this severe weather this afternoon? It's really picked up.
Well, it was pretty expected. I mean, we were seeing this going to pick up dramatically into the early morning hours in the afternoon.
Actually, as a matter of fact, a new tornado warning was just issued for northeastern Marion and southeastern Putnam counties in Florida. Severe at 3:58 p.m., a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Fort McCoy, moving northeast at 50. Dangerous storm will be near Lake Delancey at 4:05 p.m. and Pomona Park and Satsuma around 4:20 p.m. Other locations impacted include Lake Como, Malacca, and Hog Valley.
So another radar indicated tornado warning there.
Yep.
And I'm wondering if that's actually a continuation of that earlier one, or if it's further south.
It's slightly, it's further
Near
south,
it.
but not by much. It's pretty closer, yeah.
Visibility is right down there on Interstate 95. Goodness me.
I am also aware we've had 1 death so far.
We've actually had 5 total from this storm. Here, let me go back.
1 death from a tornado.
We've actually had 2 tornado-related deaths.
Oh, really? I didn't hear the
yeah.
second one.
Cottonwood, Alabama had a tornado-related death, and Catawba County, North Carolina also had a tornado-related related death.
So this is, oh my goodness. Visibility's down to 0 here on Interstate 95.
Oh wow, that just plummeted immediately. Good grief.
It's gone. You can't
literally
even see the sign.
Literally like 20 seconds ago you were able to see the cars, now you can't see anything.
That sign's even gone. Holy.
That's what it's gonna look like all up and down the East Coast, actually, for a moment.
Somewhere in there is Interstate 95. And it's literally...
You can kind of see the sign. Barely.
Yeah, it's coming back. But literally, that
you can only see like the
potential...
neon letters.
The potential tornado moving right over that location at the moment. And that's why you can't see Jack.
Yep, put it lightly, yeah.
Tornado warning in North Carolina for St. Paul's, Parkton, and Renner until 4:15. 24,000 in that tornado warning.
Yep, you'll be near St. Paul's around 4:05, and other locations impacted include Parkton and Renner, or however the heck that's pronounced. If I butchered that, I apologize.
And lightning as well there. We just saw quite how you can drive in those conditions. I have no idea. Looks like...
I mean, if you have high beams on, you should be able to see, but you're probably going like 25, 30 miles per hour under the limit right now. Be safe.
The Nichols, Georgia tornado has been rated.
Oh?
It's
What?
EF1. High-end EF1.
Oh, wow.
Well, they said the damage was consistent with it, so I don't know if... I think it's just a preliminary.
Yeah, prelim, yeah. What National Weather Service office is this? Atlanta?
Emergency management for both Coffee and Bacon counties. This is Jacksonville.
All I heard was coffee and bacon.
Yeah, those are the county names, which definitely is very strange.
Oh, hang on. Might have a potential tornado on the ground with the cell crossing over Interstate 95. Slight
Really?
CC drop visible.
Well, that's the one.
Right over the interstate too, by the way.
Well, that's the one that we've been right on top of here.
That might be what we're seeing.
Slight CC drop visible.
Ah, that can't be enough. Oh, nope, there it is. It's just changed. Well, that looks very interesting and very close to this. And I do wonder whether there may have been any impacts on the road.
Hopefully not.
Visibility
that's a definite CC drop. Wow.
Visibility starting to improve again. I wonder if we might see any changes to what we looked like before. We couldn't see anything.
Starting to wonder if the tornado might have passed through this area. That's probably why the visibility took a dump.
Oh, it was one of the worst. I mean, I know it's a far angled camera, but visibility was absolutely appalling. Well, it looks like everyone's still okay. They're moving along.
New tornado warning for Bellevue, Summerfield, and Wearsdale, Florida, till 4:30 p.m. 76,613 in the morning. And why is it another triangular shaped warning? What the heck? The village. This one will be near the village of Briar Meadow around 4:20 and Wearsdale around 4:25. Other locations impacted include Bellevue and Summerfield.
It looks very concerning for the town of
Yep, and it's gone.
Florida.
Looks like it might have just been a brief tornado, though.
It's still there.
The CC drop definitely nearly confirms that there was a
Oh
tornado.
no, it is still there, but it's not as deep as it was.
No. It was very quick.
Oh, tornado warning including Fayetteville, Hope Mills, and Dunn, North Carolina, until 4:45 p.m.
Oh boy.
Oh, it's an extension of the other one.
Over 250,000 in that warning. Fayetteville, Hope Mills, and Dunn, North Carolina. Radar indicated tornado.
Fayetteville itself has 208,000 people within it.
Including
Great.
our own Timothy Ringo.
Oh wow.
Yep.
What's his username on Discord, by the way?
I don't know what he is now.
It would probably be a good idea to text him, actually.
Would you like me to ping him for you? David pinged him.
Yeah.
No, he's there. He's the second last person to speak in the casual discussion.
Oh, Keel Angel?
Yep.
Yeah, I'll let him know.
I think he will know.
All three of us.
3
just
people
pulled
have
him.
pinged him. I think he might know. He's he'll know about it.
He might. There might be sirens going off.
Probably.
So tornado warnings abound everywhere at the moment. That CC has completely died off now on that tornado warning near Jacksonville. So
Yep.
that's on its way out. Look further south though and you have more stuff going on. 2 more tornado warnings. And then look north and you have the one for Fayetteville and several other locations nearby. Also along Interstate 95. So we have 4 active cells right now with 5 tornado warnings.
I have a bad feeling the strongest of the winds for me are going to be after sunset because it's getting pretty close to sunset. We're about 40-something minutes away.
Are we already?
Yeah, because actually, what time is sunset here? Actually, no, we're 50 minutes away. Sunset's at 4:59 p.m.
Oh.
And the strongest winds isn't going to be till like 6 o'clock.
Ah.
Rain is picking up here in New Jersey, and the winds are too.
It's actually pretty crazy how many states are under wind alerts right now.
Oh.
Yeah,
Half of
on the
country.
Yep.
Yeah, I know.
On the SPC outlook, it actually says we're getting thunderstorms, but not severe.
General thunderstorm risk.
General
Yep.
thunderstorm risk, yeah.
Like, this is the forecast for northern Erie County here in Western New York, which is where I'm at tonight. Cloudy with rain this evening, then a chance of rain after midnight. Very windy with lows in the upper 30s. Southeast winds 30 to 40 with gusts up to 60, becoming southwest and diminishing late to 15 to 25 miles per hour. Chance of rain 80%. And actually, when I was on my way home from the river earlier, the fire department here actually as they pulled up to where they were going for a call, and I told them as they were about to head inside, be prepared for an uptick in damage reports over the next like 8 hours or so. So I gave them a heads up on it.
Nathan, looks like
New
the
tornado
governor-
warning for Jacksonville Beach, Palm Valley, and Atlantic Beach until 4:30 p.m. An extension, so they felt like extending that one that we've been watching. Or is that actually a different one? No, it's the same one.
No, yeah, it's the same one. Just they issued a new one because of longer threat time.
David, your turn.
BBC is reporting on the US severe weather, saying that the governor of Florida has issued a state of emergency.
Yep.
That
It
was
was
a
issued
long while ago.
Yeah, that was like 4 hours ago.
4 hours ago.
But nonetheless, that is the case.
And New Jersey.
Yes.
New Jersey's under a state of emergency?
Yep.
The
Wow.
and
Yeah, they-
National Weather Service. Go on.
Oh, sorry. They've been crazy about it in my neighborhood. They keep saying that there's going to be major power outages, so we have to plug all the devices in.
Yeah.
Whether to slightly ease going into Wednesday. Low snow showers are still possible in some of the already affected areas in the central and northeast.
Oh, we missed this. Tornado warning in Tampa.
Yeah, I just mentioned it.
That's the new one?
Yep. It actually includes Tampa proper now.
Pinellas Park and Lealman.
And North St. Petersburg too.
Tornado warning right here. We'll try and get some webcams pronto.
Update from Tim. His wife is home. Tim's about 40 minutes away. She is sheltered and under a tornado warning.
Right, at least she's sheltered. That's a good thing.
And the rotation is northeast of St. Paul. Southwest of Hope Mills. So this one, his HQ's under a tornado warning.
Here's the view looking out over Tampa Bay directly towards the tornado, if there is one.
Right now there isn't. There's no CC drop currently. Wow, that camera is really bouncing. Good grief.
Yep, it certainly is.
Winds are easily 40 miles, like probably 40 to 50 miles an hour right now.
Well, the camera might be held up by a piece of string too, so who knows?
Yeah, that's also a possibility. Knowing Florida.
Oh dear.
I apologize for that insult, by the
Alright.
way. Good grief.
And a tornado warning for Maysville, Elliott, and Oswego, South Carolina in effect until 4:30 p.m. So we're still
watching
getting
that.
plenty.
Watching that cell with the hail approaching from the sea towards Carolina Beach.
And what are you seeing?
Nice hail call and tracking towards Carolina Beach.
One thing I would point out is that a lot of these tornadoes are QLCS, which means they're along the front line.
Yep.
That's what we're going to be
Yeah.
seeing all day.
We're just waiting to see if anything comes of this one near Tampa. That's the view there before Gandhi Bridge, looking westbound. The SR600, as you can see on that caption. Bolster Team live with another tornado warning, and this one is for the Tampa area. One of several tornado warnings that are still in effect. South Carolina and North Carolina as well. Fayetteville under a tornado warning at present.
The warning near Jacksonville, Florida has been dropped.
So I think that leaves 3 active tornado warnings now.
4 actually. There's 1 in North Carolina, 1 in South Carolina, and 2 in Florida.
Still?
Yeah.
What's the other one?
You got 2 of them in Florida. You have the one near that's east of Columbia for like Ellie and them, and then you have the one for Fayetteville.
In Florida though, we got Tampa and we got what?
We have the one in Tampa, and then we have the one for Bellevue and Summerfield in Florida.
Ah. Those are the warnings then that are still in effect.
Oh, hello, you have not 1, but 2 areas of rotation very close to each other near Gulfport, Florida, which is south of where the tornado warning is. 2 areas of rotation literally within about 1.5 miles of each other.
Where?
South of where the tornado warning is for Tampa.
I don't see nothing.
Where
switch
where the
radar.
severe go where no, you're actually on the right radar. Go zoom into where the severe thunderstorm warning is.
I've switched radar.
Yeah, zoom into where the severe warning is.
Okay.
Right
okay,
now, it is
okay.
directly to the east of St. Pete Beach.
Nathan Tim has posted rotation is over Grays Creek, North Carolina, and is likely to miss his HQ. However, their pets are panicking.
Aww. That sucks.
So rotation over Grays Creek, North Carolina.
Here's the view of that tornado warning zone and that potential rotation next to St. Pete Beach, as you can clearly see. Over St. Petersburg now, actually, itself.
Boy, that camera's shaking.
Yeah, right.
Let's see if we can quickly get up another camera in St. Petersburg to see if we can see what's going on there. Oh, we can. There's the view in St. Petersburg, Interstate 275.
Very strong rotation south of, due south of Gulfport. Wouldn't be surprised to see a tornado warning issued soon on it.
I'm going to keep looking around those cameras and see if I can see anything else of interest there. But that was in St. Petersburg. Starting to get quite dark in a few of these places too.
Yeah, we're coming up on sunset.
Another viewpoint right now in the area, as you can see, a very wet affair right now. Watching that active tornado warning for the Tampa Bay area at the moment, including Tampa
Okay.
itself.
Oh no, that's all.
Yeah, tornado warning. New
Yeah.
tornado warning just issued, including Carolina Beach, Southport, and Cure Beach until 4:45 p.m. in North Carolina.
That's right.
A very small tornado warning. Population included
10,000.
That does not have a tornado warning yet. Good grief. Very strong rotation on it. Never mind. It's tornado warning now. National Weather Service in Tampa Bay just issued a tornado warning on it, and it includes downtown St. Petersburg. 4:22 p.m. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located over St. Petersburg, moving northeast at 45. The hazards not hazards, but this storm will be near downtown St. Petersburg by 4:25 p.m., which is only 2 minutes. Other locations impacted include Vinoy Park, Albert Wooded Airport, Lake McGuire, Tropicana Field, Boyd Hill Nature Preserve, Venetian Isles, Crescent Lake, Snell Isle, and Gulfport.
There's the live view from the middle of St. Petersburg, where Interstate 275 and the ramp for the 175. You've also got the 375 in that area. They must be some of the shortest interstates in America.
By the way, if you're wondering, Tropicana Field's home of the Tampa Bay Rays. If anyone's wondering. Hopefully no one's at that facility right now.
Well, there's the view, and it's looking pretty treacherous. Camera shaking all over the place. Live at St. Petersburg right now. Radar indicated, pea-sized hail possible, 98,000 in this warning.
Would people be on their way home from work?
Yep.
Looks like visibility really starting to take a hit on that camera as well.
Atrocious conditions.
Talking Tornado warning continues for Fayetteville, Dunn, and Irwin, North Carolina until 4:45. Still radar indicated there. So once again, there's the view in St. Petersburg, Florida right now. Under a tornado warning.
It surely looks like there's something there.
Yeah, it's hard to tell though.
It is.
Come on, you got to update the radar, please.
Tornado confirmed in St. Petersburg because my friend's aunt just said that 3 houses have been damaged next to her.
Uh-oh.
She lives in St. Petersburg, so
Uh-oh.
I don't know. That seems like we might. Maybe it was a past tornado, but that is extremely concerning.
What do you mean it was a past tornado?
It can't be this.
I don't know because she said they were damaged from some tornado.
Well, we can't corroborate that at the moment. But there may be a tornado in the area. Take cover immediately. Meteo First says just north of Clearwater Beach on the coast and the rain has fully stopped, but there is some flooding. Temperatures are also rapidly dropping. Handheld has gone down 6 degrees. That's the cold front.
There's a cold front for you.
You may receive a drop of over 10 degrees. Continuation of that tornado warning for Carolina Beach, Southport, and Cure Beach, North Carolina until 4:45. What is it with Southport today? There was Southport near Panama City, which was right underneath a potentially dangerous tornado, which was PDS shortly after. If not at that time, actually. This one, though, is radar indicated.
Tampa Bay is your there we go. I was about to say, is your radar going to update? As soon as I said that, it updated. Yeah, it doesn't look like there's anything on the ground as of now, though. By the way, speaking of Tampa Bay, the tornado warning for them has been dropped. Actually, it expired. Never mind.
Okay. For where?
For Tampa Bay.
Yes.
For downtown Tampa. Whoa, hello.
Hi.
Strong rotation right next to the airport, Tampa airport radar.
Really?
Yeah. It's actually going right over the airport, and
Ooh. That thing right there.
okay, Mick.
And Nathan, customers in North Carolina without electricity is now 103,168, increasing.
Hmm.
Yeah, it just had very strong rotation go right over the air. Oh, yeah, but it's actually now tornado warned. Never mind. Severe thunderstorm at 4:31. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located over MacDill Air Force Base,
Wow.
or 8 miles south of Tampa, moving northeast at 30. Locations impacted include Tampa and Palm. Actually, the dangerous one will be near Tampa and Palm River Caramel at 4:35 p.m. Other locations impacted include Ybor City, South Tampa, Soho, Channelside, Progress Village, University of Tampa, Palm River, Peter O. Knight Airport, Orient Park, and Davis Islands.
This is looking towards. This is in the middle of Tampa. Well, just southwest, near the airport. Looking southwest towards that tornado warning.
Also, the tornado warning for St. Petersburg has been dropped as well, but mainly because of the fact it's out over the bay.
Yeah.
It's over Tampa Bay right now. Special marine warning is in effect though. So there's that at least.
So reminder there, tornado warning for Tampa, Riverview and Orient Park until 4:45 p.m. This camera's right in that. That's nearly 300,000 people inside that tornado warning. Radar indicated. Tornado warning continues for Dunn, Irwin and Eastover, North Carolina until 4:45. I think Fayetteville is out of it now. Looks like it. And that's what we've got at the moment.
Hard to tell, but I think there might actually be a tornado on the ground south of Tampa right now. It's hard to tell though.
Why did that guy stop?
You're supposed to because of oncoming traffic. That's what you're technically supposed to do when you're merging on a highway.
But I'm not sure there was. Anyway.
Anyways, beside the point.
Well, certainly raining heavily at this location. And that is I don't know how to describe it. The junction just before, it's just at the start of West Gandy Boulevard. It's actually not at the start of it at all, it's in the middle of it. Where the Florida 618 toll moves up from the right hand side and forms that expressway.
Yeah, I've heard since I haven't done this in a while, pressure's down to 991.8 millibars here now.
Guess what our pressure is?
Still 1036.
Still 1036. It's gone down
only-
0.2.
Eh. So it's pretty much steady then.
Yep.
If only you guys had, like meso analysis stuff all over there in the UK. It would be so much helpful for us weather trackers here in the US.
Here too.
Yeah, and you as
Mezzo.
well, yeah.
Anyways, this is the view at Tampa right now, South Tampa, which is under a tornado warning. No further news on that. But there it is on the velocity rushing through. It's already past Tampa now, hasn't it? Passing
Yeah, the
Tampa.
actual line part of it is, yeah.
Let's go to another camera. Let's go over to Interstate 75. Somewhere in that area. Find one that has a good view. Well, there's this one which really shows off the darkness of the clouds in the distance. Well, if you could see the whole thing, you can on this version. Look at the darkness of those clouds. That's pretty crazy.
Oh, wow. Good grief, those are dark.
Yes. That's looking south, actually, so that should be looking away from the storm, so I'm a bit confused.
Wait, you said that's looking south? Wait, it's I-75.
I think so.
No, it says in the top it's looking north. Top left, it says north.
But at the
So that's
bottom it
looking-
says SB.
Well, no, that's Interstate 75 southbound, that's why.
What?
Well, where the camera is, this is, that side is, with the cars coming towards the camera, that's south. The other side is Interstate 75 northbound. So yeah, this camera's looking towards the line of storms right now.
I'm so confused.
Yeah, you'll get it eventually.
Which junction's 256? I'm looking at the junction layout now.
Oh,
That Tampa storm is now over water.
yep.
Ah.
Tornado warning remains in effect though, because it's not going to be over water for long.
Yeah, it's gonna pass over Interstate 75 in the next 2 minutes.
Yeah.
I still can't figure this out.
Actually, the rotation's about to pass over a small little island.
Oh.
Actually, you know, it's an island with a hill on it. That's literally all it is. Hill, trees, and that's pretty much it. Oh, apparently there's a dirt road on it, too. Going around the entire outer edge of it. That's literally no one there, though. It's also, by the looks of it, passing really close to an oil rig, too.
Let's go back to the wide view, showing you where the current warnings are right now. We've got the warning in Tampa. We've got one that's still in North Carolina, and the other one, which is also in North Carolina, right on the coast south of Wilmington, there. And the other one, which has passed Fayetteville. So we have 3 tornado warnings still active at this time. As we continue our coverage here, most of that line now has moved over water though, which is good news.
And actually, yeah, the tornado warning up by Wilmington, that was the cell that I mentioned that was going to likely ride the coastline from earlier.
Yep. So where's this event going to go from here then?
I mean, pretty much, the where all that like line of severe warnings and stuff is, that's gonna go all like towards airport areas like Belhaven, Pantego, North Carolina, Roanoke, and all that. And then the portion that's over the water right now, extends from pretty much Jacksonville to roughly Jacksonville to about like Myrtle Beach, basically. But however, though, areas in eastern North Carolina, your severe weather threat's starting up now and will continue till about roughly, I want to say 8, 9 p.m., maybe 10 p.m. at the latest. Florida, same thing. Florida, your timing's from now until about like 8 p.m., maybe 9 p.m.
But unfortunately, Justin, we're going to have to finish at the end of the hour.
Alrighty.
Because I've got to fix some things here.
Okay.
So I don't know how things are. I hope it doesn't go too crazy after that, but
Yeah.
I'm hoping that most of the event is done.
The rotation near southeast of Tampa actually died off a little bit too, by the looks of it.
Hmm.
And actually, that is now the only tornado warning in effect.
Really?
Yeah. Won't be for much longer, though. It's set to expire in a couple minutes.
There's still 3.
No, 2 ones in North Carolina dropped.
Both of them?
Yep.
No, that can't be true.
Yep. They're both gone. The one for Tampa expires at 4:45, which is about a minute and a half away.
They're still showing up for me.
WSV3's behind then. I don't know what to tell you.
Well, they're still there.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, currently in total, there are 59 total warnings. 7 special marine, 30 flash flood, 21 severe, and 1 tour. Absolutely wild how many warnings are active right now.
What they've said is that they're both going to expire at 1:45, which is in 1 minute. So.
That's probably why they're showing up for you then.
Yep, they're about to expire.
Which would make sense.
And
Makes total
the
sense.
Tampa one,
Tampa one's about to expire too. That one expires in about 30 seconds.
So all of a sudden, we'll have 0 tornado warnings for the first time in a fair while, actually.
Right?
That'd be a great time to end our coverage, even though we may...
And yep, there it goes. It was dropped. Tampa one just got dropped.
Even though we may be needed later.
Yeah. Although I'm watching Apollo Beach, though, because there's a broad rotation there. Which is south of where that Tampa Bay tornado warning was.
So, all tornado warnings are gone. For the first time since about, I don't know. Can't even remember.
Yeah,
11?
nor can I.
Something like 11, 12 o'clock? Oh no,
Something
we had
like
that
that.
little lull, didn't we, at around 1?
Yeah.
For about half an hour to an hour. But we've still got tons of severe thunderstorm warnings out there right now, as you can clearly see. And it extends all the way from the Gulf of Mexico right through to Virginia, central Virginia at this point. Basically, the I-95.
Yeah, pretty much the entire I-95 corridor is getting slammed right now. By the way, even though that storm that had a tornado warning south of Wilmington earlier, even though the storm's mainly offshore now, look at the state, just look at that cell in general. Absolutely beefy cell, dude.
Go on then, let's have a look. Which radar should we use on that now?
Wilmington. The Wilmington radar.
KLTX.
Yep.
Let's see what it shows.
The one just offshore.
Wilmington area right now looks like this, and let's see if we can whip up the velocity.
It's taking forever.
Anytime now.
I think I might know why WSV3 might be acting slow today. It's probably because there's so many people using it to track this.
You reckon?
That could be why. Same thing with GR2. My GR2 is running slow, but that's just probably an internet issue for me.
Well, there it is. You can clearly see the rotation. So
yeah, look at it on reflectivity.
I mean, it looks almost like a hurricane eye.
Yeah. Look at it on reflectivity. Just look at this. Look at how beefy that thing is.
Oh boy.
Yeah, you see what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely beefy cell.
Velocity was the best there. Looks really pretty. But then it's going to be heading towards Topsail Beach, so we might have to consider another tornado warning there.
Yeah, maybe.
And behind it, what else have we got? More areas of rotation, although they're not looking as neat as the first cells did, do they?
Yeah. No, not really.
So perhaps we're reaching the end of the main phase of this event.
Yeah, maybe, because the southern portion of our line is pretty much out of the enhanced risk area now.
Yes.
Entering the slight risk area. Oh, actually, yeah, we got rotation developing near Apollo Beach.
Was that?
The south of south of Tampa,
Oh,
where that tornado warning was earlier.
looking at Tampa again.
I do have some news for you. In Bradenton, along State Road 64, I don't know where exactly, but on one of those areas near Braden Castle, my friend has reported a funnel coming out of the sky.
That might be in the same areas where you're talking about.
Maybe,
Yes,
yeah.
that is near Braden Castle, and there is a bit of a rotation there, so just a tiny bit.
What is that? And what was that? What's going on there? You see
Radar
this?
noise. All radar noise. Oh, actually, hang on. Rotation to your Piney Point, just south of that, southwest of the Tampa radar. There actually might be a tornado on the ground with that too.
Right on the coast?
Yeah, right on the coast. It's hard to tell though.
Ooh. What is that?
Oh, I've noticed it.
I'm looking at the right thing, right?
Yeah. You zoom, you see what that red, yeah, right there.
Oh, yes.
Rotation
Look
right
at
there.
that. In animated flow. Look at that. That looks like something. Let's see if there's any cameras near there.
Probably not, I doubt it.
Oh, there is. I-75. Any looking at the sky? Yeah, there is actually one looking at the sky.
Oh, wow.
Not sure what we can see on it though, not very much, but there is the nearest camera to the to that question mark although it is shriveled up a little bit more on the latest frame. Just passing over Route 45, 41. Oh, that definitely is a rotation that developed there. Look at the initial phase of it.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
That should have been tornado warned, right?
Yeah, I'm surprised it isn't. Kind of surprised it's not.
Yeah, me too, looking at that.
Got 1 mile east-southeast of Gulfport. Thunderstorm wind gusts to 63 miles per hour at the Mesonet site.
Oh, that's where Gulfport is.
Yeah, it's literally due south of St. Petersburg, pretty much.
Yeah.
And it looks like that area rotation is actually falling apart now. It's coming
Oh, yeah.
embedded in the line.
So enjoy it while we can. For the time being, there are no tornado warnings active until now. There's another one. A tornado warning for it happened yet. South Boston, Halifax, and Riverdale, Virginia, until 5:15. Radar indicated tornado, and it is up here. That really was a jinx that time. Well, there it is.
Are you kidding? As soon as you said that for the time being there are no tornado warnings, boom, tornado warning.
Boom. It was 9 seconds old as well when I was saying that.
Right, pretty much, yeah.
It is passing directly over the downtown of South Boston now.
Hard to see from that radar, but there is, and it is from that original line, which is split into two by the looks of things up there. So that's South Boston under a tornado warning right now. Take cover. Also in that warning, Halifax and Riverdale, Virginia.
Ugh.
Let's see if there's any more comments and questions right now. Just clear grey skies saying that we appreciate our coverage, which we thank you for saying.
Hey.
Been working pretty hard.
Hard and tirelessly, I guess. Another... Actually, there were 2 tornado warnings issued around Halifax, Virginia.
Really?
Yeah, there's 2 of them right next, literally right next to each other, and they,
Yep, new one for Halifax Mountain Road and Charlotte Courthouse, Virginia, until 5:30 p.m.
Charlotte Courthouse is in both those tornado warnings. That's funny.
So's Halifax.
Yeah. It's kind of like the one time when, Chauvin, Louisiana was in, the path of 2 hurricanes simultaneously, and is the only place in the United States to have that ever occur. Remember that? But I think it was like it might have been either last year or 2 years ago where they were in the path of 2 different hurricanes.
Oh, it must have been 2020.
Yeah, it might have been. Actually, yeah, it was. I believe it was 2020.
Are you referring to a place in Louisiana?
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's the imagery right now in on radar, South Boston. Hard to see the rotation there, it's near the edge of the radar.
I am watching a small rotation that has popped up near Foxley, Florida, just to the south of it. Approaching towards State Road 64.
Also, these tornado warnings not far from Chase City.
Nope.
Nope, indeed. Well, at this point, guys, I think we're going to call it a day.
Alrighty.
It's been a very long couple of days of live streaming here, and we've done a lot of it. But we do have to break away to... Well, basically, this PC is struggling, and it needs fixing.
Oh God.
Hopefully we've done enough and that there aren't any big things that we end up missing. But maybe if there is an emergency later, if necessary, we might be able to return for that.
Hey, actually, before we end stream, quick
Sure.
update on the snowier side of things. Someone I follow on Twitter just said plows in Hampshire, Illinois cannot keep up with the snow with how heavy it is. Good grief.
Hamster, Illinois?
No, Hampshire.
Oh.
Hampshire.
Hamster,
Yeah,
Illinois.
Gosh. Snow's coming down so heavily the plows cannot keep up with it.
Well, that's it from our coverage this evening. Where are you taking me? There I am. And that's all for now. The enhanced risk continues, and will continue for the rest of this evening for some of these areas, as will a tornado watch for parts of North Carolina and part of the eastern states. But it's nearly done with, and there may be more activity coming up in the next few days as we look at some more possible risks as we get towards the late week and weekend.
Yep. Thursday and Friday.
But for the time being, we'll leave you with the live radar as we play out this segment and an increasingly wet and wild view of Interstate 75, which looks like it's getting hit by that line right now of heavy rainfall. But from Force 13 HQ, unless there's another emergency later on tonight, that's it from us, and we'll see you again soon. Thanks to my team, particularly Justin and Maury, who's here with us right now. And good night.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.